Hello everybody, how are you all doing? I hope you're all doing well. My name is Paradise and welcome to the Paradise League HoN Pro Tournament Season number 5. We're gonna start off here with a winner bracket semifinals with B Pro against Go Bretan, and I'm joined here by Fa today. And what you got, gentlemen? How you doing today?
I'm doing lovely. Thank you for the introduction, Paradise. How are you doing, Fa?
I'm all right. A little bit tired, but happy to cast some good HoN games, hopefully. So.
Me too. So we're here with our first series of the day, as mentioned by Paradise. We have B Pro on the Legion side going up against Go Bretan here on the Hellborn side. The blind bands are done. Want to take me through them?
We have a Monarch, Demented Shaman, and a Curse band coming out from the Legion side, and Flux, Cloud, Plague Rider from the Hellborn side. I think most of those bands are somewhat regular. I think the only one that stands out to me is the King Cloud. I assume it's some pick that is like specifically targeting something that B Pro occasionally can do with like a combo draft. We already have a Bushwhack first pick right out of the gate, which is actually a hero that I kind of expected to have a 100% pick / ban rate in this particular tournament, because the hero is extremely powerful currently.
Yeah, it's no surprise to me as well. Especially, playing the last week or two of Star League, as the teams are maybe trying to get some practice in. We've seen the Bushwhack pretty much addressed every single game, so that's, no surprise there. And interestingly enough, like you pointed out, the Legion side, they banned all defensive supports, and then the Hellborn team banned out all these like crazy teamfight combo heroes. So I different style of bands even coming in.
Yeah,
And now we have.
So
Oh yeah. No, I was just gonna say, Icor and Lord Sulfuras picked up by Hellborn. They're going like tanky route kind of here.
Yeah, I think the South Forest is probably in general in this meta. It seems like a lot of teams are picking up a lot of healing heroes like Soul Reaper. I know some of the main ones, like basically all the heroes that the Legion have banned are all heal heroes, but there's still some heal heroes that are left over, and South Forest just does particularly well against those type of heroes. And
Gladiator
it's just very
Geomancer as well.
common for Jahadai to ban support heroes in general, so nothing new.
Yeah, I think it also excuse me. I think it also makes sense based on how B-Pro likes to play. They are your typical like very aggro team, like compared to some of the other teams in the comp scene. They like to play sometimes without a carry, so they play more of this like mid-game style of draft, so very high tempo.
Yeah.
And that can be kind of hard to do when you play against heroes like the ones they banned out, the Monarch, the Demented Shaman, which are very good at counter aggression.
I definitely agree. They really like these kind of pile-on drafts where they find like one person and then they just like pile on with like 4 stunts and just fully commit to that person to bring them down. If it's like a core hero, which is just really hard to do if you're going up against like a Monarch or an Curse or something that can just immediately remove the stun on that said person. So yeah, I think you're on point with that idea. We have a Gladiator pick that probably will be for Dota. I think Gladiator is also really powerful here currently after the change to his speculation. He's just really strong at like keeping the lane frozen while still like harassing his opponent. So yeah, it's definitely a really powerful hero that you can easily get away with picking early on. So
for sure, I've always liked the ability to show down yourself or teammates as well. That got buffed like a while back. Been a while, but like you can do some cheeky regen plays or baits with people blinking into fights and stuff. So it's pretty nice.
Yeah, the hero is really well rounded currently. He's just a solid laner, solid scaling, solid team fighter. A decent farmer as well. So he's just like a pretty good pick in all areas, I'd say. A Geomancer as well. That hero was also buffed in the latest patch, so it seems like they are trying to pick some buffed heroes. I'd say they're all pretty standard picks. We do have a little bit of a slightly different draft on the Hellborn side, with the Prisoner picked up. That hero was nerfed in the latest patch. Usually a hero that you want to pair with some kind of setup stun. And I would say that the Hellborn side, they don't really have any setup stuns or like setup disables at all currently. So it might be like slightly more challenging for the Prisoner to be able to connect the hook in this game, especially with the fact that the hook has been lowered in range at the early level. So
they have a lot of slows. I'm looking at their heroes from top to bottom, but not, like you said, not a lot of like targetable disables per se.
Yeah.
We'll quickly touch on the second banning phase before we're done here. Magmus, Jeraziah, Devourer, Pharaoh, Moraxis, and Soul Reaper. There's a Soul Reaper you mentioned in the earlier part of the draft, but I don't know, at least for me, I think the rest of that looks pretty normal, I would say.
Yeah, it makes kind of sense since they have a Self-Forwards on the Hellborn side. They are not really too scared of healing heroes anymore, so they're just banning heroes that are strong. Like Magmus is a really strong hero currently. Devourer is still a strong hero in my opinion. And the Legion team, they recognize that they don't really have an answer to deal with like heroes like Soul Reaper and Jeraziah, so they decide to get rid of those heroes as well, which I think is a fair line of bans. But we have a Madman pick come out, so it seems to be quite a few like right-click heroes on the Legion side. So they have really good scalability if the game decides to go late, but I feel like that's a scrap pick coming out.
I was getting so happy for just like a split moment. I saw the Warbeast Shadow pick. Although I don't think we would have actually seen a Warbeast with what they had already picked up. You did mention they picked up a Madman on top of having a Bushwhack and a Gladiator already, so that's very physical heavy right-click type of lineup.
So the Legion, the Hellborn team, decided to go with the last pick, Moon Queen, which is a pretty standard pick for Dummy. I know he likes to play Moon Queen as well as Bushwhack. Those are like his main 2 heroes. So feel like it might have been I mean, I do think that Legion team are pretty equipped to deal with the Moon Queen. There's not really. They do have some kind of saves in the chipper focus buffer, as well as I think Icor has some defensive abilities as well. So they do have some saves in the Moon Queen. So if the game does go late, I think Moon Queen could still be able to run away with the game. That being said, I think Legion, they're also really equipped to go into late game. They have Bushwhack, which is one of the strongest late game heroes in the game, and then they also have Gladiator and Madman. So.
Yeah, so I guess, if this game goes to super late game, Moonqueen is probably one of those carries that can deal with like a pretty decently farmed Tricore, right? Because she just naturally does a lot of damage as a single like carry. Now she is paired with a Self-Forest, who I'm sure they will be expecting him to be quite farmed this game as well, but Moonqueen probably one of the better late game carries, I would say. But Bushwhack against a Moon Queen, when he pops the Shunken, I think he can just run down the Moon Queen, right? Like she can't really fight back without being able to auto attack back, getting her attack speed stolen, and maybe being able to miss with the crippling dart as well.
Yeah, it might be a little bit problematic for her. I mean, this is obviously not like anything set in stone or anything, but looking at how the Hellborn is laning currently, Prisoner has decided to opt for boots. I don't know if it might just be like temporary run down to lane boots, but if he goes for boots, let's say he's a position 4, then I'm very confused, because then they're gonna have a chipper, an Icor, and a Prisoner with boots. So then they're gonna have 3 support heroes. I hope they're not gonna go with that route. I hope it's just like a temporary boots just to get out to the lane quicker.
So who do you? Well, Chipper has a ward on him, so I think he's supporting.
Yeah, I'm definitely sure.
And Icor also has a word, so I would imagine Prisoner will sell the boots, and looks like he's their position 3, or well, I guess 2 in this case as he's playing mid, but probably going to be more of that position 3 hero.
So they're going to send Self-Forest bottom lane, and then have maybe the Prisoner mid lane with the Chipper rotating between mid and top. I'm not sure I love the idea of a Self-Forest being on the long lane, because I do feel like if you're running a Chipper with a Self-Forest, you're probably going to end up stacking a little bit, and you probably would rather have the Self-Forest closer to the jungle camps rather than the Prisoner. That being said, I think it might also be dangerous to focus too much on stacking early on if you're playing against B Pro, since you need to make sure you don't fall behind and just play for stacks.
Yeah, so do you think we can predict B Pro's lanes? I want to see if we can get this right. We just see Madman going to the top lane, being played by Yagar Dig. I know against us one time they ran this exact same lane, Bushwhack Geomancer, I think it was, in mid lane. I don't know. Was it that same combo? I think it was, right?
Yeah, they ran those.
I think we were running a Doctor Chipper or something.
Yeah,
but
it's pretty strong lane.
I've seen this from B-Pro before, and they did well with it. And then that would mean that they would send the scrap maybe bought with the Gladiator.
Yeah, I think they can, honestly, from what I see, they can lane this in a lot of different ways. They could either just run like a dual long lane with like a Madman plus scrap and just try to apply some pressure. They could just have the Madman suicide. They could have the Gladiator solo. They could run the Bushwhack solo bot and dual mid, dual top. I feel like there's like an endless way that they can run the lanes for the Legion side, because all the 3 heroes on Legion, the core, so kind of all need to have like a relatively good game to be useful. So I think no matter what, one of them is probably going to suffer more than the other 2 naturally, but just curious to see how, because I feel like applying pressure to Moon Queen early on might be a good idea. So I would kind of like that they actually decided to do a long lane. I feel like it might be I mean, obviously they can deal with it, but is it necessary to allow the Moon Queen to free farm completely early on? That's
I would say probably not. And they have support heroes in the Geo and the Scrap that can both go long lane very effectively, I would say.
They do have that icon.
Seeing how it is Novi playing the Geo, I would expect that to be position 5 and the Scrap be more of the secondary support.
Are they expecting a silent maybe?
Since they're running through together for Legion here. Um,
I think they might at first maybe start with 3 hero spot and then maybe rotate. Nah, okay, I think he's just gonna run mid on the either the Geomancer or the Scrap. I feel like dual lane Gladiator is pretty decent nowadays since you can keep the lane frozen still and not like farming at your opponent's tower. So I think with the flagellation changes, I think dual mid Gladiator is pretty decent.
yeah, so they're actually running the Bushwhack lane in the short lane. A bit more, I would call this standard, putting the hard carry down in the bot lane. And then Gladiator with Scrap. Do you think that that lane will do well against the Prisoner Chipper? Or
yeah, I think they should do pretty well. I don't think I just don't see how the Chipper plus Prisoner like what they really do together. Like the rockets like give you like no setup for your hook, and even after hooking, I mean, I guess you have rockets to follow up on those, but it doesn't feel like that there's some kind of big synergy between those two heroes. And also this like the stacking that Chipper provides is somewhat useless with the heroes that that they have currently. Like Mooncrate is not going to be clearing stacks early on.
Madman's pulling the creep wave here. The two supports for Hellborn are going to try to stop this a bit, but he's actually trying to, I think, make it like a double wave, but not going to be able to hold it long enough. It just delays it.
I'm not sure what his plan is here. I've seen him do this kind of thing before where he's trying to like double stack the creep wave and
Mooncrate is holding the wave by her tower, so
the Madman actually blocked the medium camp. So usually what you want to do if your opponent does that is you just send your creep camp or the enemy team's creep camp to the medium camp, you just get a free medium camp, but since you block that camp, he actually had nowhere to go with with that creep camp, so that was pretty good heads up play from
now it's like a 2-wave versus 2-wave almost in the top lane.
I'm not sure if there's like any kind of reward from that line of play that he took, but I mean,
yeah, it looks like Mooncrate's doing a good job of keeping it like in that lane spot so that it doesn't push. Mid lane, Scrap got hooked into the tower. Bloodlust comes out for Fallen One. For Go Braton, they are off to a good start.
Yep, I think so.
Forest being the solo long lane. Looks like a pretty challenging lane for him to go up against a Bushwhack and a Geo. If he tries to lust at any creeps, he's going to take a lot of harass.
Yeah, I would be kind of surprised if he actually manages to sustain it. Okay, he just TP'd out. That's pretty...
He TP's to base.
I think he had to, honestly. It's too much HP he had to cover.
Which is probably fine, yeah.
The question is here, is it even worth it for him to run down to the long lane here? Like, does he actually get anything from being there? Because, like, he can stay there for, like, 15 seconds and then the Geomancer shows up and then he has to leave again. Isn't it just better just to go jungle, honestly?
Maybe it's too early, I think, because he doesn't have any levels in his more certissima. Chipper and Madman fought at the top Merrick's rune, and Chipper did a good job of refilling the bottle from Prisoner. I didn't manage to see that.
I suppose the lane is pushing out a little bit now.
So, before we have any more action, do you like that change where they removed the first 2-minute rune from spawning? It spawns both Merrick
I think it's a really good change. I think it made mid lane feel a little more bearable. You're not so like relying on your supports camping the runes versus like if your opponent supports or jungle or whatever camps one of the runes and no one camps your runes, and it can just give you a really like sour taste. It just makes the lane a lot more RNG based because your opponent can get like an early DD rune or Mystic rune or something, and then you just can't really lane properly for like at least a minute or so.
You were leading into my next question. I was gonna ask you, out of the 5 runes, you could only pick one. Which one would be your most your least favorite to see the opponent get at 2 minutes?
I think it kind of depends on the hero. I think actually like even though DD is really good, the fact that DD only lasts for like 30 seconds actually makes it like not always the best rune in my opinion. I think I honestly think on some heroes illusion rune is really strong because your illusions they last for a really long time, so you can deny a lot of creeps with that, especially if your opponent don't really have any. Sorry, there's who coming out here. You got a pitfall that
Scrap could be in trouble again. He has Golden Apple though still.
We have a turnaround.
Chipper getting turned on here by Gladiator. Doesn't have boots. Counter rockets coming in, but no more mana now on the Chipper. Looks like he'll get the distance to safety.
To bring back
now Sulforus is getting some farm under his tower, which is good for him. This hero mostly just wants levels. Mid lane Prisoner getting caught out of position here. Goes for the hook. Does hit it on the scrap, but Chipper is very low, and again, doesn't have any mana for rockets. Doze has a pitfall coming up in 5 more seconds, trying to get in range for the showdown. But there's a regen rune. Does get picked up, it doesn't matter because Geomancer's there, and Navi collects that kill, making it a 2-1 lead now for B-Pro.
So it seems that although I think the Self-Force had like 2 creep waves under his tower, he still only managed to like get 3 last hits. So I think he missed a lot of his last hits. So he's only sitting at a 100 GPM, which is a little bit unfortunate.
Yeah, probably would like to see a bit more creep kills than just that, but
yeah, I think the thing is, I think he can use his more Swiftness or the life tap to like assist him in lasting as well. Yeah. He doesn't really have a lot of other things to spend the mana on anyway. But,
how's Madman doing? He's got 12 last hits in comparison to that Self-Forest, so he's having a much better time.
Yeah.
Not quite sure if the gold's being put into consumables to stay in lane, or he's actually... I think he just had about 400 or 500 gold, so he bought something. He's got a big wave under his tower as well. Mid lane.
Wait, actually, top lane
Mousetrap hits Chipper, and meanwhile top lane they're diving the Madman. He has a stock up in 1 more second. He uses the barrel roll. He's gonna get jumped on by the Icor. He dies. Meanwhile, mid lane the fight does continue. Scraps out of mana, it looks like. There's a showdown. No pitfall though. I think that was already used. And ported from Self-Forest. Gladiator might be in some trouble now. Does have the Marchers though. There are no boots on any of these Hellborn heroes. Gladiator's manning up here. Not going to be the correct choice. Geomancer comes in. Maybe thought the team support would be there a little faster. Geomancer getting turned on as well, and Scrap as well. The trio of Hellborn heroes is just too strong. But Scrap has boots. And now here comes Jogger Dig on the Madman. Nice barrel roll, connects on the 2. Might collect the 2nd kill on the Self-Forest here. Throws out the taunt. We'll take him out with the stock here. Saw that one coming. Double tap for the Madman. That was a very long mini skirmish there going on in the mid lane.
Yep, it was a quite back and forth fight for both teams. To some extent, it was actually good for the Madman that he died on sub lane, so he could immediately go at the mid lane with full mana and get 2 kills afterwards. So,
well, yeah, I suppose so. I mean, I'm sure he's not too happy with the first death, but definitely got rewarded with the respawn into TP. Bushwhack's doing quite good here for Legion, 400 GPM, but Moon Queen with only 1 assist so far, 430, so doing slightly better.
I'm a bit surprised that no one on the Hellborn side of the top lane had picked up a battery, considering they went up against the Madman. So I feel like they could have gotten a lot of mana from constant stock spamming. But they're actually setting up a
Geomancer here. Do they have enough damage for this?
I think they do.
Queen? Here comes the ulti. Does he get some lucky bounces? Almost gets the return kill on the Geomancer. Lives with 21 life. Icor wasn't in range to provide assistance.
Yeah, that's sort of the issue with you.
Look in the mid lane onto Gladiator. He does dodge 1 or 2 rockets. Does have bottle. Still. The hook is down for 5 more seconds. Scrap trying to body block the rockets for his teammate. And it looks like he will be fine. They might even, look to try to turn. Chipper taking a full creep wave.
So Madman already has steam.
That will be that.
Oh.
That's a lot of pressure. There's a jump from Icor though with the dust. Is it enough to kill him? Actually,
he's fine. He has battery 6 charges.
6 battery charges should be fine.
Okay, so the Bushwhack actually opted to max his Q ability, only putting 1 point into his E. What are your thoughts about that?
Not a Bushwhack layer.
I would agree with
Prison Break, I think did stun up the Gladiator, but he's just too tanky. The ports are coming in from both sides. Regen was used by Chipper here. But again, they don't have any real crowd control like we talked about at the draft, so Legion just kind of falls back to their tower, they reset, and they are good to go.
Yep.
Look at how even this GPM chart is for Moon Queen and Bushwhack. It's like neck to neck.
Yeah. I'm actually surprised that they have the same GPM considering that Moon Queen was killed. And they have about the same CS between the two, so I'm actually not quite sure why they have the exact same GPM.
Must
'Cause I
come
feel
down
like
to like specific neutrals they killed or something.
yeah,
Something
yeah,
like
or
that.
it can also be sometimes the creeps have a. Sometimes you can be unlucky with the averages from the creep gold.
Yeah, might have got some low rolls. I was gonna say B Pro is in about a 1,000 gold lead, but looking at the GPM chart, it looks almost identical for both sides. Still very early on here, as we approach 9 minutes. So
Yeah, the quick diving in the bot lane right now.
yeah, 2 TPs come in. So Forest doesn't have marchers though. Can't really look for a counter. Might try to go for a tower deny here. Doesn't get it. Geomancer comes in with the stun. Does unfortunately miss. Very close to landing. Bushwhack is manning up here, but there is a chipper and a prisoner here. He gets shackled here by the prisoner, and he's gonna get prison breaked in. Does fall. Doesn't get the counter kill onto the Self Force. Meanwhile, on the top lane, Moon Queen's getting dove. Take out the scrap, but Moon Queen does die. And
There's both sides go down here.
turn kill 1 versus 3, not the worst thing in the world, but definitely not great to be dying on the Moon Queen. And it's kind of funny, both carries kind of getting jumped at the same times across the map, kind of evens itself out.
I will say though that I think that Bushwhack death was kind of avoidable. He kind of decided to like step forward, try to engage them 1 or 3 rather than just jumping away. So
they also have the ward down here from Navi. I mean, I think they should have saw the ports come in from the tower, so maybe just a bit too aggro there from Snark, but...
And then, for some reason, he's deciding to try to go for some aggressive plays on the Bushwhack. I'm a little bit confused by this lineup play, if I have to be honest with you. Maybe they're trying to, like...
Icor walking into
speed up the
Madman
game a
and
little
Scrap here. The rat will stun him up. Meanwhile, mid lane, Hasted Gladiator is running through the jungle. They do have a ward here, and by that I mean both Hellborn and Legion in their own jungle. We could have a clash up here in the top lane. As Madman's leading the way, gets a 2-man barrel roll, but here comes the Moon Finale. Madman will die to the Icor link there. Meanwhile, Icor's ultimate is activated. Moon Queen falls as well as the Chipper.
Here comes the Bushwhack in. A lot of damage here, I think.
And now Bushwhack, he has to avoid the Prisoner hook. It's a hat trick coming out for Karhuki. Could be a team wipe here. Prisoner all alone. And he's gonna fall. So they only lost Madman. 5 for 1 team fight. Going the way of Beat Pro. And just like that fought, it's a 4,900 gold lead. They might even get some stacks as a consolation prize if they're able to clean these before they respawn. Hellborn definitely gonna want to try to defend these.
And the
can
Scrap
they?
actually popped a rejuvenation potion here to help clear the stacks from the Hellborn jungle.
Yeah, he has Vorax actually as well. I'm surprised he's not spawning that.
Yeah, that's kind of the danger with just stacking the jungle fully if you have no one in your team who can clear it early on. Like you're sure you have a Moon Queen who can kind of jump back into clearing the stacks, but you effectively just did like a double, triple stack for your opponents. And it puts extra pressure on you to defend your jungle, kind of putting you in a situation where you have to take fights that you don't necessarily want to take. It's just like a bit of like a double-edged sword to stack.
Prisoner smoked up here. Tries the hook, not going to land though on the scrap. Good dodge there from Karhuki. Regen here will be picked up by Chipper in the top lane. Looks like Scrap now decides to spawn Borax. He sends it to the bottom lane. So they have added their 6th hero to their roster at 12.5 minutes. Probably the most fearsome opponent, in my opinion, of Legion.
Yep. So the Madman is currently sitting on 1,300 gold. Going to be tough to defend the top tower. What do you think he's going to work towards in the Madman here? Do you think he's going to go for like a muck here, or do you think he's going to go for like a
first item shrunken? First item shrunken. It's Algar Dig.
Okay, he went for the Soldier Trap. I was actually going to ask if he went for the Dreamcatcher here. I was a little bit like
maybe yeah.
Because it does feel like you don't necessarily need to have like an extra right clicker. So having an early Dreamcatcher or something to does it do anything? I suppose
Showdown
it does.
mid lane on the Prisoner. Here comes the Crystal Field into the Cold Arms. Hits onto 2 as Icor jumps in. That's going to be 2 fast kills. Tripper now out of mana, but there are no more spells left for the Legion side. But they will turn their attention toward the tower now. And yeah, back to your point was about the Dreamcatcher on Madman.
Like, it's just more that I suppose that the Icor can like you know Is he able to dispel it and like kind of inflict it back on his opponents, or
Which spell was it?
the Dreamcatcher effect? Sorry.
I think so. Yeah, I think any debuffs you can redirect.
Yeah, exactly.
Well,
Okay,
I shouldn't say any. Most, almost all debuffs, but
I suppose regardless, if you have like several charges on the Dreamcatcher, you can always reapply it after it's been like redirected to an ally.
yeah,
So it's not like the biggest counter in the world.
probably a good shrunken basher game for Madman though. I would think that he will probably want those items at some point.
I wouldn't mind to see Dreamcatcher.
We have a team fight mid lane though. Gladiator gonna go down here. Looks like the numbers advantage us for Hellborn this time.
Moon Queen's overstepping.
Moon Queen is getting countered on though. Here comes a dig stun. One more auto attack. Madman actually cleans it up with the stock. Hook hits onto Scrap here, but now Bushwhack is here. Needs to break that prison break. Gets shackled up though, gets pulled in. Do they have the damage though? Not a lot of mana on the Chipper. Prisoner being forced to fall back. Karhuki does die in the background. They do take out Fallen One on the Prisoner. And now Chipper, he's gonna get cleaned up as well. So Forrest is here, but can't really commit to pick a target. And he will just fall back. Icor escapes into the Hellborn jungle. Has TP. And he will look to go back to base. So that was actually a hat trick coming out for Madman in the end. I would imagine he maybe just finished the Dreamcatcher with all that gold he probably just got.
He did. I like that. It definitely feels like the Hellborn team, they're just not able to keep up with the pace coming out from B4 currently. So
this is a solo long lane suicide Madman, by the way. And he is the top GPM of the game. I gotta say, that is quite impressive. Playing very well this game.
With the 6 kills, with I suppose 3 of them being on the enemy's carry, so...
Mousetrap stuns in Self-Forest. Geomancer misses the stun, but he does hit the Earth's Grasp. Gonna not matter in the end, it's enough damage, and he falls top lane. 10,000 gold lead here at 15 minutes. 18 to 8 hero kill lead. Bipro starting to slowly run away with the early game, as Moon Queen is trying to continue her farm progression in the jungle. Madman finding Chipper in the mid lane, stalks into him. Double barrel roll comes out on the Icor, but no follow-up for Madman. He'll be forced to fall back. Or will he? He's trying to hang around in the area, possibly wait for the cooldowns. Meanwhile, Geomancer running into Moon Queen. Crystal Field is down. We'll stun up the Moon Queen. Barrel roll coming in 1 more second. It will take out the Moon Queen. Actually, Karhuki gets the kill. And then Icor also falls. Chipper now in no man's land, no mana, no HP. Hook does hit onto Madman, but there's no stuns to keep him in place. Chipper gets dope. Prisoner all by himself with Self-Forest. Dreamcatcher's applied. They take him out. Just doesn't feel like there's a lot of fighting power there coming back from Go Bratan at the moment. Just perhaps too far behind at this point.
Yeah, I do think like it's partially just also related to the draft. They have a really slow draft with they kind of rely on all the heroes sort of hitting their items, where they're just really far from like from any kind of substantial items that can kind of help them win any fight. So
look at the top part of the map. Look what's happening. Boom. Kongor coming out from Bushwhack.
Oh, I thought you meant the Madman pulling.
Yeah, I wasn't that specific, but top-ish half of the map.
Oh yeah, you're right.
Sort of the top, sort of the middle.
Yeah, I guess.
It's first Kongor of the game. Solo Kongor coming out from the Bushwhack.
So, do you think there's any way for the Hellborn team to get back into this game, or do you think they're just too far behind to be able to fall back into elite in this game?
I think they actually lack the tools that they need to take a proper team fight.
I'm sure he's got an engagement on the
it'll have to start with solo pickoffs.
It's really difficult for them to pick up heroes.
And then Crystal Field comes in from Navi, gets a double tap. He's on a legendary streak. And Bushwhack is here now. Geomancer blinks up the cliff. Moon Queen and Icor in the jungle trying to run away. Madman leading the front charge with the Dreamcatcher on himself. Takes out Icor. Moon Queen, last one standing, she falls. And it's once again another genocide coming out for B-Pro. And that will do it. I think that one was a little bit too far gone. Game 1 will go to B-Pro in dominating fashion, I would say. Any final thoughts on that one, Fa?
It seemed like the game seemed a bit too easy for B-Pro, I gotta say. But hopefully the Hellborn team will be able to give them a better run for their money in game 2. But
Right. We're going to quick break here. We'll get lobby number 2 up, and we will be back after a short break. Stay tuned, everyone. Welcome back, everyone, from the break. We're now here with Game 2 of our first winner bracket semifinals match between Go Braton and B-Pro, with B-Pro currently leading 1-0. I'm once again your shoutcaster, What You Got, rejoined again by the one and only Fa. So Fa, that one was pretty decisive for B-Pro. What adjustments do we need to see coming out from our Legion side here in game number 2?
That's a very good question, Beans. Well, we can already see that they have decided to switch to a drafter, so it's now Obi-Wan who's drafting into the dummy, and he has already opened with a Bushwhack ban as well as a Pesty and Plague Rider ban.
Ooh, the Pestilence ban. That's a good one. Okay.
So, and the Hellborn side, they decide to ban Monarch, Curse, and Gladiator. Decided to ban Gladiator instead of picking it in the game 2, which is quite interesting. They immediately
there was another support they banned instead, right? Do you remember which one it was?
It was
Monarch,
Curse, and one more defensive support, which was third one.
Was it the Minute Shaman? I can't remember.
Yeah. It was the Shaman. And we have a Magnus pick coming out from the Legion side, and B-Pro responding with Flux Engineer immediately.
Ooh. I never like giving Flux to B-Pro. I feel like that's one of their best heroes.
Yeah, they're really into combo drafts, so I think that's kind of where they excel, like grouping up around. They really like to buy like early Shrunkens that kind of allow them to sort of group up and force like an early team fight with all their combos.
I'm gonna make a prediction here. If they don't ban King Clout, I think B-Pro is gonna run King Clout this game. I'm just gonna throw that wild card pick out there.
Who do you think is going to play
that with Flux?
Who do you think is going to play the King Cloud? Do you think it's going to be Yahadai?
You know, I'm actually not sure, because the thing is, I've seen every single core player from B-Pro play Flux. I know Doze loves it. He's kind of like a new addition this cycle to their team. But also, Yakardig and Snark also love to play Flux. But I've seen Doze play King Cloud, I think, before. But it wouldn't surprise me to see Snark or Snark's brother play it.
I think
I don't know. I actually don't know who's going to play it if they pick up a King Cloud.
Yeah, I would say, I think like at first glance, I'd say that it's probably Doze playing the Flux, and then if they were to pick King Cloud, it would probably be Yahadai, and then maybe they'd pick like a low stone for Snark or something.
Oh, but then they would do a classic B-Pro draft without a carry. Last game we got like this big treat. They picked like 3 big cores, which they almost never do, and they made it work very, very handedly too as well. But maybe we should shy away from the what ifs. We'll get to that in a second. Geomancer and Pearl were picked up by Legion to follow up the Magmus. So, what are your thoughts on those first 3 picks from Go Braton?
I think the seems somewhat sensible. The Geomancer is like a pretty good hero to follow up on the Magnus stun. They do sort of offer somewhat of the same thing, but I think Geomancer is more of a follow-up stun rather than like initiation stun. So I think that's like
there's the Snarkler stun.
And the Pearl is a decent counter to Flux combos in general, because you can always just spam your bubble as soon as they start pulling everyone in. So I think that's it's like some pretty sensible picks. It does kind of already show your opponents how you're going to lane, because you're always going to have the Geomancer and Pearl in position 4 and 5, so the Magnus is going to be position 3, so you're kind of giving away your hand by picking these 3 heroes.
A little bit, yeah. Definitely limits their flexibility as well. Yeah. Something I would what I would say is I think with those 3 heroes, although they are quite good, I do feel they lack a bit of damage overall. Maybe like when they get level 6s, they can combo together and get like a kill on a big core, but I think once they upload like all that damage, then they kind of lack anything afterward.
So what heroes would you like to see that kind of compensate for the fact that they have very little damage?
Well, definitely 2 big cores like they just chose right there. That's a lot of compensated damage, and they both can scale and flash farm very well. So I think they at least kind of remedied what they were lacking on the final 2 picks. I am a bit interested by the Nomad pick, because I do feel like Nomad has like a timing that he needs to get to, and going up against like a massive team fight lineup like this from B-Pro, I'm a little worried he's going to be a little too weak early on. pre-Shrunken Head when he gets Flux pulled in with NG, but that's if all the stars align, of course. And B-Pro does pick up Kinesis and Madman, following up the Lodestone third pick. So,
I definitely agree with you that he is a hero that like kind of requires a Shrunken before he can be very useful. But he also needs like Cleaver, Twin Blades, Portal Key probably beforehand, and Match Crit. So it's a lot of items that he has to get before he can actually kind of work towards a Shrunken. Because it would seem kind of unusual just to go straight Shrunken after your Cleaver on Nomad. I feel it might be necessary, but it's very unusual.
Yeah, no, so like they have a Pearl obviously to try to like prevent him from dying, combat some of the team fight aggression from Hellborn. But the Soul Reaper heals are kind of slow. They can definitely still like catch the Nomad and burst him. I feel like the Soul Reaper heals might not be enough compared to like some other defensive ish core heroes that could be picked up. The Kinesis was, I think, a pretty smart pick from B-Pro. They have a couple of tools they can take, the Mag Slam being probably the best one, and then the Geomancer Dig as well. Could be good for like early game roaming. And they're once again going back to the Madman. This time it looks like more of a position 1 Madman, whereas last game it was a position 3, but still being played by their captain there, Yalgar Dix. So same hero, but different role being played. So they definitely like the Madman pickup once again.
Yeah, I think at first glance, I think Hellborn draft looks a bit more conventional. Although I wouldn't say that the Legion draft looks very like unusual. They do have a few heroes that stand out, but I think Soul Reaper is really standard pick currently. I think Pearl is pretty standard. Magnus Humans are also somewhat standard, and I think it's just the Nomad that stands out. But we run in TGT, we ran Nomad a few times as well with like mixed success. So I think the hero definitely has its place. I don't know if it has its place in this game, but it is a hero where I feel like if you look at the Hellborn draft, if the Nomad is able to actually get a few items, he might be able to just like kind of dance a little bit around the Hellborn draft, I feel, to some extent.
No, I agree. I think the key here for him will probably be if he can pick off the supports before they get their ultimates off, like the Kinesis and the Engineer, because those heroes are more or less kind of easier to kill once you get on top of them, like with some burst from something like a Twin Blade. But yeah, for sure, if he's getting caught by like NG Flux combo or like Shatterstorm, I think he just will probably fall over, honestly, because he's a rather squishy agility carry to kind of take that upfront burst threat.
Yeah, I think the Kinesis is going to have a really good game here, considering he's going up against both a Geomancer and a Magnus, so he's going to have a lot of stunts to steal from his opponents. That are all both, I'd say they're both really good stunts for that hero.
Does he ever take the judgment from Soul Reaper and just get some mana items and just go to town healing his team over and over?
I thought about it briefly, but I just feel like he's run out of mana really quickly if you do that. And considering he's position 4, he's not going to have the items to support that kind of play, I feel. So I would say that if he's able to have like a decent start and can get like a Striders and like a PK or something at some point with a Magnus stun, he's going to be like scary to play against the turn of the Nomad, because you can just blink and stun and then just ultimate, and then they can just pile on the stuns afterwards. And it's somewhat limited what the Pearl will be able to do, I feel.
I think Portal Key probably will be quite good for Kinesis if he can get it. Should be position 5 though. Haruki normally playing the 4 there as he's the Engineer.
Yeah. I definitely think that, at least it seems that the Legion team, Gopratan or whatever their name is going to have a better shot at not getting run over early on with this draft. They might be going up against a tri-lane here on the bottom lane with Kinesis, Lodestone, and Engineer, which is going to be really hard to lane against. They are running.
The B-Pro Lodestone tri-lane, this is always very scary to face.
Yeah, and the Lodestone
Soul Reaper is not really the hero that you want to put against that either, because he can't survive it. He has no like escape mechanism whatsoever, but also you want farm on this hero. This is a hero you don't really want to play kind of like sufferish or like from behind, something like a like a Magnus, for example, they have in their team could kind of fit that role.
I
So
honestly
it's
think
interesting.
that they are not really reading the draft or the lanes from the from Pro. I
Buzzer.
think they're probably expecting that it's like a Flux plus Inchi or Kinesis mid lane, and then like Kinesis and Inchi top with the Madman and like Suicide Lowstone. So they're just thinking we can just send the Soul Reaver against the Suicide Lowstone. I'm not sure
Yeah.
how I'm feeling about Magnus dual lane on the middle lane. I kind of would have preferred it was just Magnus solo bottom because I feel like Magnus against Lodestone solo should be okay as well. Granted, he just doesn't stun after Lodestone reaches level 6 because there's been a few incidents of that.
Yeah, we've learned about that interaction. Lodestone players are liking that matchup post level 6.
Yeah.
So can Mag and Geo push out this Flux? Or do they need to, like, does B-Pro need to put one of their... Oh, bottom lane! Not going to be enough for a kill. I don't think Kinesis was in range. He actually got the...
he missed the stun on the Magnus.
The second spell. So he's throwing the... Oh, he did? Okay. The Kinesis was throwing lane creeps into the medium camp to start the lane off to get the lane control. Now he will do a pull.
I do like the fact that they decided to go for a Nomad plus Pearl long lane, just to try to avoid any sort of confrontation. They probably expected... Wait, okay, so they are actually TPing top with the Soul Reaper. So I'm not entirely sure how they're planning to... They're planning to send the Nomad bottom? Oh, this is dangerous to run a...
Wait, why would they...
So they're
I feel like the way
they
they had it was the better of the two options.
Yeah, they willingly decide to run a Nomad plus Pearl into a tri-lane with 3 stuns and very little scaling. That seems very unusual for me. Maybe they kind of thought they were not able to pressure the Madman and he'd be free farming regardless. But I feel like you kind of, to some extent, you want to prioritize the Nomad's farm regardless, or maybe they just want to make sure that Soul Reaper has good games where he can kind of create space for the Nomad to catch up later in the game. But this seems very...
That could be the idea, yeah.
Because sometimes some carries, even if they get good farm early on, they aren't really able to convert that farm into any sort of tempo. So, because they're just going to end up farming regardless. So, it might be worth it just to sacrifice them a little bit. It actually seems like to some degree that the Flock is almost able to sort of zone both the Magnus and the Geomancer mid lane. He's sitting at 7 last hits against Magnus 12 last hits, which is pretty good. I'd say 1 versus 2. But he decided to...
he's just sitting here in the lane. I mean, this should not be allowed to happen. Yeah. Magnus does now have his bottle.
It's also
level 3 around the corner. Bottom lane, Nomad might be dead. Comes out of the invis. He's using everything. It might be a turn kill. No! Hellborn gets the Bloodlust first. No counter kills. I think there was an apple there on the engineer. Meanwhile, mid lane. Did Magnus get pulled into the tower with a slow? He must have stunned in, right?
I think he probably stunned it, and then they probably didn't have the damage or something. I don't know. I feel like you can't lose 1 versus 2, or 2 versus 1 like that. It's really
especially if Nomad has to suffer at this expense.
They're effectively... This is not good. I think the Soul Reaper is going to have a decent time against the Madman on top lane, but...
The Batman should also be able to farm, I would say, probably. He's got 16 lasted so far, compared to the 11 from Soul Reaper.
Yeah, well, I think he was farming more prior to the Soul Reaper showing up in the lane. I think
that's even more concerning, though, right? Because he was 2v1 at the start against the Pearl and the Nomad. Bottom lane, low stun stuns in. Here comes a keg into the Kinesis spells. Turret keeping Nomad in place, can't really go anywhere. He's under a Ward of Revelation as well. And a level 1 Pro heal just ain't gonna cut it against three heroes.
I think they gotta be like second guessing the decision to send the Nomad and the Pearl down up against the tri-lane. So
if anything, I think it should be the Mag and the Geo against the tri-lane, and the Nomad should be free farming in the mid lane. So they tried to kill the Flux here. He's too tanky. He's got bottle sips now. Magnus forced to steam bath, avoids any confrontation from the Kinesis, but he did manage to, I think, grab the dig stun from Geomancer, so he's got dig at least. One of the 2 pretty useful spells, I would say.
Yeah. think, like in hindsight, obviously, I think they probably would have been better off just sending Soul Reaper mid lane, like a dual lane, then run dual top with the Nomad, and then just have Mac Soul bottom. Obviously, they don't really see how the Hellborn side is laning, but this idea with just completely annihilating your Nomad by sending him bottom lane seemed a little bit interesting to say the least. So. Kind of curious where this takes them, but
the thing is, and I know you mentioned about Soul Reaper having a good game to give Nomad space. The Nomad doesn't really recover very fast. He doesn't have a farming mechanic, so he kind of relies on an item like a cleaver. Stun comes in from Lowstone, Engikeg, Geomancer, or not Geomancer. Sorry, Kinesis with the dig stun. He's a pretend Geomancer. Comes in, they clean up Nomad again, and now he's 0-3. But again, I mean, there's just not really much he can do down here.
Yeah, they really got to be kind of picking themselves over the decision to send the Nomad down bottom lane. I can't really stress this enough. It seems like he has no place to be in the bottom lane. He's like a hero with very little ways to deal with 3 stuns, I have to say.
Well, he's a fragile agility carry. He doesn't have any kind of disable to fight or prevent them from going on him as well. Almost got to question the Geomancer continuing to stay mid. I don't know, is it something you feel like he should be the one to start rotating around the map? Nomad dies once again.
I'm not sure what their plan is right now, I gotta say. I'm a bit, because I feel like Magnus is not the hero that can just, even with like a with his like with a good start, he's not the hero that can just go and get kills by himself. Because the hero, like, he can stun and then get an auto attack, and that's about it. So he kind of relies on his teammates to be able to deal some damage as well.
Mag and Geo are both down here. They're gonna try to kill the Lodestone. He actually is alive? No, he dies. Okay. And Soul Reaper dies in the top lane, by the way, to Madman and Flux. Rotated him with a Polarity ultimate, or discharge, sorry. So they do end up at least getting a kill there on the Soul Reaper.
Yeah. I'm not too sure what...
So who will take these stacks the Legion is making? Is it going to be Magnus? He only has level 1 Volcanic Touch. I don't even feel he could actually clean these efficiently.
I don't know.
Most of the gold is going to go to Geomancer as well.
Bottom
lane, Nomad gets stunned up. I don't think they have a reward in this area, but Nomad does not have the Marcher, so he shows out of the invis. Pro is going down. Meanwhile, top lane, Soul Reaper trying to man fight, looks to turn it around. One more auto attack takes him out. Could he actually get a double tap here? Kinesis does dodge it with the judgment, or with the dig stun. Dodges the judgment, and nobody dies in bot lane. Actually, Nomad is fine. There's not any mana on the engineer at the moment.
Quite surprising that they end up.
Soul Reaper will pick up his Ghost Marchers after getting that kill. Lowstone tries to stun in on the Nomad, but ends up missing. Looks like Pro will buy out and die to Newts, so that's fine. We'll say though, I mean, it does have a decently high death timer, but not the worst at level 5.
Yeah, it's really fine. He has no boots, so it'll take him a long time to get back to base from there anyway. So
typically a bit more common to do that at the lower levels, but level 5 is not that bad either. Top lane, dig stun, not going to connect. They thought Madman would maybe commit there on the Soul Reaper. They have a reward though to see in this general acidity if he commits on the Soul Reaper.
And to be fair, they're actually not that far behind on the side of Gobratan. Like, Magnus is sitting at 420 GPM. So obviously, maybe the Flux had too good of a time in the middle lane, but like the Soul Reaper is also sitting at a comfortable 330 GPM, and it's just only the Nomad that's going to be struggling for the.
Could see some action bottom. Supports are in the area. Some maybe looks to engage on the Nomad. He is only level 5, so no edge counter yet. And you did mention about Flux. He is actually the top farmer in the team for Hellborn, and he was going up 1 versus 2 actually in the mid lane. So Dozy's having a great game. Meanwhile, Soul Reaper dies in the top lane. Speaking of Flux, he ports in. Didn't even need to discharge there. There's just too much damage between the Madman and the Flux. using their normal abilities. And I think for me, at least, what makes it feel more concerning, even though it's only a 1900 gold lead, is the fact that the which heroes have the farm.
Yeah. Well, as I said previously, I do think that the Soul Reaper might be able to create some space if he has a decently good early game. I don't think it's like 300 GPM is enough to kind of run away with the game by any means, or to create enough space for the Nomad to actually get back into the game. And I do think that your point with Nomad like not being a hero that recovers particularly fast, especially with the nerf to cleaver, so it's just like it's definitely a kind of a long journey to make his way to that cleaver. It's gonna be
middle lane. Magnus gonna go for the eruption channel. Not gonna matter. Flux takes him out. Engie ports in here, but Legion falls back. They get the kill on the Magnus. That's gonna be a little bit more delay towards his portal key now. Sorber and Madman continue to just go at it up in the top lane. Sorber was in Madman's tower a second ago. But again, he's in a very vulnerable position. One TP up here, and I'm sure Madman probably is calling for it. There it is. You can just kind of sense the positioning and what they want to do here. And one more port in from the Flux. This could be a dead Soul Reaper. Here comes the discharge. Oh, he actually misses the slow. And that might be enough for Soul Reaper to maybe turn this around. Madman very fast though, stalking through. Tries to get the demonic execution off. Soul Reaper, he's in the front lines here. Does get stunned up by the Kinesis. Ends up falling. They take out the Geomancer as well. And they end up overcommitting just a little bit too long. Actually, came in with 4 players. Yep.
In the bottom lane, there was a beautiful bait coming out from Fallen on the Nomad against the Lowstorm. He was basically just kind of trying to bait the Lowstorm into thinking that he was going to be able to like stun forward and kill him with a head smash. But he was sitting with a fully charged power plant and Apple, like he just popped it right before that the Lowstorm like kind of committed, and then afterwards they just kind of chased him down, and Lowstorm started channeling his Shadow Storm, and then kind of right as it popped, the Nomad popped his edge counter just to seal the deal. So that was a pretty nice play from the Lowstone, or sorry, nice. the Nomad.
Did they end up killing the?
Yeah, they actually got the kill on the nice. Lowstone. That, so the Nomad, he was, I think he was down to like 200 HP to kind of be the Lowstone was ready to use.
Oh, Magnus stuns into the Flux, but now Flux is looking to turn it around. Geomancer Crystal Field is avoided. Flux has Energizer and Ghostmar just very fast, able to sidestep that, but it did prevent Magnus from falling. Meanwhile, bot lane, the Pearl ends up sacrificing herself or getting caught and falls.
The Magnus bought first item Elk Bones. I will say I think.
Sorry for now getting slowed up by Flux. Double TPs are coming in from the supporting cast. Tries to turn it around with an ultimate. Not going to do a whole lot. The rotations from B-Pro are just starting to look very, very good the longer this game is going.
It kind of feels like a bit like the Legion side. They're kind of committing a bit too hard to staying on their lanes instead of just trying to, I think, play a bit more around the map than like maybe play around the jungle a little bit on the Soul Reaper, because he's basically just like a kind of walking target on the top lane. They're just repeatedly rotating on him, and he has very little support from his team to prevent him from getting run over. So the Magnus decided to go for first sight some Elk Bones. I think that's the first time I've ever seen a Magnus go Elk Bones in a tournament. So I'm kind of curious how this will play out for him. I do think it might
Energy field is down. NG might just go down here. Magnus goes forward with a stun. This is a Shaman's Headress Lodestone. He's going to channel his Shatter Storm. He actually probably wants to go in here, but no, there's just no way. Not without any TP support. Okay, this is here smoked up with a level 6 ultimate and a Lava Surge ready to go. I don't know if they have TP support on the rest of the supporting cast. Meanwhile, they're going on Soul Reaper, they take him out. This tower is still full health, so they have a lot of time to make a decision here if they want to go. Meanwhile, Legion is diving onto the Lowstone. One TP is coming in. There's the lift from Kinesis, lifting up the Magnus. He will come down. Engineer and Flux are here now, but a nice port out from the Geomancer. Magnus does not have a Lava Surge, he just used it. He might get taken out here. No Steam
It's
Bath as well.
that the Magnus didn't try to like stun up on some hill and maybe try to TP out or something. I know his TP was like almost coming off cooldown, so maybe he could have like TP'd up, you know, by the high ground just near the bottom tower in the tier 2, just try to TP out there. That's like, I feel like that would be the only way that he would actually be able to kind of get out of that situation, but even then it was probably very unlikely that he'd be able to make it.
Yeah, I agree. Madman going for Cleaver this game, so we're not going to see the Dreamcatcher Madman, but more of the hard carry style Madman, I would say.
Yeah, I think that makes kind of sense in this particular game, seeing as they don't really have any like right-click heroes. I guess Flux to some extent is a right-click hero, but he's almost kind of reaching 500 GPM on the Flux as well, so I guess he is also a right-click hero, but I do feel like it makes sense to go for Cleaver here, because you don't really have anyone to clear stacks otherwise. So.
Speaking of stacks, Soul Reaper is working on some double stacks in his own jungle. What do you think will be his first like big item coming up?
The Bracer, maybe?
I was thinking more in like the lines of gnomes or maybe a light brand.
Yeah,
I mean he's got about 1,000 gold, so.
Yeah, I think he's probably going to be working towards the gnomes. I think that makes the most sense here.
Well, Fallen is almost 300 GPM on the Nomads.
Yeah, he kind of climbed his way back from the
some build-up items in the works.
The rough start. He just finishes the gnome. I don't think like 300 GPM is that bad. I know obviously you would kind of be happy with the higher GPM at the 60-minute mark, and the enemy's carry is almost 200 GPM above you, who has already finished his cleaver, and you bought a Mad Threats, and you're not really in a position to get any charges on it for the time being. So.
Glowstone channeling Shatterstorm. He guesses where the Soul Reaper is, ends up missing. The Flux pull, that would have stopped the TP, but obviously they did not know. Credit to the Soul Reaper for TPing out at the right time. But yeah, I mean, all things considered, I don't think Nomad's having that bad of a GPM, considering the situation he was put into. Engineer Field was down, he did end up falling. Meanwhile, Geomancer tries to get some return kills, ends up falling as well. Crystal Field missed. Magma's forced to stun down the cliff, but now he's in a lot of trouble as he meets tons of enemies in the river. And he will also fall, so that's 2 deaths for Hellborn, or 2 deaths for Legion, 1 death for Hellborn. And meanwhile, they're pushing the top lane.
What do you think about the outbones on the Magnus? Do you think you should have gone straight for PK, or do you think he needs to go a bit more greedier out with the outbones?
Well, hold that thought, because big fight coming out in top lane. Pearl will probably fall here, just going to try to juke for as long as she can. They took out Nomad with the Flux Pull combo with the team support there. I think that was also a Kinesis lift. They ended up getting 2 more kills. But the Magnus outbones probably not what they were needing this game.
Yeah, I think I'm kind of with you there. I feel like if you want to go outbones, you probably. I do think sometimes PK Parasites and Magnus can be a little bit awkward because you blink in and you don't really have the damage. So I can understand where it's coming from, but at the same time, they're also not really in a position to play overly careful and to sit back. Someone needs to be doing something on the map, otherwise they're just not really going to be able to stay in this game, I feel.
I think even though the Magnus was given priority farm early, I think he needed to use it to make space for the supporting cast to come back into the game. As we have a stun initiation here on the Nomad, he's very low, gets healed up from the Pearl, and he will be fine for now. Good turn, counters, they take out the Engineer, Shadowstorm about to explode. Will Nomad actually fall here? Edge counter comes out, he's still staying alive! He is going to fall at the end there. It is a hat trick coming out for Soul Reaper. Don't think it'll be a quad kill, but he's pursuing forward 4 with team support behind him. Tablet forward. Probably didn't mean to, probably meant to go over the cliff, missed that one. As Yagardik comes in, gets a counter hat trick, so Hellborn overextended there. Or sorry, Legion overextended for sure. As they did start that fight off really well, but did not cut their losses when they could have. Quad kill comes out for Madman, who has an Elder Parasite picked up. And now another 2,000 gold, but there's the concede vote coming out, Fog. Game number 2 is in the books, and that will also mean the series does come to a conclusion. B-Pro taking this one 2-0. I think both games in under 20 minutes, so very dominant fashion once again here in game number 2. Final thoughts, not only on this one, but also on the series?
I mean, to be fair, Pro is kind of a long-standing team, so they definitely came in as the underdogs on the side of GoProton. The series was maybe slightly faster than I had expected. Actually, I thought this game would go a bit longer, but I think mainly due to the fact that how they decide to lane and how they're kind of adamant on staying on their particular lanes rather than like rotating out of the bad situations. I think the game kind of ended up spiraling out of control a bit faster than maybe it should have. So.
Okay. Yeah, I definitely agree with you there. All right, so that one will wrap up this series, and I believe so B-Pro will be moving on to the winner bracket finals. We have our second winner bracket semifinals, which will follow this one, which will be VC Tracks versus Post-Haste Gaming. That one is scheduled to start, I believe, in 15 minutes. So hopefully we will not be on too long of a break, but yeah, we will go to a break now until that one is ready to start. So we'll see you all when the second semifinals match will begin.
Alright, welcome back for another game here. We're gonna have VC Tracks versus Post Haste Gaming. And my name is Dosse. We're gonna have the guest of Fa here casting with me here. How are you doing, Fa?
I'm great. I just finished casting the other series with Beans, just ready for another series. Hopefully, it's going to be a great one. How are you doing, Doze, my man?
I'm doing good, man. It's Saturday. We're playing some HoN. We're watching some HoN. We're doing some good plays. We're doing some bad plays. It's all fine, man.
Yeah, that sounds great. All right,
Oh.
we'll just right out of the gate. We have Monarch, Nymphora. What's the last one coming up? Well, Monarch, Nymphora from Legion, and Bushwick Flux. So pretty standard bands, I'd say. Anything that stands out for you?
I mean, not to really stand out. I think this is a common pattern, like it's starting to happen. Like Bushwhack or Flux is the like two of the most picked heroes, I think, right now. If you got first pick, you either pick Bushwhack and Flux, and if you're second pick, you ban them basically, almost.
Yeah, that's kind of how the synergy, or not synergy, how the
So those two bans always go when you're second pick.
Yeah, we have a scrap band coming out as well. That's not unusual, I'd say. It's still a very strong hero, but it's maybe not one of the first heroes that banned, but it makes sense. First pick the Minute Shaman coming out. What do you think is the idea behind this?
The Method is a good hero. It's just it works offensive and defensive.
Yeah, definitely, and it also plays really well into this healer meta we have kind of currently. I'd say it's not like a full healer meta, but I definitely feel like if you pick enough heal heroes, it can be really hard to play against. If you pair like the Minute with some of the heroes like a Soul Reaver or something, it's just really hard to play against in general.
I agree with you. And the good thing about the Mantid is that I don't think a lot of people think about it, but it's always physical damage instead of medical. So you always have the like mix of damage. You're probably gonna have a medical hero with you, so you're gonna be like both medical and physical. So you just buying like a Westman won't really save you that much against the Mantid.
Yeah, that's true. We have a response from the side of Post Haste Gaming with a Magnus Engineer. So I think that's kind of standard stuff coming out from what you got. He really likes those two heroes. They're really good together in lane. Apply a lot of pressure.
But I'm
just really easy to play together with the Magnus setup stuff with Engineer. So
I think it's one of the most strongest lane in in HoN right now, right?
Yeah, I definitely agree. It's definitely up there when it comes to also just how easy it is to you're always gonna have like a somewhat good lane. Like it doesn't really require that much practice to execute this lane, I'd say. So
they
are.
Who do you think is gonna be the last pick here? We see the Method and Munra.
That's a good question. I think they can they can pick a lot of heroes here because I don't think they like necessarily have to pick like a position 3 or carry or something here. So they can either just decide to pick like Django's hero. I assume it's Django playing position 3, so they could pick like a. That's actually I'm not entirely sure what they're gonna pick here. So I'm actually a bit unsure here if they're gonna go with something like a Self-Force or if they're gonna just pick a Soul Reaper. Actually, I would like the Soul Reaper here. I think. Because then they can ban the Self-Force in the next phase. They decide to go for the Torture pick. Yeah.
That's a bulky hero. He's not gonna swap. He's not gonna swap that Torture. We're gonna see a Plague Rider from the first ban and then Ophelia after the Plague Rider. That's common sense, right?
Yeah, that makes sense. I think I feel like to some degree maybe what we got maybe should have waited with banning the Plague Rider until like the third ban or something. No, so it's maybe not so like obvious.
Yep.
Because but I think they recognize that Ophelia might be here, that they could have a challenging time to deal with. So it makes quite good sense that they decide to ban Ophelia here. I think that the side of Post Haste Gaming, they need some kind of carry. I assume it's Luis playing the carry for their team, so they probably want to play something like a Sapphire or a Calamity or a Master of Arms or something of this nature, because that's usually the type of heroes they play. So I wouldn't be surprised if they decided to pick some kind of frontline hero that can defend the backline carry, something like a Self-Force or a Jarasaya on the side of Post Haste Gaming, and then pair it up with a Calamity or Sapphire to like backline. think the Ra here is also really strong. I think the Ra is just like a fantastic hero currently. It kind of surprised me by a little bit because I didn't really value the hero that much, but just kind of after like losing to that hero quite a few times, I just kind of start to realize that it's just the hero is just generally ends up having a lot of impact because he's not the hero you want to kind of invest too much time into shutting down. But I still feel like if you just like leave him alone and he farms like a Shaman's Helm, then you have a really hard time killing him throughout the game, and then you can like work towards a muck, and suddenly he's just sitting on like 500 plus GPM, and he actually poses like a serious threat. So.
Yeah, especially after the Nullifier nerf.
Yeah.
I think the Nullifier nerf really helped him a lot because like
Yeah, I agree.
99% of the games you always bought Nullifier, and it's a direct counter to Amun-Ra.
Yeah, his ultimate it definitely fucks his sorry. It definitely messes with his ultimate's power, but I will say though that also there's a lot of subtle changes that has made Amun-Ra better. The Nullifier being nerfed, the protective charm definitely helps him because it's like an early item you can buy that makes him stronger early on. The Muck getting buffed with the evasion because it's a hero item you kind of want to buy in this hero, and I feel like the 15% evasion is pretty strong actually on this hero because you don't really buy evasion otherwise. And also the Helm building into Oblivion Hammer in the late game, so he just has a lot of like things that just kind of work well for him.
Yeah.
So yeah.
We see the Malman and Gladiator as the final bans.
So we actually have a Soul Reaper Pearl coming out here.
I feel like Soul Reaper should be good against Amun-Ra, right? Because like you stack up so much health on the Amun-Ra, and your W removes 1% of your HP per second.
Yeah.
It's gonna be quite a lot. Like when he has 3k, that's what is it, like 300 damage per second or something? No.
Yeah, I think it also just generally comes down to the fact that when you're playing against an Amun-Ra, you need to have a hero that has really good sustain, because I feel like Amun-Ra is a hero that excels against heroes that have very little sustain. If he has like a support with him where they can kind of continuously just harass you and you don't have any way to like stay at high HP, Amun-Ra just kind of has like an infinite amount of mana from his Path of Destruction to harass you with, so Soul Reaper kind of can sort of alleviate a little bit of this pressure by just constantly healing up with Judgment and then like recovering his mana with his Inhuman Nature. So yeah, I will say it's a pretty sensible pick in this particular game. Right.
So what do you think are gonna be the last pick here on Hellborn's side?
Jeremiah. One second, I took off.
That could be a viable pick, I would think. I see that he's shadow picking the Hag, but I don't see Hag fitting in really here.
No, I think
they need some physical, right? There are a lot of medical right now.
Yeah, they probably need some hero. They could actually go with a lot of different heroes. They could actually just go with something like Calamity, even or Corrupted Disciple, or they decide to go with the Hag here. I'm not sure I like necessarily love the Hag here. I feel like I mean, Hag is always good, and they do not have that many disables on the side of Legion. They do have a Devour, which is somewhat annoying to play against as a Hag.
Yeah, I would rather see like some really like beefy guy here.
I'm actually predicting that it's going to be Devour top with Torture, and then Amun-Ra Demented bot, and then like Hellbringer mid lane or something like this. And then they're going to lane the Hag mid against the Hellbringer, and they're going to run the Soul Reaper top with the Pearl, and they're going to run Magnus Engineer at long lane. Yeah, that's these lanes work somewhat obvious. So
Torch is gonna ward the top rune, or what are we gonna call it, and Pearl is gonna run for the lane ward here.
Okay.
He puts it pretty far up, don't you think?
Which one?
The Pearl one, the Ross. He placed it a little bit above the lane, I would say, that you normally do. I kind of like it because then it's hard to predict where he's gonna counter ward it from.
You meant like you said they put it further down?
Towards the Legion Tower.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think like if you put it a bit too far down, it's very usual for good supports or just supports in general to put a red ward in that area. And this ward still gives you kind of the vision you want to have, because I definitely feel like you want to be able to know exactly where your opponents are positioned when they start pulling. And also against like something like a Devour, it's kind of sort of crucial to know if he's sitting in the trees, like ready to hook you. So I think the ward just makes laning a lot better. And the side of, I suppose, the long lane, they are very kind of interested in knowing if the hack or any other hero for that matter decides to start making rotations towards the top lane, because they are pretty far from home when they're on the long lane. So I think warding for rotation rather than warding for the lane is pretty smart in general when you're on the long lane.
Mm-hmm.
So you can actually walk back if it's like the mid laner starts rotating towards your lane. Yeah.
Do you think?
Who do you think is favored on the long lane, on the top lane here?
I think it's hard to know. I think if Devil gets a really good hook, like early level 2 or even level 1, I think they have the upper hand. But I think if they play with passive, I think that Solarpick gonna get like level 3 and it's gonna be like quite hard to kill.
You actually got no Samus on the side of Torture. Is that the... Well, that's a really good stun into Hook here? Yeah. Is it a first blood coming out? Or no, I think he's fine, probably.
I think he's fine. Volk is looking a bit at the danger though.
Oh, they are actually doing a lot of return pressure here. I think these early sort of skirmishes before this...
So we got you out there, we're gonna see our first blood here on the Bandit Shaman. And he's gonna get stunned.
Oh no, he missed the
gig! Oh. That's so unfortunate. I don't think he saw that Magnus had the stun, so he tossed it at the same time as Magnus.
Well, yeah, I think that's what happened. But the Magnus did stun before he used his keg. But I think maybe the reaction was a bit late from the engineer. But they still managed to get both kills, so it's still a pretty decent lane.
I think it was okay because the Angie was like no mana, no HP. I think you rather die there and then buying sustain.
Yeah, I think you're right.
He's back on the lane with full HP, full mana. Now they can go again.
He decides to go for a Soul Trap here, his first item. What do you think about that? Do you think that's... it definitely helps him to kind of get the extra damage they need to kill heroes. So I don't hate it necessarily. I don't think it's necessarily the only route, like, line of play you can go, but I'm not, like, hating this item choice. So.
I think you rather want boots here. Because of the Demented, and also Amura, you just want to run away from them, right?
Yeah, perhaps. Yeah, I think like it's really hard to dodge this one, at least if you have no boots. But at the same time, with the Soul Trap, they really can just kill people from full HP, honestly. So they kind of need that extra damage against Demented with his healing wave and Unbreakable. I'm kind of curious to see how it works out. It's quite unusual, but it might be something that kind of catches them off guard, I think.
And meanwhile, in mid, we're gonna see a 10-2 crit kills for the Hellbringer, and 13-4 for the Hag. So he's pretty fair, I would say. Hag has a small upper hand, but yeah, I think that's how it should be. I think Hag has a little bit easier to less it, right?
So the Hag decided to go for Haunt at level 1, as opposed to just skilling his Sonic Scream at level 1 and 3. Do you think it's like it's like useful in this particular lane to go for the Haunt here? Or?
Nah, I would rather just consider the blink. I don't think you really need the Q here.
Yeah, I agree. I don't think the Haunt is something you can actually get a lot of value out of here, because you're not the aggressor against the Hellbringer. I feel like Hellbringer is always going to have the damage advantage against you with his demonic wave spam. So I think you're better off just trying to harass while trading CS with your Sonic. Oh, he actually jumps forward here for an aggressive play here. This might actually end up costing him if the Hellbringer can actually harass him and line up a demonic wave here. Oh, you have a little... Okay, actually... I feel like
I think that's fine. Yes,
okay.
Yeah, that's fine.
Sorry. I'm not sure. I'm not sure I understood that line of play though, because then he puts himself in like a line of danger now. He has no way to... He needs basically to sit back for the next 15 seconds because he went for this play.
He's not gonna get bot rune as well. I think he's gonna go back to home here.
They're both running for the bot rune, and the torturers came at the top rune. So
yeah.
Oh, they killed the. Do you think he could have killed him if he was patient at Hellbringer to like wait for him to? Maybe it was a bit of a risk to sit on the high ground and wait for him to show and just to use your. I think he's kind of okay as well with the Hag having to run all the way back to base. Well, he can just sit and chill here.
Because now, Janko, I mean Hellbringer, he's gonna be close to 6. When Hellbringer gets 6, I think Hag, Like Hellbringer needs to misplay a lot for him to kill him. Like I think Kevin touched Hellbringer when I ulted up.
But I still think it might be challenging for the Hellbringer to kill the Hag even with his ultimate, because I feel like as long as Hag is playing somewhat cautiously, as soon as the Hellbringer drops his ulti, you just blink you blink the way out of there.
Yeah, but also the thing is when I usually play Hellbringer against like a Hag, for example, you use your spells, you run up to the Hag. If you stand on top of him, you're gonna have the range to ulti like when he TPs away. So if you properly position yourself, you're gonna. Oh, we're gonna see top lane here though. We're gonna see Dev getting low. He's gonna hook the Soul Reaper into the tower. Are they gonna get a kill here? Vulca is a bit of a danger. He's gonna use the Q on Soul Reaper here.
Oh, that was a really. We might actually end up getting both kills here on the side of Legion here. That was a really good turnaround. That almost seemed like it was going really south for the side of Vitrax, but they actually managed to net a double kill from this kill transaction. So that was a nice stun coming out from Vulca there, which landed them a double kill. We have a turnaround on the bottom lane coming up from the Amon-Ra after being engaged on.
We're gonna see if Tortures is TPing bot here. He's gonna try to find a kill here. Oh, did they see him walk there? They did it, right? Yeah, they did.
I'm not sure. They probably know, since the Devour is sitting by himself top, that there's some danger looming. They don't have any wards to scout him out, so...
Ramos might be in the trouble here. He's gonna go for the rune. He's gonna get a DD.
I think he's gonna go get it. He's just gonna take it and run off. That makes pretty good sense.
You run into
the Torture here.
Oh,
I'm not sure that... he has boots. The Torture has no boots. He'll be fine. That was actually good then.
Yeah, but I got cancelled the HP pot and a mana pot, so now I use the power supply, I guess. Devo is gonna sit mid with the rot though. He's gonna try to get that hook on the Hag here.
Oh, do you think he's gonna be able to land it? I have a feeling he's gonna get it. Oh, he didn't.
Oh no! Why don't they ulti on Hellbringer and then hook? It's just a free ulti, right?
Yeah. Well, but there's also one thing you have to keep in mind is that Sigma, he actually likes generally to skill his decay a lot when he's playing Devour, and with the nerf to the hook, his hook has a very short range.
I see that now.
His hook is only currently at a 1,000 range, which is makes it pretty challenging to land a hook.
We went at bot lane. They went on the Torture, but they're just gonna play a bit passive. Hag is gonna come here near. They're gonna set up here. Are they gonna go on the Amon-Ra, or who are they gonna? Yeah, they are. Hag ulti here and Solar Scream. They're gonna hit both. That's a really good cake, and they're gonna kill the Torture. They're not gonna go for the Amon-Ra. They see the TPs. Oh, he missed the hook!
Oh, they might turn around on him here. Oh, here comes a big Hellbringer ultimate into the Devour ulti that gets cancelled. Tango stuns in. Goes down to the Rut. The turret can't save him.
And meanwhile, Solar Priest is farming top. Like that's when these fights happen, they were playing 4 vs 5 bot basically, and they come out equally, but at the same time, the Solar Priest is farming top.
Yeah. So in these types of situations where the game kind of not doesn't stale necessarily, but where it's like they're just trading back and forth, who do you think favors from this in the long run? Like when it comes down to like in the later stages of the game, who's we have the Devour again coming out here. You missed the hook.
I would like to say that the Legion has a bit of an upper hand because of the Malphas. They have a Amon-Ra who gets stronger. They also have the hook, which is like. The hook can always change a game. You hit one hook and you change the entire game almost sometimes.
Yeah. So I can see the Ra actually starting to skill his Q more than his Ashes to Ashes. Isn't that quite unusual?
I don't think it's anymore because you get the same HP rig from both spells. You just get more damage when you spec Q. And I don't think he's looking for sustained damage. I think he's looking for the burst damage.
I'm talking about... Okay, fair enough. Sorry, you're right. That makes sense. Okay. But you get more health from the Ashes to Ashes.
Yeah, you're actually right. I thought it was the same. It is the same though, right?
Oh wait, I didn't even know that your paths are just actually give you HP regen. Sorry, I'm just wait. All 3 spells give you HP regen?
Yeah. So what it used to be is that it was only HP reg on the E, but they changed it to like it's same on all spells.
I had no idea about this.
Oh really? Okay,
yeah.
I think they did that in chat of HoN, I think.
Yeah, it's probably a long time ago. I had no idea that this was the case. That just shows how little I know about this hero. I mean, I knew that he had HP regen on his Ashes to Ashes at one point, but okay. Now he just has his HP regen on all 3 spells. That makes sense. Okay, so I guess there's no reason not to skill his Path of Destruction now.
Yeah, I think maxing the Q is the way to go if you need the burst, right? If you need some sort of sustained damage, I think the E is the way to go because you get more damage the more you like man up.
Yeah, and I think also if you're like jungling, I mean, to be fair, there, like,
here. That was gonna get jumped here. Oh, they're gonna ult on the Devourer. He's gonna die.
Can you get another kill here on the Torture?
I don't think
they're gonna
go back. They
might have been able to if the hack decided to proceed with it, but I think Torture probably could have just turned around and stunned him.
Invis,
I think it's fine not to.
bot here.
I think it's fine not to try to pursue that kill and just defend your mid tower. So, hack is.
Okay, so what items would you see on the Soul Reaper and the Hag? Oh, meanwhile the top laner diving the Torture here. They're gonna put a lot of pressure on the tower. They're gonna TP in from the Legion 2 players. Are they gonna hit the hook here? They hit the Malphite ulti. Oh, and they're spreading out. They're not gonna get anyone. Oh, that's so unfortunate for the Legion. And he hooks a creep.
I will say though, I mean, I do agree that obviously the Decay has kind of more sustained damage potential, but it does feel like sometimes they're being a bit limited by the fact that Devour's opting to not level his ultimate, not ultimate, sorry, his hook a whole lot. So he's kind of struggling in the range department a little bit. He's going for gank here on the hack mid. He actually is able to connect his hook and gets a smoke kill on the hack here, and that's really nice.
Yeah, this is the power of the war, man. You just kill people, regardless. If you have a bad game or a good game, you kill people.
Yeah, especially if you and you know, even like it wasn't even like a very clear angle. He just kind of knew how the hook sometimes can sort of how the heroes have like a larger kind of how to say some.
Another bot lane here. Oh, they were going for the Torture, but they decided to go back.
Sorry, I was about to say that the heroes have like a larger hitbox, so sometimes you can land a hook on a hero around creeps essentially. So
sorry to cut it off again, but they're gonna go on Torture. They're not gonna get the kill because of the K from the Demented. Yeah, they're just gonna get 2 kills here for nothing because of the decay. The Demented, you try to go on with a Demented, and they're just the enemies are
in big trouble, or he was able to juke the Soul Reaper. Very nicely played by Yango there, actually escaping death.
Even he escaped death and he got a tower.
Yeah, that was a bit unfortunate that the Soul Reaper wasn't able to connect with the kill there. It can be really challenging when the person is running around the trees just to make sure that you always kind of decide, or you know, choosing the correct route as the other players choosing. So they're not that like they're 2,000. We have a Soul Reaper smoked up, ready to set up a mid fight here. Ra is just chilling up to 430 GPM. I feel like this Ra is gonna have a pretty good game soon. If he can finish off, like I think he's going farming towards his shamans now. The jungle is, you know, he's finishing his helm or shamans. Oh, he already has the shaman. Sorry. And he's working towards his helm. Okay, and he's gonna clear a triple stack here. Yeah, he's gonna have a really good game once he finishes his helm and can start working towards his monk. Then he's gonna be a pretty big issue for the side of Hellborn. Looking at the engineer, he's sitting at a comfortable 350 GPM, so he's actually having a decent game as well, all things considered. So some of it is invested into the Soul Trap, which has currently 0 charges. The Devour's trying to gank the mid again with a smoke. He's gonna try to go for a hook here. He hooks the Malphite's back, trying to prevent this Malphite from dying. I think that's a really...
Yeah, he saved the Malphite. It gives him 100 gold, so that's a really good hook.
Yeah. You have to consider that Malphite, I think it's a reference to... It does seem like it's a reference to the... What are they called in Lord of the Rings? Sorry, there's a... The Torture is being initiated by the Soul Reaper top lane. What are the big fiery guys in Lord of the Rings called?
Balrog.
Balrog. I do feel like it kind of resembles a Balrog, and they're pretty scary things. So I feel like they realize that they have to make sure that this Balrog doesn't die. So and now he's rotating into the jungle with it. So this Balrog will get out to bring vengeance down in this Aintor camp. So
meanwhile, they're gonna get a bot tower here on the Legion. Now we're seeing a almost a 5k lead from the Legion side.
Yeah, and the 500 GPM helped the Amon Ra. I don't think they're gonna be able to kill this Ra in a long while. So
yeah, but also I don't think you underestimate the Soul Reaper. I think actually Soul Reaper is a really good hero against Amon Ra.
I do agree with you, but he's currently only at 400 GPM, so I'm not sure he's equipped to deal with a Ra that's gonna be coming out with a muck in 6 minutes or so.
Maybe 6. Yeah,
maybe he's at 1100 gold, so he needs. How much does he need? It's like how much does it cost? He needs 3,700 gold.
Oh.
Yeah. Maybe it's confused with 6 minutes.
Or if you watch at mid lane here, you see a lot of rewards. See 4 rewards from the Hellborn side. Trying to get that reward, but they are not.
Maybe 6 minutes is not so unreasonable. Yeah. Starting with basic math.
What do you want to see with Soul Reaper? What item would you want to see here?
Soul Reaper. Well, I feel like it's really normal to buy gnomes on Soul Reaper in general because it just works really well for the hero. You need you kind of want to build your investments into something. So even though you already bought an Energizer, it might be a little late, but I still think you always have to buy gnomes on this hero. I don't know if Heck might be the one buying it. They're looking to defend their mid tower right now. And I feel like the side of Legion have so much power right now. Oh, they're actually gonna initiate on the Torture here, and he's gonna not go down because he's being healed. Oh, we have a big Heck ultimate coming out.
Oh, that's a really good Magnus ulti. Amura's gonna go completely alone here.
The Devourer is coming with smoke from top lane. He's gonna try to go for a hook. He misses the hook. And the Amon Ra goes down as well. That's a big 4-0 exchange here coming out from the side of Post Haste Gaming, bringing them right back into this game.
That was really good. I don't know if he catched that, but Magnus went on the Hellbringer Demanded in the background and used stunned ulti.
Yeah, I saw that was insane eruption coming out there.
Yeah.
Combined with the Hag ulti. And even though they aren't like 1,000 gold behind, you have to consider the fact that they still have to clear the tower bottom lane and the tower middle lane. So in terms of net worth, I'd say, they are. The game is quite even, more or less. that's another way to say it.
Yeah, but also, I think sorry, yeah.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I said that Devil wasn't really there. I think that was just a bad team fight for the Legion. If Devil was there, I think the fight might have looked a bit different.
Yeah. He just showed up a little bit too late. Maybe they had some miscommunication as to if they're going to fight or not. I felt like it really seemed like they were really eager to fight with Torture being so up far front. So, so the Hag chose to go for the gnomes here, meaning that it probably wouldn't be sensible for the Soul Reaper to go for gnomes as well. So he just went straight for Lightbrand. I assume that he's going to go for a Grimoire. That seems the most reasonable to me. I do know that people like Dawnbringer as well, but I think you probably personally, I think I would much rather like a Grimoire here, but that's just me.
I think Grimoire is good, but I don't think you go Grimoire instantly. I would rather see a barrier here.
I
would rather see some team fighting, because when he has Grimoire, he's not going to be that much stronger, I don't think.
I think Grimoire's insane with this hero, especially. I don't think he can go Dawnbringer because he already bought like a lot of moon speed, and I think I don't know. I would be fine with Grimoire here. That's just me personally.
Yeah, I hope he goes Grimoire, but I don't think he goes Grimoire instantly. I think he's going to go the
Shrunken maybe.
Barrier. I would rather see.
Okay. Barrier. Yeah, perhaps. I do. Yeah, Barrier might be a good option here. I do think he's going to finish the Grimoire, but yeah, maybe you're right. The Barrier might be the better call here. Just to kind of try to. Oh, they're actually committing to this Ra, even though he's ultimate up. No, he doesn't. He does have ultimate up. Okay. It's a little bit interesting when they decided to commit to this Ra. Wait, they might actually be able to turn around.
Yeah.
Are they though? Because even though he's.
But look at the damage from W. He's not healing at all on the Amon Ra because of the Soul Reaper W.
Yeah, but they're still not able to
they are not
catch him because he's just running around the corner, and they are being dove on the bottom lane by the Devourer lands a big hook and gets the Pearl. Now the Engineer is trying to compensate by jumping in. Is this gonna? No, he looks to be okay at the end. Unless the Devourer who's smoked up will be able to connect yet another hook. Will he be able to connect a hook here? And
Oh no, the keg.
creep. Yeah, that was
He kegged the creep. That looks
okay,
funny.
TV's out. Okay, so Soul Reaper.
We gotta see how Magnus gonna get the PK here. Do you think he's gonna go for the Alchemist Bones? We saw that the earlier game, right?
I will let out a small truck. No, it doesn't work. If he goes for an Alcons here. So
Yeah, I think that's gonna be a PK, man. I think I'm pretty sure.
yeah.
Yeah, I think the game is gonna be a bit more calm now since Legion can't really play that active as they thought they could. It's I think it's now it's 8 minutes after we said it because it was like 13 minutes, 7 minutes then. So and he's not really that close to his mock still.
That death on the middle link definitely slowed down his farm. He went from being 500 GPM at the 15-minute mark suddenly to being 470. So instead of accelerating his farm, it just kind of slowed down. Yep. And the Soul Reaper just completely ignored my words and decided to go for a Searing Light, meaning that he's probably going to work towards a Dawnbringer, which I don't hate it because I actually do think Dawnbringer on Soul Reaper is really good. If you have complete free farm in this hero, I think Dawnbringer is insanely powerful in this hero.
Yeah, but also they give more reduced cooldown reduction. It's so
really good.
Yeah, it's good.
It's also it's really good.
It is.
The Hellbringer finished his staff, and he's gonna start working towards a Restoration Stone. Would be my guess. He's farming a comfortable 460 GPM with actually pretty good GPM considering he has a 0-1-2 score.
I think the Legion thinks that the Hellborn is on the mind. Yeah, I mean the ultimate bot they're smoking into the Conquer pit here, right? They're going.
They do have a ward on the top lane that didn't track anyone, but no, it doesn't seem like they're running into they're gonna find the over here.
He misses the hook. He misses the hook and ulti.
And will get his ultimate off. The Devourer is almost dead. Here comes the Engineer. Here comes a big Hellbringer ultimate. Things are flying everywhere. Magnus form is stunned. A big 3-man kick. And Soul Reaper is chasing down the Devourer. Devourer is gonna go down. And they're cleaning up the support heroes on the back line. And the two Balrogs are chasing down the Hag. Hag blinks up. Magnus blinks in. And the Demented Shaman is almost about to go down. The Balrogs are hiding in the corner. Rigid Hag is going up against the Hellbringer, who goes down as well. Picks up a Haze Rune.
Well, it's happening things all over the place, so we're having an active game here. Well, it's happening like in the jungle, in the mid, like in the so many fights everywhere, man. And now the game it's almost equal in the gold right now. But I think that the Hellborn has an upper hand. Like you said, the Legion got more towers, so like they have more gold on the map. They can bring.
I honestly think, like, obviously it makes sense, but I think it does start to feel like Hellborn will be more fitted to go into the late game here. Because the Hag is almost finishing his Grimoire, which is like such a big power spike for that hero. The Soul Reaper is either going to finish as Dawnbringer or just go straight for Shrunken here. The Ra is going to have the Muck, but I don't feel like that's going to have such a big impact when you're going to be up against such a spellcaster heavy lineup. Anymore. Like, he's not gonna be like that scary. I feel like they're maybe overly forcing that fight. I was a little bit caught off guard by that.
I think he's.
You guys just said
that. so friendly banter here, man.
Well, he's getting a lot of runes here.
You think we're gonna see a BKB on the Soul Reaper? He bought a Warhammer. Yeah, that's a BKB on the Soul Reaper. Yeah,
they're gonna work towards the Concord here. He smokes up on the Engineer. I suppose he wants to.
He wants to ruin, man.
Why did he smoke up for that? I thought he was maybe gonna go place a ward or something.
Yeah, but also he got like 70 gold from the rune, so maybe it's almost worth it. Now we got two runes for it, man.
But did he need to smoke to take the rune though? I suppose maybe it would be a little bit of extra protection so he wouldn't get killed as he went there. So it seems like the Legion side, they are either careless or unaware that the Hellborn team is doing the big monkey. So
Gondor has been slain.
Yeah.
So the gold lead has completely equalized. We're down to a 24 gold lead,
Yeah.
meaning that
I also think that Angie got his last piece for the staff, or does he need another piece? I think he might need a 700 gold and then got the staff.
I think tells me he needs a bit more because he also has a tablet. So I think he needs like one item more. Would be my guess.
Yeah.
I think he needs one more piece. Would be my.
Yeah. And they're gonna get
dollars. So I think
in
once the Soul Reaper finishes his Dawnbringer and has a Shrunken, it's going to be really difficult for the Hellborn team to fight up against the Hellborn team because they are primarily felt magic damage from BC attacks, and the Shrunken is kind of fully negate that for the 7 seconds that is active. So
he sold his Westment for the BKB. Don't you think he should have sold the Chalice instead of the... Like, does he even need a Chalice at this point as a Soul Reaper? Your E gives you so much mana.
Yeah, maybe I would have just sold it. Yeah, Chalice, probably I would have sold the Power Supply or the Chalice.
I still feel like they should buy Barrier. That would make that Engineer, Magus, and Pearl, they don't really just die. Like, they can be in the fight. Like, Angie surviving is really good because of the Mine, the Turret, the Keg, also the Magmas and the Pearl.
I like the Shrunken a bit more personally because I feel like Soul Reaper's role at the end of the day is to be a carry, and I feel like he needs Shrunken so he can like... in my opinion, he shouldn't necessarily play that much first team. Sorry, a second. Sorry, he should play for his team rather than for himself rather than his team. So
yeah, but I mean, yeah, the BKB, 100%. But I think he should have sold the Chalice, bought the BKB, and then proceed to buy the Barrier after that.
Don't you think that's a bit overkill with like double? Maybe it's not. I just feel like if he just tanks up, like finishes his Dawnbringer, maybe buys like a.
The Devil here in this, they're gonna jump. It's like Magma Sun and like Cake. Oh, the tablet from the mix. He's gonna survive here, right? Oh, he gets a hook on the engine.
He's gonna. Oh, the engine's gonna go down, and the Hag is dying. Hag fully.
Oh, the Hunt.
Ultimate. We have a 3-man stomp from the Magnus into a big judgment from the Soul Reaper and an ultimate. They're all going down. The Diminished Shaman is trying to hide. He's running into the Ra just killed a hero and ran off. The Diminished Shaman is currently escaping from the Soul Reaper.
Again on Devil. He's saving the
Devour bot back as far as I know.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the Ra went down to the Hag as well. All in all, it seems like it was the side of Hellborn that benefited more from this fight. And it's kind of just been like a continuous thing where they just seem to be winning the team fights every single time. So, like, whenever the side of Legion are not fighting and just kind of going for pickoffs, it seems that they're doing better. But every time they've been forcing these team fights, it's just been going in the way of the side of post-haste gaming. So.
Yeah, but I think also that, like, this is what we talk about, like Hag. I think Hag and Soul Reaper, they are like really strong in team fights.
Yeah.
Like, they have so much AoE. Like the Hag hit. I don't think he hit all 5, but he surely hit 4 at least, and he got full HP.
It just shows the power of Grimoire, that hero. How, as I said, it's such a big power spike in that hero, and it's also like the side of Legion. They don't really have that many continuous stuns. Like they do have a few, but they also have like how do I say it, preservation, the bubble from the Pearl that can kind of save the Hag from the initial burst, and then if she's able to get off her ultimate with the Grimoire activated, she's and hits like 2 or 3 heroes, like she's just right back to full HP. And then I think the side of Hellborn, they just win the game of attrition here with their like the longer the fight goes, I feel like they're just in the driver's seat by far, because once the effect of the Malphas kind of wears off, and they don't really have that much afterwards. I feel they don't have like high burst or continuous damage on the side of Legion. Like Ra sure has a muck, but he's not like a humongous right clicker. He's mostly a hero that just kind of burns his opponents. You know what I mean?
Yeah, so. I know what you mean. I know. We're gonna see the Dawnbringer gonna get finished on the Soul Reaper, and we also see that Hag is gonna buy the BKB. So I think the Hellborn, they just wanna go in now. They want in. They want blood. They want death. They want the Legion to suffer.
I like the Dawnbringer here because I kind of noticed that the Soul Reaper is kind of getting kited quite a bit in the fights. Like the support's always is running away from him, even though he's like running at the speed of type 20 moon speed. So
you tell me you're wrong?
Yeah, I'll retract my words. I think I mean I don't think the Grimoire would have been bad, but I think like just how to say I think it's fine for him to finish his Searing Light to finish the Dawnbringer. I'm considering what his next item should be, and I'm kind of almost thinking that a heart wouldn't be too bad here. Like if he gets a heart here, who can really kill him on the side of Legion?
Yeah, he just needs to survive the burst, because I mean,
Yeah, exactly.
the damage from the Soul Reaper is the W in my eyes.
Yeah. No, I agree with that.
Like if you don't kill the Soul Reaper, his W will kill you all. Yeah. Look at the like hero damage. Like, it's not that much, but also like Hag is all big damage leader as well. But I mean, like the W from the Soul Reaper is so much. They're gonna smoke up here from to the Legion Conqueror. They're gonna run in there. They're gonna run into the Devourer. Hag is flicking mags down from the. The NG ult in of the TPs, and they're gonna get all silent.
Hag ulti.
Halbringer's gonna die. Mech's gonna die.
They're getting run over here by the side of Posthaste Gaming.
It's Piston and the Malphas against the world.
They just cleaned up 4 heroes, and we're gonna have a concede vote coming out here from. That was impressive. I did not expect the game to go in this way. That was extraordinarily well played from the side of Posthaste Gaming, I gotta say.
Yeah, it was very like it was looking for the favor of the Legion, and then you like all of a sudden it's one battle and the swing is whoosh,
yeah.
And the game
I honestly gotta say that I feel like the Magnus like continuous 3 to 4 man stuns and the eruptions were just on point. Honestly, people were on the side of Posthaste Gaming were just landing their spells like in such an insane way. The Hag was always landing like a 3 to 4 man ulti. The Engineer was landing like a 3-man kick after the Magnus 4-man stuns. It was just a beautiful hunt to watch, honestly. I gotta say, I'm kind of surprised how that game turned around. But well played.
Well played from both sides, I would say. It was a really good game. It was a close game. And yeah, see you guys next game. Bye bye. alrighty, back for another game here. We're gonna have the second game of Process Gaming versus VC Frax. You're gonna be joined by Dosse and Fa once again. How are you doing, Fa? Ready for another game?
Yes, I am ready.
Nice, man. I can feel the energy here right now. We see that the other team's gonna have the first pick now as well. They're gonna ban the Scrap, and like we said, the guys who have the second pick, they're gonna ban the Bushwhack and most likely the Flux, right? If I would guess.
I would tend to agree with you. I'm not sure that the players on the side of Post-Age Gaming even run the Flux, but I think they ban it themselves actually because they don't. They don't really have anyone who plays it like that well. I think I don't. I mean, I'm probably Ace can play it, but I don't think he's like the person like the go-to Flux player. So I think they're just more comfortable banning it, so they don't have to deal with it. So
yeah, I guess you're right. Maybe they don't have a Flux player. They're not as experienced as other playing Flux, right?
Because he's not the hero that, like, of course he's a really strong hero, but he's not the hero that necessarily is going to have a lot of impact if the person is not super comfortable with playing the hero, I feel. He's definitely, like, a comfort pick. We have a Bushwhack Engineers and Soul Reaper from the side of Sigma's team, and what you got has been Scrap, Flux, and Plague Rider. I feel like those heroes are all kind of pretty usual bans here.
Yeah, we see the respect ban for the Soul Reaper against the Luicius.
Yeah, I think that was a good ban because it definitely kind of made their dual long lane. Well, they weren't exactly struggling because the Devour is actually having a pretty good time, but maybe they thought that they would have an even better time if they lane against the hero that didn't have like continuous sustain as well as like really strong team fight presence. So
yeah.
So
what we're gonna see? We're gonna see a Magnus picker from the man. What you got? He just loves the Magnus, man. He's not letting go of the Magnus. He's not swapping this game either, right?
You have to bear in mind that that what you got is playing on US server, which is his main region. So he's playing Magnus, which is on his kind of home ping. So I think he's really comfortable picking Magnus for himself here. It was very clear in the last game that he was very comfortable in the Magnus. So I think you're right that he's not going to be swapping it for anyone else.
Yeah. He's saying, guys, this is my pick. I don't care about you all. I'm playing Magnus.
I'm playing the Magnus. We have a chipper response pick coming out from the side of BC Trax. This particular pick kind of suggests to me that they might want to pick some hero that can clear stacks efficiently, like a hero that not like a hard carry necessarily, but some hero maybe like a Draconis or a Sapphire or a Zephyr or something of this nature. And it's also like something that lanes really well against something like a Magnus because you have the focus buffer. So if they commit to a hero, then you can sort of we have an early affiliate pick, and he did ban the Plague Rider in the first phase, so that is very, very interesting. I feel like that was actually kind of next level kind of drafting play coming out from what you got here, banning the Plague Rider already from the first phase, which currently Plague Rider is like a hero that is not only banned against Ophelia. So if you ban it first phase, people might like not even consider the fact that you're trying to draft an Ophelia draft. So
Plague Rider is I think it's one of the most underestimated heroes sometimes. Like he's really popping off, man. The damage from the ulti, the restrain, the slow, you never run out of mana. You can always spam spells on the lane.
I think the restrain definitely helped the hero a lot. Like prior to his Earthglide flying restrain, I don't think the hero was nearly as valued. But I think, like for instance, in this particular game, there's like a lodestone, for instance. I think he can restrain the lodestone so he can't rocket drill. And there's probably going to be some other heroes where the restrain is going to be useful. So, but I definitely agree with you. I don't necessarily love playing against Plague Rider myself because it is a hero where sometimes the team fights can, to some degree, almost just be decided by a big plague carrier. So, and he also makes like laning a little bit awkward because you generally don't want to put too many resources into laning against a Plague Rider due to the Extinguish deny. So,
I agree, man. So we're gonna see the Master of Arms Sapphire banned from the Hellborn and Draconis Zephyr from the Legion.
Yeah, so
very straightforward bans, I would say.
Yeah, the Draconis is generally a pretty decent counter to Ophelia due to the fiery barrage, like kind of murdering the creeps from Ophelia, and also just like it has an abundance of AoE damage, and it also really, like as I said before they banned those heroes, I said that Zephyr as well as Draconis would be two heroes that are pretty nice to pair with a chipper, especially with the Ophelia. I think those bans are pretty sensible. Yep. They also decided to ban the Elonia, which is also a hero that is difficult to lane against 1v1, and is also a hero that does well with the stacks and is also decent against Ophelia creeps. So, I think all two bans make sense.
They need the wave clear on the Legion now. They need to deal with the Ophelia creep somehow. I'm gonna see a Lord Sulfuris pick up.
I love it. I gotta say, I think that's really good against both the Monarch as well as the Ophelia heal. So I think Sulfuris, because there's a lot of times where you commit to some hero and the Ophelia just heals the person, and if you know you apply the Undying, then that person is gonna die. They're not gonna
Cersei. Okay, that's a pick. So the last two picks from the Legion side, I guess it's a mid and a short carry. My guess would be that they would pick. I don't know what Lucius plays Sapphire. What else does he play more? The Band of Master of Arms. I know he plays that a lot.
I just have to go for a moment. I'm back.
They could also run the Calamity, right? Don't they like that hero as well?
They do like the Calamity on the side of the post haste gaming. I think it looks like they're running through their options in terms of carry right now. They're considering the FA here, which they actually do.
Here we go. And the fire. I like this draft a lot on the Legion right now.
I actually like it too. I think the Sulfuris kind of suggests that they want to do the solo lane, middle lane, and the Defiler plays beautifully into Sulfuris in my opinion. Calamity is going to have a decent time on the bottom lane with the Monarch, because it's probably just going to be Lowstone Suicide. Or what? No, they might Lowstone long lane with the Cersei.
Yeah.
Even then, I feel like Calamity with a Monarch and an Ophelia roaming, or jungling rather. I think they're gonna have a rough time on the long lane with the Cersei and Lowstone. So
I guess they're gonna pick up on the carry here, right? So what do you wanna see?
They need some hero that can do some AoE damage. I was thinking about the Sapphire, but
Pyro. That's a piston, right? He likes the Pyro carry. He's gonna go short Pyro and then a low Lord mid, I think.
Yeah. My Sapphire was banned, so even then, I don't know about this.
I think it's agreed with the Pyro, but also because they have Monarch, right? Like Pyro's never really gonna be able to burst someone down that easily.
No, I agree with that. I think you're dead right with this.
It's gonna play the Pyro. Okay.
Pyro, and then is it a carry Pyro or is it a carousel forest?
I don't know anymore.
Probably carousel forest and then Pyro. I don't think they run the Cell Forest mid against the I think against the Defiler. I think Pyromancer is going to do better against the Defiler in the middle lane. So
yeah.
I think they probably would rather just have the Cell Forest to farm top lane and then have the Pyro. And they're both heroes that are like moderately good, or not. They're really good at clearing stacks. Both those two heroes. So.
And they're gonna block off the pull cap at top, and they're also gonna ward and clip. So the Hellborn is gonna run into them. They probably is gonna dodge them to the Legion.
Yeah, I really like that he blocked the medium camp. I think I think a lot of people they forget to do that, and I think that's it's actually a mistake in general if you don't block the medium camp.
Yep.
Seems like Ophelia is gonna go in the enemy jungle because they know that they're warding up their jungle. Are they actually doing that or no? They are warding their jungle. Are they blocking it or just warding it? They are blocking one camp here. Are they gonna block another or?
I think they're only gonna block one because they know that Ophelia can run in enemy jungle.
You can see what you got. He has good experience with playing Ophelia against people that are blocking. So he already bought a red ward and he didn't commit to any. He gave a healing potion as well as what are they called? Blightstones to the Magnus for the long lane.
I know that when Beans plays Ophelia, like he gives away a lot of gold. Like he starts with a blight and the mana pop.
Exactly. from here. He finds the first red ward. That's really good.
Good, but the other hard camp is gonna be blocked too. But I don't think that he's gonna suffer that much from it, right?
No.
It's kind of sad that they got the rev ward and not a normal ward, sadly. 'Cause then, like, now he has another 3 minutes of it's gonna be blocked.
But I think he'll be able to. He'll probably buy another red ward. And are they out of red wards, or did they have a spare one? 'Cause they put a red ward in the top. I don't know how many red wards do you actually have.
You started 3, right? 3. No, you started 2. Sorry. So yeah, they actually ran out. Oh, and they blocked it with the. Oh, that's really good.
That's a
really
play from
good.
Young.
Huh?
I feel like I would have almost said that I wouldn't have minded if he started in enemy jungle, but that being said, he got. I don't think. I'm kind of curious to see how he'll be able to like finesse his way out of this situation here. It seems a little bit awkward now. If Cersei, wait.
Oh.
I think Cersei might be in a world of trouble here. Oh,
He's fine.
is he faster than the? He's actually slower than the Monarch, so I feel like to some degree, if Monarch, instead of auto-attacking, if you just like kept following him, and he landed another triple pull in, he probably could have gotten a kill there. They actually end up killing the Firelord.
Wait, how did he? He died at almost like he died on the Hellborn side on the Friday.
Yeah, because the Pyromancer had like 20 HP left, so I think he was trying to commit to killing the Pyromancer, and the Chipper probably showed up and killed him or something.
I see. I didn't see that. So we're gonna see the Magnus against the Lords of Forest top. I assume that the Lord's gonna have the advantage up here, but also keep in mind that like Magnus could easily farm his PK and be a threat to like all the other lanes. Like you don't really care about winning as a Magnus, you just want his PK. I think. Like you're probably gonna lose his lane, but he's gonna still have like let's say 300 GPM and you just get that PK early. Meanwhile at mid lane here, we're gonna see a kill on the Pyromancer from the leader fighter. That's a really good pick up.
That was not very nice.
Yeah.
How did he die there? I suppose he just overstepped a little bit. Wait.
Hey.
The Chipper is hunting down the ice, fine.
Yeah, he's fine. And then we look at bottom lane, we're gonna see the Lodestone and Cersei gonna lane together. I think until Lodestone gets at least level 5 or 6, I don't think they're gonna kill bot at any time. So yeah, I think during this laning phase, especially now when the fighter's doing that good mid, I think the Hellborn's gonna have a little bit of problem. Ophelia's gonna run into the Hellborn jungle as well. He's gonna take over Vagabond. He's running towards top here. The Magnus is gonna get run down. He's gonna get killed by the Losa Forge, which I mean, a bit unlucky, I guess. I don't really see the entire fight there, but I mean, like we said, Magnus. I don't see Magnus winning against a Lord at any time.
He actually decided to opt for the bottle here in the Magnus. I'm not even sure that I'd like that. I feel like you just need boots here, otherwise you just can't even stay in the lane.
Yeah, I don't really play Magnus a lot these days, but when we played in retail in the tournament and I played a lot of Magnus, I never went bottle. I don't think bottle on the Magnus is the item. You just want the chalice and the steam boots and you're fine.
Yeah,
meanwhile, the mid here.
But I think especially against the self-warrior you need boots, otherwise he's just gonna down.
Yeah, Pyro's gonna die here. I think Shipper's gonna be fine here. Oh, he's going offensive on the Monarch here. Is he gonna get a kill?
He might be able to land a kill here.
Oh, he does. But now he's gonna run for his life though. Therefore, he's gonna chase him.
Yeah, he's got boots. I think he'll be able to make his way out. He's gonna grab a mana potion here. Will he be? No, he didn't grab a mana potion. He grabbed a ward, I think. I thought maybe he would grab a mana potion. He actually has. No, he did buy a ward, so he's gonna grab the rune here. He kind of put another one there. Oh, but he warded. What? He warded within the same rev ward.
Nah.
Okay, that was like.
I think that's a bit of miscommunication, I guess.
Yeah, I think maybe you forgot it that they had a rev ward there or something.
Yeah, we see in the GPM it's very even. It's only 200 gold difference. We see that right now there's a 40 has a 32 to a 22 top. I think Magnus is doing very fine. 22 less hits, like I said, like Magnus. Oh, meanwhile the bot lane, they're diving him hard. Meanwhile the Lawson is manning up against the Calamity and Monarch. They're diving bot hard. Are they gonna get the Lawson here? I don't think they are. Star 4 is gonna bring off for the cleanup crew and Mex is gonna kill steal the last kill. That's really good. I think Hellborn is happy with that trade. Only Lawson died? No, Cersei died as well.
I think they're pretty happy so far. It's sitting
but now that
540 GPM right now, just finished his close matches.
Meanwhile, Pyro's getting run down in mid though. Yeah, Pyro is not having a really good game this game.
No.
I was a bit surprised about the Pyro pickup as well.
Yeah, that hero is quite hit or miss. I mean, that being said though, he's still sitting at 270 GPM, so I feel like even though he's died 3 times, it might seem worse than it actually is. Like, he just needs his level 6, maybe the Striders, and I know Sequence will maybe be able to like find some ganks with the Smoky. Oh, they actually connect the root from the Cersei into a Self-Forest, Morris, as well as Light Tap, and they actually get a kill on the Defiler. They also connected the Undying to ensure that he actually died.
And also they gotta pick up a Magma Stop here. That's a really good, like, Pyro really needs he needs everything he can get right now. He has a really bad team, but like, he can always snowball. A Pyro is a Pyro. He's always gonna have the burst, he's gonna have the farming potential, he's gonna, regardless if he has a terrible game early, he's still gonna come back later on. Meanwhile, they get a kill on the Cersei, which I don't think the Hellboy really care. But Cersei is gonna be for the ultimate later on, I would say.
Magnus is looking to maybe set up an ultimate here.
Yeah. I think if he stuns in on the Pyro and the ulti, I think he gets it off and kill him, right?
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, I think you're right.
Yeah, I think he would use stun here. Because right now my Pyro doesn't have any mana.
Yeah. With the top rune, but it's already taken by the Defiler, I suppose. Didn't see who caught it. But they're looking to push at the bottom lane, looking towards the tower here, bring it down. The chipper
look at this. Like, the Ophelia, she got a bad early. Like, they blocked all the camps, Cersei came and blocked, but they blocked the hard camp twice. Oh, meanwhile, the mid, they killed the Defiler once again. Pyro is just now he's ahead of the Defiler. Like, yeah, I didn't see that one either, but yeah, the Defiler is coming, like, the Pyro is coming back into the game. Cersei's gonna miss the top, they're gonna go on the... but they're just gonna let him go.
The issue is currently that the Monarch has to stay with the Calamity on the bottom lane, and the Ophelia has to hit creeps a little bit because she had a rough start where they were investing a lot of resources into the Ophelia, so she can't really, protect the Defiler in the middle lane, so they kind of have free reign to gank the Defiler with like 3 heroes, and they're gonna have a tough time responding in time.
Also, something you need to keep in mind is that I know that all Beans also think that is that Ophelia is very good early game, but at like minute, let's say 30, the Ophelia kind of falls off a bit. Like, the creep's not that good anymore. Like, people have BKBs, they have PK's tablet. The creep doesn't really matter, and Ophelia becomes, I do not want to say useless, but it became like way more useful. Like,
I do agree that I think Ophelia, a lot of players can become useless in the later stages of the game. I do think good Ophelias are still able to have some sort of impact later in the game, actually.
Yeah, absolutely. But I think he's gonna fall off regardless, no matter how good he plays. I think. Unless
I don't think he's like that far behind though. He's sitting at a 260 GPM though. I think he's able to. Here he's setting up a gang on the top bot lane, helping the Calamity pick up here. Calamity, you have to keep that in mind. He's at 500 GPM at the 8-minute mark. Calamity is having an insanely good early game. Just finished his match threads, his ghost matches, his wind whistle. So he's definitely... They're looking to kill the Monarch here with a chipper as well as a Pyromancer. Are they just going to invest the ultimate here? No, he missed a stun. He actually got the crippling ball. Oh, that's a big ultimate coming from Calamity to a Defiler ultimate. Playing a double kill for the Defiler here, bringing him to 400 GPM out of nowhere. This is such good news for the Defiler here to get that double kill. Putting the Legion team at a 2,000 gold lead. And so Forrest is jumping back into the jungle. He's going to work towards a double camp here by the tier 2 top tower.
He's sitting at 600 GPM right now. You think he's going to go for the mob?
That's a good question.
I think he will. I would be gnomes. Yeah,
I like it. I think he needs the mana, so I think the gnomes is fine here, and then he can work towards the mug as the next item. I know myself. A lot of times, I also like to buy something like just a Dawnbringer instead. But I think mug is perfectly reasonable. Like mug shrunken here, he's gonna be like really hard for them to kill, and he's also gonna be very. He's gonna have a lot of damage. So. But the Calamity is having a really good early game. He's actually
You would. I assume you go Dawnbringer on the Calamity, right? I think that's the item.
Yeah, that's pretty standard build. Yeah, I think that hero has like very few item choice. I think a lot of times you also go Energizer. You go like match versus Energizer into Dawnbringer.
Mm-hmm.
You just want to be like have a lot of mobility,
Uh,
and you need the mana as well for an Energizer. I think so. I wouldn't be surprised if okay, he just finished the Energizer as I said. So yeah. Kind of want to be very slippery on Calamity, you know, kind of weaving out of fights.
They're gonna look to push me that thing. I'm gonna pop the Defiler ulti next way or this way maybe. They're being a bit careful. They're free here. Calamity is having a free game though. They see 3 people mid. I would love to see some rotations, like a smoke or 2 on the Calamity here now. Like they know Monarch is mid. And I feel like they're just letting Calamity farm whatever he wants right now. He bought the Knuckles on the Calamity as well.
They're maybe a little bit afraid of like trying to invest too much time into chasing the Calamity because if she pops like a Ghost Magers on her Energizer, she runs at like 500 speed, so she's actually going to TP mid to try to defend the mid tower with them. Magma is also going to TP mid. Here comes the Defile ultimate, they're chasing the Lodestone, he's running out, and their HP. Calamity comes out, catches 3 heroes into and a Undying on the Magnus. He goes down, the field goes down. That was a 3 for 2 exchange. Calamity's overstepping a little bit, getting chased down by the Sulfuris. Are they able to connect here? No, they're chasing down the Sulfuris. He's running away. Seems like it was at the end of the day we have a 3 for 2 exchange in the favor of Legion here, with the 2 cores. Well, I would say it's somewhat cores because the Lodestone is only sitting at 170 GPM, but the Pyro does go down, and they only lost the Magnus and Ophelia, so maybe it was not that big of an exchange. Oh, we have actually the Lodestone might be able to. Will he be able to? Oh no!
Nah, he was. He should have went before the ulti pops up. I know he want to use the combo. I understand that, but
I think he waited too long. I agree with you. I think it was a little bit tough because I also know that if he stuns early, and the Calamity just pops her Energizer, then she might just be able to get out in time. But I mean, I suppose like landing the stun is better than no stun. But
yeah,
I can understand his line of thought because maybe he thought that the Calamity would stick around, you know.
See, it would look like here, Calamity's gonna smoke in. He's gonna go into the top lane here. Is he looking for a kill? I think this could be a risk if he goes into the jungle with the Magnus here. They want to do something here. They want to set up. I think they want to set up with the Lord of Forest. They know that, like I guess they assume that the Lord is having a really good game because he has 4-0 and it's a Lord of Forest.
I'm actually a bit shocked that they decided to send the Calamity on the top, considering that they have 2 triple stack jungle camps in their jungle that they probably should be. I suppose her ultimate is coming off cooldown now, so maybe they're thinking that they can like maybe catch some sneaky kill on the top lane. But the Lodestone is just kind of chilling on the bot lane, kind of recovering, getting his. I'm not sure I like this Calamity. Can they see the dragon when she's hiding there? By the way.
No, they cannot. Right. It's like the Zephyr Cyclones.
So now they're. Oh, there's a big. The patience really seems to have paid off here. Because they're going to get 2 free kills on Pyromancer as well as Chipper. That was just some great patience coming out from Calamity, just showing that he knows something that I don't. So that was, I gotta say that patience definitely paid off.
It's so weird, like Pyro, Chipper is going top, meanwhile Noton is bot, Lord is going to farm mid, like...
Yeah, I'm not sure how the thought process works, because I don't see how they can actually kill the Magnus with those 2 heroes, you know, Magnus can always just... Like, Pyro is notoriously weak at stunning a Magnus, so...
There's no way you do it. Like you never run up to a Magnus. Magnus is super dangerous.
And the Pyro is also working towards the light brand, which I'm not sure I like here. Oh, he's actually going to hit the Lodestone with his ultimate here, and I think he gets a kill here. Oh man, that was really good. Domination streak.
Not having his game of his life here, sitting at 205 GPM.
And Luis is almost 600 GPM on the Calamity. I feel like 600 GPM Calamity is generally more useful than the 600 GPM Sulfuris.
Oh yeah. I think a lot of people think that, oh shit, the Lord of Forest is so big, it's 600 GPM, but I don't really see that Lord of Forest being that big of a threat always.
No.
I feel like he should have went something more greedy than the Gnomes. I don't think the Gnomes really have done much for him this game yet.
Well, I don't think necessarily, because it also gives you the mana region. I'm not like too big hater of the Gnomes. I think maybe the Ice Brain is also a little bit slow.
Yeah, I would like to see a Mock here. If he had a Mock, he would be 700 plus GPM right now, I think.
Yeah, well, the thing is that he probably wouldn't have finished his mug by now, but I get where you're coming from. That being said, the thing is, like, yeah, sure he has 640 GPM, but we're only 50 minutes into the game, so like give it 10 minutes. I don't doubt that he could be at like 700 or 800 GPM even. So even going Dawnbringer, because Dawnbringer is still like, you know, it gives you a lot of mana and a lot of move speed to work with. So, but they're just continuously giving more and more kills to this Calamity. She got 5 Metfish charges. She's got her Light Brand. She's hunting down the Pyroman, so who's probably gonna go down as well here. If I would take a guess, yeah, he's just cooked here. Well, she actually connects the stun and does get away. And Selforus got hit by the crippling pollens. Oh, she actually lands the. Alright, he gets away. Yeah. In the meantime, Ophelia picks off the chipper on the middle lane. I suppose.
Yeah, we just see what you got here, man. He's been playing this hero for a couple of years, right? So, and he's just paying off, man. This guy on Ophelia or a younger creep, man, he's. Sorry, a hero creep.
He's got a really good score, 1-1, 1-1 and 10. So even though they spend a lot of resources shutting down early, he is still doing a lot of work with 330 GPM, getting the towers, getting the ganks. So, I feel like it feels a little bit like the Hellborn side. They're not able to get any plays going currently because their only heroes who has like really good farm right now is Selforus, and he can't really, you know, go and pick off heroes by himself. He kind of relies on a initiation from the Lowstone, who's really far away from PK. And the Pyro also just has a Light Brand, so.
Midder is gonna use ulti. He's gonna get low ulti.
He goes down. And a big Magnus Stun across Eruption on 4 heroes, and they're gonna bring down the Selforus and the rest of the Hellborn side. That's a big 4-for-1 exchange here. Are they gonna be able to get the Pyromans as well? He lands a 2-man stun. He turns around the Magnus. Doesn't the crippling? No, the Chrysalis comes down from the Monarch on the Magnus, and Pyromans goes down as well.
Yeah,
it's a 5-for-1 exchange.
That Magnus ulti into oh, it's fine. The eruption into the stun there on Magnus. They line up so good on that.
Yeah.
Like he gets a 4 stun on Magnus and that ulti on top of that. It's so much damage.
I gotta say what you. No, that wasn't what you got. It was sorry, what's his name? Math Pro. That was a really well executed eruption into Lava Surge combination there.
Yeah.
So.
Like I said, you don't care about the Magnus winning top. You just care about that PK, right? And now, now it's paying off. He gets his 370 GPM. That's very good.
Yeah. What do you think about this Light Brand on the Pyroman, sir? Are you in favor of it, or do you think it's a little bit slow?
I think he needs it because he cannot go spell shard. He's not really gonna kill anyone. He needs to farm, I think.
But doesn't spell shards give you more farming potential than Light Brand though? I don't know. I think in my eyes, the Light Brand does very little here, and I feel like if you want to deal with the Ophelia creeps, you also need the additional creep damage that Spell Shards provides you. I do think this...
Right.
Huh?
I guess you're right. Actually, with the creeps, you did more damage. I would agree with you when you sum it up.
But in this situation, I've been in this situation a lot of times on Pyro. If you get ganked a lot early game, where you're just running around, you have your Striders and your Chalice, and you have like, you do your combo and you're out of mana, like if you're ultimate as well, and you basically you're just like you fall over if someone like kind of jumps on you. So
yeah. I agree. What we can see that I guess that that has to be a tablet on the Magnus, right? Meanwhile, he's gonna TP top. He's gonna catch the Lodestone. He's gonna die. He dies at the Q of the Calamity. Oh, the Magnus charging up the ulti. He's gonna hit the Lord. Oh, they're gonna get him here. I think he's a bit too tanky. He's gonna run away.
No, I think he's gonna get cooked here, brother.
He's dead. I think the Magnus gonna catch him with the stun here.
Yeah.
Oh, unless. Feasted, man. Oh, sidestep king, man.
You love to see it, man. That was beautiful sidestep.
Beautiful, man.
Yeah. I feel like from a play like that, I feel like they should just, that should swing like a 10,000 gold XP gold lead. Sorry.
Yeah, they should get something for that.
Yeah, there should be some kind of reward.
They should add 500 gold right now into his pockets.
Make it 5,000.
5,000? Okay. Okay, any devs here? Please add it right now.
It should equalize the game for play like that. I feel like judges should be sitting there, you know, kind of, sort of rating the plays throughout the game and like giving rewards based on like the performances.
Well, I'm glad that Sung Pop is not here then, because then he would be the highest GPN in every game with all his sleepwalking.
Yeah, he had like 1200 GPM. That's true, it's true.
With like 1k GPM on a support, because all of the tree walking is done.
Yeah, it's like, oh, the engineer is running over the cliff.
That's cliff walking even, man. Oh,
that's cheating.
Or maybe the Congo fit there? Oh, the mix is killing any hit, but the Congo.
Oh, the top note, single.
It's a traitor, man. The Congo is a traitor. They just hit the mix. Aye.
Oh, Pyramid is going in. He might have overstepped. And the Lowstone Lucian is gonna get taken down by the Ophelia creeps, and they're gonna work towards the Hellborn Congo now. Do you think they're gonna contest this? I don't think they have the resources to contest this one. But the thing is, Legion, they are currently under the Conquer buff, so if they get this Conquer, they're gonna have the Conquer Decimator, meaning they're gonna get a token and a big damage buff to towers. So they could look to close out this game with Ophelia now, honestly.
They should just say pick a lane and push now. I think they can go uphill very easily.
I agree. The final finish is shrunken. The Calamity has well, they just killed the Cersei as well. Oh, they can just run mid lane, take the tier 2 tower, and just go straight for tier 3s here. I think that's hopefully what they're doing and what they're working towards. If I were them, I would not separate at all. I wouldn't even care that the Hellborn team is starting to split push, because that's what they're trying. They're trying to, like, you know, not necessarily scare, but they're trying to maybe force the Legion team to rotate to other lanes, which is just I think is unnecessary. So just run down a lane here and force the issue. That's the best line of play. And I wouldn't be surprised if they're able to close out the game from here, because that token is, if the Violet's ultimate here, this tower is gonna go down very quickly. It's already.
And who is gonna initiate? I have a low PK, but that's it.
Down to a quarter HP. And it's down, and then a big initiation once Lowstone hitting 2 heroes there, and the token goes down. Lowstone gets 1 shot, and double stun from Magnus into interruption. And big Calamity.
They're all dead. Buyback from the Pyro. Will it matter though? I don't think it does.
They are all alive.
They're all alive, and they're not even that low. They're 5 full HP now.
They just
and the rest are gone. Yeah.
Now they're looking at a 17,000 gold lead.
At 23 minutes.
Man,
I've seen a 40k lead. I don't know if you remember it. I think it was the team. Oh man, who played in this team? But I saw a game where a 40k lead was happening. I think it was like 38k. And they came back from that. So man, and the game is possible to come back from. But yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I agree. But how do I say? If you look at the side of Hellborn, do you think their heroes are equipped to come back against the side of the Legion side?
They have a Cersei. Take over the Calamity, and then maybe, but who knows? Like it's I
think a lot of things need to line up perfectly
to
turn this game around. Because I think once Ophelia, she's working towards a barrier. Once she finishes this barrier, we can probably just start running for the top lane as well. And I think Calamity's, if I had to make it like a bold guess here, I think she's finishing her Shrunken now. Yep. That was a very bold guess here. She's gonna try to with Magnus go for the Lowstone here, stun him, and Lowstone. Hey, she's gonna have her ultimate. And don't overstep. Don't overstep. Don't overstep. Okay, you're fine. You have a Shrunken. You're getting out.
Are you okay? We need a pause.
No, I think I'm just coaching. I'm just coaching. Sorry.
Are you talking with the Calamity as we speak, huh? Okay, I see.
No, I would. Yeah, I'm talking to Luis just in this very moment. So. Sorry.
No, it's fine. Meanwhile, the fight is pushing bot, so I don't think they're gonna commit to top here, unless they see Pyro mid. They don't see Lawson though, so they might go on the Lord here in Cersei. But they don't know where they saw Lawson mid now. Maybe they actually go here. Yeah, they went in.
Kyla went for an Iceburn. Do you think she's gonna get a Frost Wolf here, or do you think she's gonna get a Dawnbringer? I don't hate the Frostwolf either. I like the if she just like jumps in and roots people, they're just gonna go down. So
I would assume it's dominator though, but
Yeah,
I wouldn't hate Frostwolf either.
I don't think it's
Like
bad.
the wolf is nice. Wolfies.
I like
Sure.
them wolfies.
You
They're
see
cute.
Jade Spire on the Pyro as well.
Yeah, I think he needs a Jade Spire in this game. You kind of have to be able to stand really far back and still use your ultimates to de-push the lanes when they start pushing in towards you. But the light burn just feels like a little bit awkward. The only thing it like really provides is just a little bit of burn. Like light burn really becomes powerful on Pyramids when you can finish his Grimoire, and you just don't have the time for Grimoire in this game. And he also needs a portal key. He needs a lot of items, and even then, still not enough, you know. So here comes the train. They are ready to push.
Yeah.
They pop an Energizer, they're going in, pop the Fire Ultimate, pop the barrier. Did they pop the barrier? I'm not sure. Yeah, they pop the barrier as well.
Yeah.
Tower's down to half HP. Lowstone's going in, popping a big ultimate, going back out.
Missing no one.
Immediately one shot. Big ultimate coming up from Calamity. Not so big after all, when things are said and done. Defiler is getting healed up by the Chrysalis. There's a red ward down from the Monarch. Primer is trying to land a combo. Gets slowed by the big Magnetism coming out. Primer is going in, causing Trumpin. And one shotting the Pyramids. Dudes are hitting the barracks. Shipper drops down a big ultimate.
They're gonna get a second tier of racks there for sure. There's no way that Albon can defend this. They're already calling the GG.
And it's GG Braggy!
Yeah, GG.
We're going into a...
No, that's over. It's over.
I was just a bad joke.
Nah, that's gonna be the last game for these two teams now. And I think we're gonna take a small break, and then we're gonna get another set of games going, I think.
Yeah, I think I'll be joined by Boskelitium.
Nice, and I hope the two Danes are having an amazing cast next game, because I think I'm playing. Please don't flame me that much. And
we're gonna be speaking in Danish.
Oh, I see how it is. Yeah. Glad I'm not watching. Well, take care, and see you guys next game. Bye-bye.
Good luck. Bye-bye.
All right, Four, you gonna take this or what?
Okay. My name is Four, and I'm joined by Busk for this series with B-Pro going up against Post Haste Gaming. We are at a game 1. How are you doing, Busk?
Doing all right. So some of the previous series, I was actually quite surprised that Post Haste Gaming were able to do a 2-0 sweep. Coming on strong here.
Yeah, me too. There was I want to say it was quite an upset, but I mean, they are definitely not a weak team by any means. So I'm not sure that they were the underdogs necessarily. Maybe people assumed that the VC Trax was the stronger team, but as it turned out, it wasn't necessarily the case, at least in that particular series. So, but now we're in a new series. We have B-Pro banning Monarch and Curse Fora. Pretty usual bans coming out from Yahadai. He likes to ban supports, especially defensive supports. And we have What You Got with the Bushwhack, Flux, and Plague Rider bans. So the Plague Rider ban maybe specifically targets both Kahokai as well as the Ophelia counter, which kind of prevents What You Got from picking his comfort Ophelia hero. We have the Self-Forest first pick coming out from the Self-Forest, maybe to prevent these heal lineups that Post Haste Gaming like to run. What are your thoughts, Busk?
I mean, I think Plague is just an overall solid hero. I'm a little bit surprised to see the Self-Forest first pick. It seems that a lot of teams are valuing that hero quite highly as a counter to like the kind of heal meta that we see right now with the Soul Reaper, with the Demented, all those heroes with a heal. But I'm a little bit surprised that like first pick material like this. I don't know. Maybe I'm undervaluing the hero slightly. I think it's a solid hero, but S tier I wouldn't quite say so.
No, I don't think it's necessarily always to do with the fact that it's an S tier hero. I think it's just more that the second you pick Self-Forest, your opponents can't really start picking like heal heroes. So let's say that you pick Self-Forest, then you are the team that can actually draft all the heal heroes afterwards. Not that it is necessarily like a free win the moment that you start picking heal heroes, but if you have like two supports with heal and maybe like a Soul Reaper, it could just be really challenging to fight into. So I think it's just more to they pick it to maybe deny it from the enemy team, because I know that What You Got, he likes to draft the Self-Forest very early on for Ace as well, and then they like to pair the Self-Forest with either some heals like a Soul Reaper, or maybe like I don't even know if they run the Jerseid to get the Self-Forest, but they like to run the Self-Forest in Ace. So I think maybe they just picked it to prevent the enemy team from picking it up early themselves. So I can see the reason behind it.
I will say though that the Mag NG is, I think those are very solid first picks. Also very flexible. They can go anywhere. The Mag can be he can pretty much be a 2, 3, or even a 4. So it doesn't really give a whole lot. Just solid picks.
Yeah.
And then followed up on the Legion side with Demented Deadwood. I think the Demented has proven to be an extremely solid support hero up there with the best. Deadwood, however, I don't think we usually see Deadwood picked in the first picking stage. That hero usually is not banned. So a little bit surprising getting him this early.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure what their thought process behind this Deadwood pick is. Maybe they're just trying to throw the Hellborn team off guard a little bit, pick something a bit unusual, so maybe they kind of think twice about what they're going to pick. Magma's Engineer is a really strong dual lane, and they did run the exact same two heroes in the previous series. I think it was the first game, if I'm not mistaken, where they did very well with those two heroes in particular, lining up like 4-man stuns on the Magmas into Engineer Kex, and they also did very well in their lane. So I think it's just, as you said, it's just it's really strong heroes. So
yeah, and looking at the bans, one that really stands out to me here is actually the Berserker ban. Do you think it's like kind of a respect ban player-wise? Because
I think
I usually don't see a Berserker banned.
I think my initial maybe thought is that perhaps they're thinking that Berserker might be a little bit too tanky as a strength hero on the lane in combination with the Demented, so they might maybe find themselves struggling to actually kill the Berserker in the lane. And if you can't like one-shot the Berserker, a lot of times he's the type of heroes that can maybe sometimes just turn around and start hunting you down. So, and he's a hero that later in the game can kind of just brush off these like stun chains on him, thanks to his ultimate. So I don't know if I think we in the scrim we played, we did have a Magnus Engineer where they did complain a little bit about laning against the Berserker. I'm not necessarily sure that it is like a bad lane by any means, but maybe that's a thought process that they don't, and they do know that Yahadai likes the big Berserk occasionally. Maybe that's also why they grabbed the Deadwood, because Deadwood is generally decent against Berserker because he's a hero with high strength stacking. So
yeah, maybe the synergy as well with the demented ulti that reduces the armor of the enemy team, comboed with the physical damage presence from the Berserker. So
yeah,
of course there's a lot of other physical heroes like Hammer and Pret that are perhaps even valued higher than Berserker under normal circumstances, but we'll see. Anyway, so the Hellbourne side, they choose to go with the Rhapsody, probably going to be playing that position 5, and then an MOA, which I'm guessing is going to be either the position 2 or 1. It's been a while since I've actually seen an MOA played as core, since we haven't seen Talk playing the last couple of cycles, I believe.
I will say that. Sorry, I will say that actually Lucius is also one of his comfort heroes, Massive Arms. So I'm pretty confident that it's a position 1 Massive Arms here.
Okay, interesting.
Yeah, they. I think basically Lucius he more or less rotates like, it doesn't only rotate, but he like his 3 comfort heroes seem to be Calamity, Master of Arms, and Sapphire, which are all like 3 kind of backline agility heroes. So he kind of likes that role where he can just sit in the back and do all the damage.
That makes sense. And then we see the Balfagor coming out from the Legion side. We have Dosa. He obviously likes to play that hero quite a bit, and it's just an overall solid solo hero. I would say both Lord and Balfagor are just very solid 1 versus 1 heroes. So potential tri lane, perhaps.
Yeah,
they don't have to do it, but they could. They definitely don't have to do it, but it's a possibility.
They need to address the Belphegor from having a good early game.
Okay, so it's a core Deadwood, I guess. I thought the Deadwood was going to be 4. Okay.
Wait. No, wait. Yeah, I think you're right. I think it is a core Deadwood. I think Snark occasionally plays Deadwood, and I think Doza plays the Belphegor, and I suppose it's Yadai playing the Self-4s. I'm not entirely sure how they're going to lane this. I do think that they need to address the Belphegor on the side of post-haste gaming, because Belphegor is the type of hero that if he has a really good start, he can more or less run away with the game. Whereas if the hero gets like shut down early on, he can really struggle.
Soul Reaper. And then Soul Reaper is coming up from Hellbourne side. So this is either I guess it's the calls are probably going to be MOA and Soul Reaper. MOA most likely being that main farmer, as you mentioned. So kind of unorthodox lineup coming up from the Legion side, I would say. They don't necessarily scale as well as the Hellbourne side. I'm not really sure. I actually prefer the Hellbourne's lineup, but what do you think?
I think I'm kind of with you there. I actually do favor they did pick a Soul Reaper into a Self-4s, which might end up costing them a little bit at the end of the day. It's not necessarily you can't play a Soul Reaper against Self-4s, but it just does definitely limit the amount of heal you can kind of get away with doing.
So it does look like it might be an offlane mag. That means that the Balfagor is going to have a very good time. Perhaps the Balfagor, does he beat a mag? I mean, a good mag could actually do quite well with the Volcanic Touch, I think. I was thinking whether or not the Demented could leave the Balfagor solo against the mag and then just help the forest in the mid lane, maybe stack that the easy camp. I think Balfagor can do quite well against the mag, even though the mag has the Volcanic Touch. I don't know if you agree. And then we have in the top lane, we see NG MOA. I think that's quite a strong lane. It's going to be paired up against the Deadwood Riftwalker from the Legion side. A little bit of a difficult time, I think, for the Legion. They kind of need the Deadwood to hit his grasp to really get things going. And seeing as they're up against the double range lane, I would favor the Hellbourne here. I think their setup is much more straightforward. You got the point click stun from the MOA, and then the Kek to follow up. So I would slightly favor the Hellborn in this lane. Sulfuris is actually going to be going up against the dual range lane in the mid lane. That is not where you want to be as a Sulfuris. You do not like to be against dual lanes. Rhapsody actually running towards top immediately. Maybe gonna leave the story with 1v1 as he sees that it's a Sulfuris mid. So they're gonna be trialing on Hellborn side, and I think that might seal the deal. I mean, if actually Rhapsody ran back again to the mid lane. So Mag is just chilling here in the bot lane with the Steam Bath, getting some experience, getting some good gold. Pretty solid. Doing quite well against the dual lane. Did your microphone go out for?
No, I just had to go for a moment. I'm back.
Okay, welcome back.
Thank you.
So we got engagement onto the Riftwalker here in the top lane. He's dropping to about half HP. He's gonna be just fine though. The Demented is rotating towards the mid lane as I predicted that we are actually gonna have this 1v1 lane Belphegor against the Magnus in the bottom lane, and I think this could be quite even. But I think with that heal from the corpses, the Belphegor is gonna be just fine, even though on paper. Also, the Mag does not have Volcanic Touch because she actually scaled the Steam Bath. So I definitely think this Belphegor is gonna have a hell of a good time down here.
I think if the lane sort of evens out, I think Belphegor kind of benefits more from that. Belphegor is just a hero that needs an explosive start, and then he becomes really difficult to deal with, I feel. So, yeah. But
yeah, and I just think this lane is so difficult for the Mag to contest when he does not have that Volcanic Touch, because he cannot push.
I agree. I agree.
Like, Belphegor can just send his minions on him right now. I don't know if he's not doing it. Right now, Dozer could actually spawn the minions and harass him out of lane, I feel like.
So he did skill his Volcanic Touch here.
Yeah.
And here comes the creeps, and he's going to help deny a lot and just harass with those. Stun comes out, and he puts a red ward down. He chases down the Magnus. Actually, Magnus is in a lot of trouble here. He might get slowed. I think he's going to be able to get away here, but he's actually quite low now. He did buy a battery, so like the thing is, like he's like almost out of mana. He's like 40% HP. Those are sitting with the Luna tier.
Nice hits there with the Volcanic Touch, killing all the minions.
So we're looking at the middle lane. The Sulfuris is not having a
top lane actually. Action going on. MOA is in a little bit of trouble here. Deadwood running. Riftwalk.
First blood coming in.
They get the Bloodlust, and maybe Riftwalk is going to fall here. NG, one more hit.
I think they're going to be able to get a double kill here potentially if the Deadwood can line it.
Oh, the Grasp just barely misses.
Did not hit Grasp here. I wonder if he shows a bit more patience. Maybe it would be challenging to get the Engineer, considering he had both spells available anyway. So yeah, I think he had to try to go for the immediate run Grasp there, but.
That was a good trade for Legion though, right? Because they got the Bloodlust onto the MOA being the core.
They're hunting the. Oh, sorry. Yeah, I agree with you. Definitely that the Bloodlust was definitely in their favor, and they killed the core, as you said. So it was the Riftwalker who got the kill.
Maybe we got some engagement going on to the Riftwalker right here. We'll see if they have the damage though.
They're playing offensively here. Are they able to convert?
The NG is falling very low. He does have an apple though. Is he going to be able to escape? He's not going to be able to escape.
But the Riftwalker is in a lot of trouble here. He's confused. He doesn't know how to juke, and he is dead.
Another way to put it. I actually favor, like, while you were getting your food, I actually mentioned that I think that the Hellborn dual lane and the top lane is slightly stronger than the Legion one. I think it's much easier to execute. What?
Yeah, I think I agree with you. I think the Moa stun into Pegasus is really hard to deal with, especially with double range heroes, and they both have really good attack animations, so they can really easily just deny everything. So I do think it is in Legion's favor, or like in their interest, just to constantly force fights, because if the lane slows down, I think Legion will get more out of it, because they will deny a lot more probably. So pulls are probably fine, but they should look to take engagements.
Actually, engagement onto Deadwood. He's very tanky, but he doesn't have an apple. I think he's actually falling here. Right clicks coming out. Maybe they get a return kill on NG. They do actually. One for one exchange.
Did he miss the Rotten Grasp there?
I don't think so. I think he hit both.
Okay.
But the problem was, like, when he went to turn around, he was already at like 60% HP with the sitting in the acid bomb, right? So taking quite a bit of damage. Yeah. Very nice for the MOA. 380 now after that kill. That's exactly what he needed. You see a lot of stacks coming out here in the Hellborn jungle. Well, actually, Sorry, but in a little bit of a trouble here. I think he's gonna be just fine with the Rhapsody heal. Let's see the bottom lane. How is it going? 300 GPM on Balfagor.
So he's not doing as well as I thought he would. Like he's not even that far ahead of the Magnus.
I'm
like
surprised. Yeah.
pretty even.
Mag's doing very well, honestly. The lane is dead even.
Yeah, I suppose the volcanic touch.
Oh, actually, in the top lane, Riftwalker might be in some trouble. The turret is barely missing. I think he's going to be able to walk out of there, probably. They would look into Tranquil and NG.
And the run grab connects it.
Done hits on the Riftwalker, 1 hit. Okay, so it's going to be a 1-for-1 exchange once again.
But the thing is, what you have to keep in mind is that the Moa is like getting every single kill right now. He's up to 420 GPM, so he's having a really good lane. Oh wait.
Is he actually gonna die here? He does have an apple though and ulti, so maybe he's gonna be just fine. Tries to turn a little bit. Does not have enough mana to use stun.
Okay. He gets a cell plus a mana potion from the engineer, so he's gonna be back up to full HP in just a moment. He actually dodged the rotten grass from the Deadwood. That was very nice. Hiding in the trees.
I think with the amount of aggression here, it would be very good to get a mana battery on the MOA.
Yeah, I agree. I think he's gonna work towards a mat first here, but I don't really like that. I feel like just finishing up your power supply.
Oh, there might be some action going on. Deadwood is in no man's land. Or maybe he's actually going to kill the MOA here. He does have an apple though. He dies immediately. The MOA dies after the Sulfuris ulti. And maybe Sulfuris gets 1 more kill here. If not, he's actually going to fall. Everyone here from the Hellborn side is gathered up.
Demented has no more mana. He hasn't skilled the Unbreakable in a minute either.
Oh, that's rough. 2 points in the queue.
Yeah, I'm not sure I like that too much. I feel like that's you don't really want that. I suppose they're trying to apply pressure, but I feel like if you're playing with a Balfagor, you need to like start putting points into your healing wave, and you need your Unbreakable as well in this particular game. So I feel like the Tangle skilling twice is a little bit of something that maybe should be reconsidered.
And they didn't actually get to kill the stacks, which is what I believe they went in there for.
Yeah.
The good thing is they managed to kill the MOA. Unfortunately, Soriba is now up to 400 GPM. So yeah, not really a great exchange for the Legion side. They might be able to catch the MOA here. With grasping up, coming out, hitting him. Deadwood does not manage to get the ulti up though. He does ulti NG though. He falls instead. And I think Riftwalker is now in a lot of trouble. It's gonna be caught by Rhapsody here.
This situation is starting to look really dire for the Legion team, since their Sulfuris is not even 300 GPM. Their Balfagor is like sitting at 350 GPM, but looking at the Hellborn side, they have 2 main cores with 410 plus GPM. And those heroes can, once they start like...
Mag is actually in a lot of trouble here. He gets ulted by the Balfagor and the Sulfuris. I think he's gonna actually fall to the Sulfuris ulti right there. Yeah, no chance. So a little bit of an upside. Some good news, but yeah, I agree with you. I think this game is actually going to be quite rough for the Legion side, especially if they don't come out ahead in the laning phase, because Hellborn, in my opinion, scales way better.
What do you think about this Sulfuris choosing to pick up a challenge before boots? Don't you think that might be a little bit greedy, or am I... he was laning on the middle lane, right? I feel like you kind of need the additional mobility that boots give you in terms of like going for runes and whatnot. But he did finish his boost now. It's just, I feel like 9 minutes is a little bit late for that. But...
I mean, he was not dual in mid the entire time, and I don't think Sulfuris dual is very good, so I don't blame him that much. Like, I think it's fine. I didn't even notice in the top lane. Wormhole coming out, killing the carry on Hellborn side. Very well.
That was impressive. I suppose he had a ward that maybe kind of saw him or something. He's running into the Rhapsody, but I feel like he's trying to bait for the Deadwood, or he's like kind of...
Deadwood does have ulti up. He's gonna ulti the NG here. Oh, NG's gonna fall maybe 1 more hit.
Beautiful. And they're actually gonna be able to land another kill. That was impressively well played by Kaukai here. Both killing the Moa and also baiting the engineer into overstepping and getting rotten grass.
That's exactly what they needed. Like keep killing his MOA. That's very good. Don't give him charges on his mad threats. Yeah. That's exactly what they need to do.
I do like the bottle pickup on the Moa here, as well as the Matchbirds. I feel like that line of item makes sense to me, actually.
Yeah, I agree. I guess Rhapsody in a little bit of trouble here. I think he's gonna be fine though.
But I do agree that I think picking up a battery early on would have been.
Oh, the mid lane. Sorry, that's in a lot of trouble. MOA ulti, it's not enough. He just gets dropped. Wow, the Belphegor ulti with those 6 minions is just hitting like a truck.
Yeah. Once the Belphegor finishes his Energizer, you really have to be cautious with running into him because.
He's also quite squishy, I will say, on the Sorry, but I mean, he's only 800 HP, and when he's silenced, he can't really use his Q, right? So, mid lane.
They actually have initiation.
Belphegor in a lot of trouble. Energy field up. Mag also. Whoa, he's dead.
He died very quickly there. That was a very nicely executed combo from the Magnus stun into Engineer Keg into the magnetic field and eruption, and he just went down just like that.
They managed to clear this. I think it was just a double stack, but good job by the Legion side.
We have maybe Lord of the Forest being in a bit of a nope, he is gonna walk out.
So he has 1800 gold right now.
The Riftwalker was just caught in the jungle near the Concord pit, and he went down. They're actually gonna go for the Deadwood here as well. He's kind of by himself right now, getting ulti by the Soul Reaper as well as Judgment, and he will go down as well. Tower is pretty low. In the top lane, Belphegor shows up trying to help the Deadwood, but he is late. Yeah.
Yeah, they need this. The Self Forest needs to right click an item, and then I think they gotta start bringing people because it's kind of falling apart with this top lane. They're starting to lose this top tower. It's not great.
I would like to see the Self Forest upgrade his boots. I feel like red boots on Self Forest is really bad. And yeah, I don't. There's no other way for me to put it. I feel like you need to upgrade boots and Self Forest. So I don't even care if he goes
Wormhole again going on to MOA. He's in a lot of trouble. Tower hitting him. He does have that ultimate, but Deadwood is coming in now. He just uses the slow one hit on it. Are they actually going to be able to do the one last hit? He misses the grasp. I think MOA might be fine.
It was nicely juked by the MOA. I think a lot of people would be inclined just to run a straight line just to get out. Then he kind of had the presence of mind to notice that Deadwood was targeting him instead of the engineer with his run grab. So that was
a bit of a disaster. Maneuver. Oh, actually, Self Forest might be in a lot of trouble here. MOA TPs, he's lost off the goo. They overlap a little bit of the stuns, but I don't think it matters in the end. Self is just, he's just dead.
Do you think he's gonna straight him up? Do you think he's gonna go finish his boots here?
No, I think at this point, when he has this much gold, I definitely think it's a mock. There's literally no point saving up 2,400 gold.
But there's no. Is there any shame in like saying, okay, I recognize that red boots is not good. I need to upgrade the boots. Like I know that it's like a sunk cost fallacy kind of thing. Like at this point, I might as well not commit to it. But
I mean, of course, I know what you mean. But I still think he's not gonna buy. I don't think he's gonna upgrade the boots. I think he's going mock.
Would you even consider selling the boots at this point to getting more gold?
Yeah, good one, Brady. Alright, so Gnome's finished on the Soul Reaper. I think he likes to go the Dawnbringer the next, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I think that's a pretty usual go on the Soul Reaper in general, the Gnome into the Dawnbringer. I also like the Grimoire personally. I think actually in this particular game, I think Dawnbringer probably is superior. I think the mobility is really nice.
I was thinking maybe the armor boots wouldn't have been terrible this game on him.
On Soul Reaper?
Yeah, but maybe, I mean, face boots are fine as well. I'm just thinking that armor is not terrible against this Legion side, and he doesn't really buy armor items until...
Yeah, no, I'm well, they did buy the armor from the gnomes, so it does give you a little bit. I kind of understand where you're coming from. I just feel like also Soul Reaper is the type of hero where you also need some kind of mobility, otherwise you just end up being like a slowpoke. But yeah, I wouldn't be like.
I mean, if you're going to Dawnbringer, you are getting some kind of mobility, right?
Right. No, but
push coming out here. Really We've got a haste balled by the Soul Reaper, so this is a quite good time for them to take a fight. Mag does have a Blink Dagger.
For the high coming out from the
Wormhole hitting 2 people, very well executed.
So he's hasted on the Soul Reaper. He's going to be able to run.
ulti hits 2 people.
Oh, I think Soul Reaper. Wait, no, he got the ulti by the Moa. He's going to be fine here, the Moa, and the Soul Reaper here. He's healing up his team.
Alright, so nobody aside from the Rhapsody is dying apparently. I thought many people would die, but that haste really helped him survive together with that MOA ulti. Deadwood picks up a kill on the Mag, yeah, with his newly bought Blink Dagger. Is he in trouble now though? I don't think so. Good kill on the Mag. So 2 for 0 exchange in favor of the Legion side. They did lose the tower though, but... oh, and by the way, did you see what Sulfuris bought?
Sort of the Blaze.
So we're gonna have a mock coming out here in 1 or 2 minutes.
Yeah.
I mean, I think it's the right way to go. Look at the heroes. He needs to scale, right?
I agree. I still think he finishing his boots would have given him more. It's just like intuitively speaking, if I look at his items, I'm kind of wondering, you know, if it's like a gold build. Sorry. Yeah. No. Once you have the luck, it's probably gonna be fine. But like, just looking at his items currently, it just seems a little bit odd to me. Like, you have no lockers. Obviously, he sold it, but he has no upgrade shield, no boots.
Right, so Deadwood is in a lot of trouble. I think he's gonna fall. He had 3 heroes guarding that top rune, no chance.
Yeah. But Deadwood, he did finish his portal key.
Yeah, that's how he got the kill on the Mac before. So it's good for him. So if we look at the GPMs here, so we got Sulfuris is currently the top farmer. Well, maybe sorry, but just past him actually farming that camp. Those creeps in the top lane. So, and then we have MOA, 450. So they don't really have a second real core. I think on help. Like, I mean, sure you have the Alpha core, but he's gonna pop his ulti and then he's done, right? So once they get shrunken heads, he doesn't really do that much, right?
I agree.
All right. So MOA he has a. I think, is he actually going for Thunderclaw?
Yeah, he always goes Thunderclaw on his hero. So he's gonna go straight Thunderclaw. That's his build. He goes Thunderclaw, Geos, and then I guess he waits till someone else stops him later in the game. So I suppose Inti at some point. But it doesn't seem like Inti is gonna go for a staff immediately. But it tends to avoid the staff himself and more, and just relying on someone else to give it to him. So
interesting.
Yeah, it's actually like, at least from when I watched him, it doesn't seem that bad, generally speaking. Like the Thunderclaw plus Geos still puts out like a pretty sizable amount of damage. And then, you know, if someone else gives you the staff, you just have the luxury of not having to buy a staff yourself. So.
Sure, we'll see it in action. A lot of damage with this build. I like it. He is very squishy, so he needs to watch out on his positioning. He does have Rhapsody always sitting behind him. I've noticed Rosario being very good at positioning himself close to this.
Also, one thing to consider is that like a lot of the defensive supports are like kind of heal based. I would say Rhapsody to some degrees as well, but her ultimate, you know, that has nothing to do with heals at all. So even if you're being targeted by like an Undying or something, the Rhapsody ultimate is still giving you the full kind of benefit of the defensive thing. So
yeah, for sure.
They are setting up a. No, they're not. Cancelled his wormhole, actually, realizing that he would not be able to connect it. I think it was fine to try to go for it, but the Nova was just aware of it at the end of the day and managed to avoid it. So I think that was a nice cautious play from Lucius. I think he's actually playing really
Help
well.
on might look here to engage Max stun onto Demented Charmer and follow up with the Rhapsody. I think they're just gonna leave this Demented Charmer. Yeah, no chance. They did get the deny though, so not the end of the world. Let's see here. Oh no, Sulfuris, where are you, man? It's in no man's land. 4 heroes just gonna kill him. No chance. Way out of position. That means that they could go for the bottom lane right now, so the MOA should get out, and he does very, very good. Good awareness. Okay, so TP going out top, they might look to set up on Deadwood. He's gonna be out after this Archer though, so they gotta go right now if they want to kill him. Or maybe Deadwood wants to go on MOA actually. I'm not sure. I don't think he doesn't have legs, so I don't think he has the damage.
Oh, he's actually gonna jump in here. Oh, he just barely got the pull up there.
That's so unfortunate. If he had legs, for sure he would have one-shot him.
He
He might actually fall in exchange now.
Wow, that was a really nice kick from the engineer there. Just throwing it in like a random direction.
Bot lane, actually a lot of stuff going on here. Balfico falling low. He gets the ulti off. Maybe they're gonna get a double kill here. Sorry, getting stunned by the wormhole. Mag is also running low. Sorry falls. Mag does have a stun up in 1 second. I think he's gonna be just fine on the Mag.
Okay. Thing is, if the Belvicor managed to kill the other guy, he would have gotten the 150 HP back from his Chalice. He probably would have died a few seconds later from the stun from Magnus, but I'm telling you, there was some potential there for a moment, but
Yeah, so I mean, they're quite happy trading, if you could call it that, the Balfagor for the Sorry, but that's a very good trade for the Legion side.
But they are, but that being said, they're still falling behind. Kind of.
They are indeed, and they are on a clock, as we mentioned.
Yeah.
They do not have the late game, and they didn't manage to kill the MOA top, unfortunately, just like 30 HP shy. So, yeah, Alex would have definitely done the deal. But of course, he does not have that kind of farm on Deadwood.
Moa is actually smoked up here, looking to do a gank with the Magnus. This seems like both sides are kind of hunting each other. Magnus is currently has an invis room, and he does get affected by the muck effect, so he realizes that guy isn't near him. Rhapsody is also closing in. They're looking to initiate here on the Salvores. The War's going to drop really quickly, get unbreakable by the minute, but it's not enough. Just has no armor with his current build, so he just drops like a fly. Yep. And,
that was a very good target for the Helpon side to kill the raid boss, so to speak.
Well,
this just kind of adds insult to injury because the lead is just getting bigger and bigger for the Helpon side, and yeah, they do have a staff on Balfagor, so I think if they look to force a fight immediately once the Salforus is alive again, they have a chance for sure winning a fight. They don't have any shrunken heads on the Helpon side, so that Balfagor ulti is going to do a ton of damage.
But it does feel like it's starting to be like a little bit too late to start doing things. I know
smoke coming out on the Balfagor. He's going to run into the MOA right here. Can he catch him with the Energizer? MOA is running for his life.
He didn't see him. I think he knows he's being chased. Like, he's definitely on the run right now. He got smoked up.
Low coming out. Wormhole.
Ulti.
Nice. It's going to be a very dead MOA.
Or is... Yeah, alright. He was by himself.
Alright, well...
Magnus is hiding in the trees by himself, looking to...
Even though it's just one player they kill, I think as long as it's either Soriba or MOA, I think it's completely fine.
Wait, it's fine for who? Sorry.
It's completely fine for the Legion side, just as long as they make sure it's either the Soriba or the MOA, even though it's just one guy, right? They commit a lot of resources, but as long as they're killing one of those two, I think they still overall get ahead.
And the thing is, neither of those heroes are like hard carries, so how do I say? If they repeatedly keep killing one of them, it's not like the other one will, like, in the meantime get like strong to the point where they can't deal with that hero. Both of those heroes they're carries, but they're not like carries you can't deal with. Like, granted, they're not like 800 GPM, so I think you're right that just kind of ganking them once in a while it will definitely help them tremendously.
For sure. Alright, so we got Stormspirit finished on Engineer, a very good item. Tablet Rhapsody. What else? He soon has that Dawnbringer on the Sorriber. I think he's gonna go Shrunken on the Salforus. Major Totem onto Deadwood. What the hell is he buying? Maybe a Void is not great, right? Could it be Energy guy? No, they already have an Energy. What the? Codex? No. That might be Codex. I don't know. Alright, so Four is eating right now, so you guys will have to do with me. Right, both teams just farming up right now. Smoke play coming out in the bot lane, but there is no one from the Helpon side to be found, so not a whole lot going on there. MOA being 1k from his Shrunken Head, that is a huge pickup. I think it's going to be very difficult for the Legion side to deal with him once he has that item. Especially seeing as they have quite good support behind him. They have the Rhapsody ulti, they have the Sorry Heal, they have the NG with the Storm Spirit, and he can even ulti himself. So 4 heroes from the Legion side are currently bottom. I'm not sure if they're looking to push as far or if they just want to force some TPs and get back. Deadwood is still pushing out the mid lane, so actually they're just pacing out of that. Balfagor goes top lane. Maybe NG and MOA wants to kill this Balfagor. He's quite a tanky boy, and it could be dangerous, seeing as he does not have his Shrunken Head yet. Yeah, he's gonna fall back and get those last goals. Other than that, both teams just kind of slowing the game phase down, farming up. But Forrest also telling his team, guys, I'm 500 off my Shrunken Head, so can we just chill a bit? That's also a very good item for the Legion side. A lot of the Hellborn side's damage right now is coming from magic. Let's see. Oh, he actually finishes his Shrunken Head on the Soul Reaper before he finished the Dawnbringer. I think that's a very good play, because he realizes that once the Belphegor has his Staff of the Master, he definitely needs that Shrunken Head. Not very useful when he's silenced. So Deadwood catches the Rhapsody. I'm not sure that's not damage though. Well, the follow-up, it might be enough though. Rhapsody falls.
My wicked brilliance.
Mag, you are just chilling. So they're pushing top lane. Energy Field comes out. I think they're gonna be just fine. That's a free tower kill for the Hellborn side. So essentially trading a tier 2 tower for a kill on Rhapsody. Oh, Mag and Deadwood are just tooling around with each other here. I think Mag is gonna be able to TP out just fine. Yeah, he's alright. So we see it was actually a Codex on the Deadwood. I was a little bit unsure whether or not that would be a second Energizer or whatever, but I think Codex is probably the better item. I would have loved to see a Lex though, but I mean, maybe he's gonna show me what this Codex can do. What else do we got going on? Both teams kind of just farming up a bit. We got the Shrunken Head finished onto MOA as well, so both cores on the Hellborn side now have that Shrunken Head. Also have a Hasten Bottle. Shrunken finished on the Sulfuris as well. I think it's gonna be they definitely need to smack the MOA with the Deadwood or the Soul Reaper. If he gets to pop his Shrunken and they get the Rhapsody behind him, I think it's going to be very hard for them to win a fight. Alright, so a Conqueror attempt right now coming up from the Hellborn side. And it doesn't seem like the Legion has any idea, so this might be a free Kong. Let's see here, what is Mag? Mag is just chilling down here in the bot lane while his team is doing the monkey. Interesting. And then Engineer Split pushing top. Oh, actually Mag is in a lot of trouble. He gets silenced, he gets smacked by the Deadwood, and he's just dead. No chance. That Codex coming into play. Alright, I mean, I'm killing Mag for a Kong. So let's see here. Smoked up MOA looking for a kill. Legion is realizing that something is dangerous here, so we're gonna peace out. He actually went Blink Dagger on Balf. I think that's a very good pickup. Ice Brand onto Sulfuris, so oh, actually, he's in a lot of trouble. Energy Field comes out, Soruga ulti. He does not get to pop his Shrunken Head. He does get the Unbreakable on him, and ultis the Soruga. This is a hell of a fight. Belphegor drops to the MOA. They didn't kill the Sulfuris, so they're gonna look. Maybe they're gonna get a kill in the Riftwalker though. They got the Keg. Deadwood is chilling. He does not have ulti yet, so overall a very positive, great exchange for the Hellborn side. And yeah, they just heal up so quickly, man. Look at that Soul Reaper. So this is gonna be a token if they cannot. I don't know if they can defend this on the Legion side. That's gonna be quite grim. I think Hellborn, if they get this Kong, they could even go tier 3s with a token. They have a very good pushing team with those heals. It looks like Deadwood is around, but I don't think he can do much. Is he gonna go for the steal? He gets the steal with the Codex, very well done. He is probably gonna pay with his life though. Demented is nearby trying to heal him. Actually, he gets the return kill onto MOA. What a fucking MVP this Deadwood, man. Holy moly, he just... So they're still in the Legion side. That would have been an absolute disaster. And you guys saw that Codex coming into play. That's how he stole the Kong. So excellent plays here coming out from this Deadwood. Keeping his team in the game. That token alive would have been an absolute disaster to play up against. So that's crazy. Engineer finds Riftwalker in the top lane. I think Riftwalker is in trouble because he does not have close hit currently on cooldown. And he can't really get away from his Engie.
Oh, Engineer actually gets a solo kill. It's impressive.
Yeah, what a player. So
what?
I think he may have caught the Rift Walker while he was TPing or something, because those post-hates were on cooldown. Did you see the Kong steal?
No, I missed that. How did he steal it?
Yeah, he codexed the Kong. It was crazy.
Ooh,
And that was going to be a token. And then, so he codexed the Kong, and then he killed the MOA afterwards with a punch. So what a fucking MVP, man.
That's an insane play. And you also, you kind of asked or said maybe the codex will pay off. At the end of the day, it actually did so.
It has most certainly been worth it at this point.
And if you look at his score right now, Snark, I think he might have made a deal with the devil. So.
Come on, man.
What? to get in this position.
Alright, so 4 heroes on the Hellborn side is down in the mid. I think we're gonna see a fight coming out here. The Belphegor can blink in and ulti everyone. He does do so. Big ulti. Sorry, but this just pops his shrunken head and he just doesn't die though. Mag ultis a shrunken headed target and Belphegor a little bit. Wormhole coming out. Solo hit on the MOA. MOA just dies to the Codex immediately. So Forrest is falling very low. And he dies.
Solar is currently being targeted by Stormspirit. Deadwood is looking for his next target. Will he be able to do anything? He misses the Rotten Grasp. It comes out a Rift Burn as well as a Cascade event, but nothing comes from it.
Yeah, this MOA is just not having a great time, getting kind of bullied by the Deadwood here.
Yeah, I agree.
I'm thinking maybe is it time for the Deadwood to start targeting the Soreber instead?
That's a very good question.
Does he provide more in the fight, like in terms of sustain? I think he does.
One thing you have to consider is the fact that Soul Reaper is currently sitting at 24 armor, whereas the Master Lamp is sitting at 9 armor. So I think he actually did use his Willowmaker on the...
the Soul Reaper is in a lot of trouble. He does not have Shrunken and he just gets zapped by the Codex Deadwood combo.
Yeah, so basically in the last fight, Deadwood actually jumped in and ulted the Rhapsody, and Rhapsody just ulted on the mid lane by accident, so she's gonna have her ultimate on the cooldown for 110 seconds. But as I said,
that's quick.
Yeah, the Deadwood ulted the Rhapsody immediately to make sure that she wouldn't be able to save any of the cores after they got jumped. So, and then he like backed off, and then he codexed the Moa afterwards, as far as I know. So,
all right, well that's well played.
A nice heads-up play from him to target the Rhapsody so she can't like save people.
I'm gonna be honest though. I think with level 5 Codex and level 3 Deadwood ulti, I think that if they blink ulti Codex and then blink Belphegor ulti onto the Soreber, I think he's gonna die immediately. I think. Did you see how much damage he did on the bot lane?
No,
he literally dropped 80% of Soreber's HP alone.
The Belphegor ultimate will prevent the Rhapsody from being able to use her protective ability to save him. So exactly. I think, but you have to remember that if he's a bit too slow with the punch, the Soul might be able to get a shrunken hit off before the Codex can connect, and then they might be in it. Oh, Deadwood is looking for his next kill, and he's gonna. Wait, this might... Oh, he actually used all his spells. Oh, he's gonna land the Rotten Grasp and connect the kill here. That's nice play by the Deadwood. It was a little bit unfortunate.
That was a little bit interesting how he didn't get the Grasp up after the ulti. Maybe that was a little bit of a misplay, but he did get the kill in the end. Mag, however, with a health flower coming out, I think Deadwood might be in trouble here. He has a 6th sense, so he's...
I think he's okay. I think it's very unlikely that the Magnus will actually be able to go for the kill here, so... hypothetically, if you stunned him and started channeling ultimate, and like connected the health bar, I still feel like to some degree that Deadwood is just too tanky with 1800 HP to actually go down from that combination. So,
well, I think if he ults first, blinks in health flowers, taking the 20% extra or 15% extra damage.
Maybe you're up to something, but
with a couple of right clicks. Anyway, so Deadwood might be. Actually, Magnus might be the one in trouble now. He pops the smoke from Belphegor.
Oh, he found the Magnus.
Silenced immediately, and now Deadwood is running after the Mag. He does have a stun up in 1 second here.
Nice, that's actually... Ooh. What? How did they see him in there?
Yeah, I have no idea. I don't know how they got vision in those trees.
You need to run that back. I would like to see a replay on that.
Alright, so right now NG finished his Master's Legacy. We haven't commented on that, and he gave that, of course, to the MOA, making him a hell of a hero. On top of that, MOA finished his Hyper Crown, so he's going to be dealing quite a bit of damage once he throws that ultimate down.
Yeah, I still would like to see a Geometer's Bane on the Moa here, just to remove the Demented Shaman ultimate, also to like pop the Geos right before the Deadwood jumps onto him. Also can remove the silence from the Belphegor. Yeah, but
I'm a little bit surprised to see that Soul Reaper is not higher up on the damage score. He's only 10% damage, which is like equivalent to a Riftwalker on the lead side.
Actually, yeah, it's actually.
He's running around.
He actually might get jumped here. If he can land the Rotten Grasp here, there's a chance he gets one shot. No, but yeah. But I'm surprised he didn't use the Codex there. But I know, of course, they couldn't kill it. But maybe there was. Well, okay too. So that was like about. Even with connecting the Rotten Grasp and the ulti, that was about like 40% of his HP, and then the Codex would be maybe an additional 30% perhaps.
Yeah, probably around 40 as well, because he gets the strength stolen.
Yeah,
right? So
yeah,
any additional
right.
damage deals more. Yeah. So
maybe,
anyways, that's
maybe
going to be another Kong for the Halbon side. I don't think there's any chance of Deadwood stealing it this time around, because he's currently in the jungle. So
Magnus is smoked up right now. He's going into the jungle. He might be looking to jump the Cell Force here if he can get a proper engagement here. He's actually gonna break the smoke, get the Hellflower off into the Engineer ulti. They're gonna land the kick, and the Cell Force is gonna go down. That was a very nice hunt coming out from the Magnus here, finding the Cell Force.
That was literally the best target they could wish to get. So excellent kill from Hellborn.
Yep.
So Forrest, by the way, finished his Frostwood Skull, so unfortunately he was
actually,
not able to
Riftwalker is
scout him
trying
out.
to... They're going on the Soul Reaper here. The Master School comes out and actually helped the... Oh, they're going to do a turnaround here on the Deadwood. They're in a load of trouble. Both heroes go down here. To answer your question, they just don't have the damage. You have to bear in mind that even if they like fully commit to the Soul Reaper, there's still a Moa who can just drop a Master's Call for an additional 600 post-damage mitigation, which kind of, to some degree, almost like, how do I say, nullifies the whole idea of the Codex 5, so...
That is true, and I do believe that the Soul Reaper would have probably died without that MOA ulti. He was around 500 HP, I believe. So I think he would have actually been dead. But good point. This means that it's a huge disaster for the Legion side, and they're probably going to lose a couple of towers here.
I mean, they have no buybacks on like half the heroes, and the Soul Reaper just finished a Nullstone, which is I didn't expect, but this does seem like pretty okay in this particular game to buy Nullstone. You pop the Shrunken, you run in with Nullstone, you can't really get ulted by the Cell Force, and it also makes the life a lot worse for the Deadwood. He can of course remove the Nullstone with his uproot, but it just makes it so that the Soul Reaper has more time to react to the engagements from the Deadwood, so he can get a Shrunken off in time and not get blown up by the Codex immediately after.
Yeah. So Token Alive is going to be an MOA here that is perfect for pushing the tier 3s. I was thinking the Nullstone was perhaps picked up so he could put it on the MOA, but I could be wrong. Probably not necessary now that he has the Token Alive, but
yeah, I think the Soul Reaper is more of a frontline hero than the MOA is, and I think he just wants to, his value is not getting, because I think as long as he doesn't like immediately die, I think Soul Reaper is always to some extent going to be able to get away. And that being said, they do have Undying, which the Nullstone also helps against. So, and it's really hard to actually like land a chain stun on the Soul Reaper with the current draft. The only way they can actually get like a really good jump would be from a wormhole on like several heroes, but I just don't see how they're going to be able to get that all seamlessly. So.
Geometer's Bane finished. Oh, that's we actually have Initiation. Big Belphegor ulti on 5 heroes. Wormhole onto a lot of heroes as well. What a fight.
Moa is killing everyone. They are just, that's a 4% exchange. And a Legion Conceivable comes out here. And they are defeat.
Yeah, that was the game right there. Even with that Belphegor ulti hitting 5 heroes on the Hellborn, it was just not enough. They popped Shrunken Heads, they start right-clicking, and everyone just fell. So what a game 1 coming out from Post-Haste Gaming. They continue their streak. Do you think we're going to see a 2-0 sweep once again, or are they going to be able to equalize the series?
So once again, Post-Haste Gaming are showing that they are definitely a contender for the title. I'm not sure. It might be a 2-0 sweep. Maybe B-Pro have kind of learned their lesson, realizing that even if they do first pick the Cell Forest, they will still pick, they will still not be afraid of picking the Soul Reaper, and it's still going to have a lot of impact regardless. So maybe they're going to think twice about letting this Soul Reaper through this time around. And yeah, I definitely think that that they didn't really have the tools to deal with the Mag Inti combo as well as the Soul Reaper for some reason. So
as we talked about the draft, neither of us really thought that the Legion's draft was amazing. So hopefully in the next upcoming game they will be able to get an excellent draft and hopefully equalize the series. But
a quick trivia.
Exactly. So we're gonna have a short break and then we're gonna have the next game coming up, right? So
yeah. Hallo, mit navn er Frederik. I'm joined by ProBusk. In this series, we're in game 2 with B-Pro going up against Post Haste Gaming. How are you, Busk?
I'm doing all right. I'm really hoping that this help on side can equalize to a 1-1, so we get some more games. The first game was looking a little bit rough, so we'll see. We'll see how they can perform this time around.
Yes, I definitely agree. What do you think about the band so far?
Flux Monarch, I believe Plague, Accursed. So right now it's exactly the same as we saw the first game around.
Currently, I see a Bushwhack has still not been banned yet. Do you think it's going to get banned?
100%.
I think it will.
There's no chance Bushwhack is not going to be banned.
Maybe.
Well,
I mean,
it
is Post Haste Gaming that has the first pick, but they also Luisia's does play Bushwhack as well. So I'm pretty sure that I doubt that they're.
Ophelia ban.
Bushwhack coming out. We have a Bushwhack game.
That's crazy. Not too often we see Bushwhack coming through the banning phase.
Straight Demented Cthulhu long lane. I like it.
Cthulhu? Oh, I guess that's a combo. Yeah, right. Cthulhu Disham. You push the creeps into the hero, and then
they like to do the tri-lane where they run the Cthulhu Demented plus. I think they ran it with a Pyro last time when we faced it. So I think they just want to apply pressure to the Bushwhack. But the thing is, Bushwhack doesn't necessarily have to go on the safe lane. He can also just dual mid lane or dual long lane or something. The hero is like generally a pretty good dual laner, so I think he can just kind of dodge the bot lane. And I think.
Yeah, I mean he could lane mid, no problem. He actually is quite versatile, I think. I'm a little bit surprised that they picked this Cthulhu up so early, because even though this is a solid combination, the Demented Cthulhu lane, I don't think there's a big chance that the Legion side would have banned Cthulhu. And there's a lot of first pick hero material up right now, such as Soribur, maybe in the Sulfuris. I don't necessarily think Sulfuris is bad against Bushwhack either.
But at the same time, you have to remember they're not really giving any information away. If they pick Cthulhu, then it's to some degree it might be a little bit challenging for the side of Legion to counterpick the like key heroes that they're going to pick later on. But I definitely agree with you that Cthulhu probably would have gone through regardless. And it also does kind of show, because I think it's very unlikely that they're going to run the Cthulhu on another lane than bottom lane. So
they do. They do decide to follow those the Bushwhack up with a Mag and a Pearl. I think those are solid utility heroes. I actually think Pearl is very, very good with the Bushwhack as the save, right? So you can sit and hit from the bubble.
Yep.
You can also, get rid of the people who are, like, if you have a Cthulhu on top of you, the Pearl can kind of push him away with the bubble. So solid picks all around.
The only thing to consider is the fact that the Pearl doesn't really offer that much save before level 6. So if they're able to kind of hunt
the heal in lane is very strong, I think. Like 100 heal from level 1, smoothing presence, right?
It's pretty sizable, but a Cthulhu stun into the mid heal, that also deals a lot of damage. Just throwing that out there.
It does, but I'm 100% sure that the Legion side is not going to put the Bushwhack up against that lane.
Yeah, I think you're right. They're probably going to dodge that lane with all they can. They're probably just going to send the Magmas up the bottom lane to
all right, so we got bans coming out here. We got Hag, Pharaoh, and Soul Reaper from the Hellbound side. We have Duo, Prisoner, and To Be Decided. So
kind of seems that they've learned their lesson from playing in Soul Reaper in game 1 and realizing that they also picked that hero in the previous series. So
for sure. So Devo, the double hook ban, and then the Gladiator. Interesting. I don't necessarily think we've seen a whole lot of hook heroes after the nerf. We saw Devo in an earlier series, but they don't dominate the same way they did like a couple of months back.
I've still seen Yahadai play quite a bit of Devo in the Star League, and he's had pretty good success with that hero. I think his name is literally I have you, or I got you, which is an expression that comes from a Devour skin. So he is, and I think, as far as I know, Devour is his most played hero. Also in public games, so he definitely loves that hero. So I think it makes some kind of sense to try to take that away from him with a ban. So,
all right. We see the bomb, which I think that's a hero that we only see B-Pro picking. I have not seen another team pick it up.
Yeah, they like to run it on Kaukai's support hero.
Yeah, exactly. So they don't run it as the, like in TMM, you usually would see the bomb being a position 2 solo mid hero, right? They don't run it like that. They usually run it as like the 4. Interesting. I mean, it does provide a significant amount of burst damage, right? So, and then they pair it up with a Bensington. So a lot of magic burst coming out there.
Yeah, I gotta say, as much as I like the Bensington on paper, I just think the hero flops so often that I'm a bit concerned about the heroes in this particular game. There is some bit of synergy where you can throw the bomb on the Bensington and he can like charge forward and land a stun into a bomb or something, which also makes it hard to play 1 versus 2 against that hero, because I feel like, how do I say, if the Bensington is just sitting and farming creeps and you're against a suicide and he walks up, you can just kind of throw the bomb on the Bensington and he can just charge you down kind of.
Right.
But outside of that, I'm a little bit concerned about. I have a Kraken pick coming out. It's the last pick. I'm not sure how they're going to lane this. I feel like they might be a little bit restricted in the way that they're going to lane this, because they do need to secure that Bensington has a good early game, and also Kraken needs to have a good early game as well, without actually allowing the Bushwhack to get too much farm. So I will say personally,
I don't really see the synergy with the bomb here. Like you mentioned, you can joust in, but like is that really a combo? Like
no,
there's not like a Chrono Fear where you can hit a fat like napalm strike, right?
Yeah. And it's also, how to say, if you see the bomb on a Bensington, you're just gonna try to like dodge as much as you can for the first few seconds. But they do, yeah. Right. So as we predicted. As we predicted, they are dodging the Demented Cthulhu lane with the Bushwhack. I think they're just gonna send him on the middle lane. Is it gonna be? I think it might be a solo Bensington mid, perhaps, or what?
You think so?
Because I honestly don't think I could see that they could try lane long lane, honestly. But they are. I am not sure. They're also kind of stand. Maybe the server is lacking. Oh, they couldn't swap.
Okay, we might have a remake coming out here. We'll see. So they did we just to quickly touch upon the picks on the Legion side. They went with the Riftwalker and the Self-Forest. So Self-Forest kind of being the go-to hero these days, it seems. I think if you had to pick a draft, which side do you prefer?
I think as long as there is a Bushwhack that is able to dodge a tri-lane and have a good early game with heroes like, I think with a Magnus and like a bit of save like from the Pearl, I think I'm always going to favor the Bushwhack draft. So like, you especially when you have a hero like Bensington, you can only make so many mistakes before the game just comes out of control or something. So
I agree with you, and I think one of the things that they are lacking a little bit on the HoN side is some setup, like some proper setup for a Ben's ulti. Yeah, the way I see it, they don't have that right now.
Like one thing they can do is that they could throw the bomb on the Bensington and he can ulti into a fight. But as you said,
I think it's going to be difficult to actually hit a big Ben's ult, because the lower levels it does not have a big radius, and right. That's one issue that I see with the HoN draft. The second issue, as you mentioned, the Bushwhack is very comfortable going into the late game against the Bensington, who I don't necessarily think Bensington is like a very hard carry. I think he's gonna get absolutely destroyed against the Bushwhack into the late game. I don't think he stands any kind of chance.
Yeah.
So I also see they are on a kind of clock once again, which I also thought they were on in the first game of this series. So
yeah, I definitely agree
kind
with
of
you.
putting themselves into the same position again that I'm not really a big fan of. I would not like to be in that scenario myself, at least.
And it's also like worth to note that I don't think that they necessarily have a lot of like better lanes with their draft. They do have the power of Cthulhu and Demanded, which is really strong, but Pearl Magnus are also strong heroes, and Bushwhack is a pretty good laner himself. So I don't remember what their remaining 2 heroes were. Was it so? Forest, and what was the last one?
So Forest, Riftwalker, Pearl, Mag.
Yeah, they have good lanes on the side of Post-Haste Gaming as well.
I much prefer that draft. I think they have very, very solid heroes and better lanes as well, I think. But we'll see. Maybe this Bombardier, which I can't really see the synergy. Maybe they'll prove me wrong. I'm definitely looking forward to that, at least if they will.
One thing you have to bear in mind is that this game is being hosted on the EU server rather than the US West server, so this might give the team, the B Pro, a little bit of an edge when it comes to like mechanical plays, because they're going to be on like a lot lower ping, so maybe they're going to have an edge in the laning phase, and that's definitely what you really need on a hero like Bensington. You need to have a good early game, so he might be able to, maybe if they can win the lanes off of both the ping advantage as well as just superior plays, they might be able just to start hunting the Bushwhack to the point where he won't be able to have a lot of impact. But I will say though that I think the Legion team is very well rounded, so they're not going to have the situation where if they fall behind that they're not going to be able to like get any pickoffs, because they still have the Magnus stun to set up like kills for them if they are behind. Granted that it does get a portal key at a somewhat reasonable time. So
right. So I think you cracked the code, man. That's why they pick the double skill shot heroes. That's why they pick the Cthulhu with the skill shot Q. That's why they pick that Bensington with the skill shot Q. It's because they know this American team, they have too high ping, so there's no chance of them dodging. 100% mind games. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah, I think you're right.
No, really? I don't think so, but we'll see.
I think you underestimate how good some of these players are. I mean, they take every single metric into account when they pick a hero. It's like time of the day. Are they tired? What did they have to eat for breakfast? These types of things.
Sir Bensington.
All right, same lanes, same items. I do think that if you got into the laning phase, the creep spawn, and you have to, you kind of see which lanes both teams are going in. I do think once you remake, the most fair scenario is going same items and same lanes, because
I agree.
It's kind of frowned upon, if you adjust to the information you got from the first game that was remade.
I agree.
Gentleman's agreement, kind of a shitty move, But in this case, I don't necessarily think it's going to be a huge deal, because the game was remade before the creep spawned, so nobody actually saw.
Let's pretend that you... Okay, so let me give you a scenario where... so let's say that, for instance, I buy a golden apple, and I'm a bit nervous, so I accidentally press the golden apple. Should I also... Do I have to use the golden apple in the second game as well? Or is it like you can kind of,
I think so. I think the scenario should be the same.
Yeah, but at the same time, you can also make the argument that it seems a bit already unfair that the person without a golden apple just because they misclicked prior to the creep spawning, or what?
But they are the only ones to blame for the misclick, though.
Well, they could blame their nerves, and
well, they are still the ones with the nerve, though. All right, so we do see a Forest Riftwalker lane, which is not a lane that I'm used to seeing. Usually you want to have the Forest be on a solo lane, getting this solo experience, and then it looks like it's going to be a solo. I'm guessing solo mag bottom, and then Pearl Bushwhack the double range against the Bomb Bensington mid lane. This mid lane is going to be very interesting, actually.
Something tells me that they actually actually, never mind. I did think for a second that they might think that the Hellborn side was going to have solo mid, and they're just going to run the Bushwhack to solo. But it seems like they're kind of realizing, or they have the idea that they're going to go up against the dual lane, so they are going to send the support mid to help the Bushwhack.
Yeah, and who do you think has the stronger mid lane here? The double range? I think the double range is actually going to be able to.
Yeah, I would favor that. I think Pearl plus Bushwhack with the crippling dart in combination with the. He skilled the will bubble level 1, which is a little bit unusual to me. I feel like skilling a fixate would be better just for harassing purposes.
Yeah,
like you could just.
I agree with you.
It's like you just throw the dart to harass and you throw the fixate constantly, then they're always going to be like kind of hard time.
Oh, they got the bomb, they got the joust. I think he's going to be just fine though.
It's actually kind of surprising how large of a radius the world bubble has. Even though he missed it, it still managed to like blow up on both of them and deal a whopping 90 damage on 2 targets. So.
Yeah, so back and forth here in the mid lane. I do think the Hellborn have to be the aggressors because on creep kills, this Bensington is not going to be able to last it against this double range. So they need to be the aggressors. The way the lane is right now with the lane control in the mid is not very great for the Hellborn side. They need this lane to be pushed a little bit back up so they can go. Kraken pushes Forest into the tower. He's taking a lot of damage from the tower, but he says he's going to be fine.
Yeah.
So who do you think is going to fare better 1v2? Is going to be the Kraken or the mag?
That's a good question. So looking at the ping here, the Kraken is currently sitting at a 74 ping, whereas the mag is sitting at 188 ping. So that's almost 3 times the ping. If you look at the middle lane, we got the Bushwhack with a 240 ping going up against a 65 ping on the Bensington. That's about 4 times high ping. So.
Alright, so Mag is actually pulling the creeps behind the tower here. He might lose a couple of creeps in that process because the wave that just spawned now is actually being denied in the tower. That is less than optimal.
I think he's actually kind of okay with that. I think if he can have as little interaction with the enemy heroes, I think he's willing to give a few creeps for that. So.
Charge again. The Forest is in a lot of trouble here. He's actually gonna die to the Kraken. What a charge back by Kraken. Oh my god, Snark is on fire this series. The first series he gets that Conquer snipe. The second game he gets a Bloodlust kill in a 1v2 lane. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, that's definitely not what you want to see when you are on a 2-1 lane. Again, that the Kraken suddenly gets the
And this bottom rune here, Pearl is actually being jousted down and he goes down. So a little bit back and forth, but wow, that Kraken kill, that just cannot happen, man. That just can't happen. Like, how can you let it happen? Yeah, I don't know. That is an absolute disaster. 420 GPM top farm of the game, the Kraken. And he's actually going to be quite difficult for them to harass out now that he has a bottle and a power supply and is level 5.
Yeah,
do you see the amount of damage from his splash on Riftwalker?
Yeah, he actually might be able to start.
He can actually kill the Riftwalker right now.
He can start zoning both of the heroes soon, honestly. Like if he just starts spamming his torrent on them, because he.
Oh my god, he's gonna get the kill on the Rift. He is actually gonna kill the Rift. Oh
he can man up now on the support as well, I'm pretty sure, because his yep.
Oh my god, so Forest does have a Q up. He misses the Q.
He's not gonna be able to.
Oh my god! And he kills the support. What an MVP. He's actually gonna die, but it's definitely worth it because he got the experience.
Yeah.
And so Forest is still level 3. Meanwhile, I think something happened.
Well, we actually have a jump on the Bushwhack in the middle lane, but it joust into a bomb that. So I think actually the Pearl was trying to remove the bomb, but it had already been blown. So I think there's maybe some counter with that you can remove the bomb if it stays so long. I didn't actually consider that interaction, but that's kind of clever. Does it blow up the bomb or does it just remove it altogether? Do you know that?
I'm not sure, but we'll have to watch. Let's see here. Mag has 200 GPM. He hasn't died yet to this bot lane. I think that's quite good. This is a very difficult lane to survive against. Let's see the...
Well, we actually have a joust with a bomb on the Bensington, and they're actually gonna get the kill in the bush right here. So that was actually the combo I spoke about, where they threw the bomb, and in this very moment that the bomb was thrown on the Bensington jousted forward into the bushwhack, connecting the bomb and the stun into the Lancelot.
Oh, another go here on the Pearl. She might be in a lot of trouble.
This is exactly what I'm talking about. Here, the superior place along with the ping advantage is definitely starting to put them in the driver's seat here on the middle lane.
Yeah, this mid lane is not looking great. Like the bushwhack is sitting at 200 GPM. Really, no one from the Legion side is doing very well, aside from the Forest, who is up to 380. But he's only level 4, man, and Kraken is level 6. He might just go in here and kill him if he sees. Look at this top lane. Oh, Kraken sees the Forest here, taking the creep can.
You have to remember.
He's gonna go for the kill. He does have ultimate ready.
There's no ultimate, no?
What? That
he must have used it before, so.
Oh, okay, no man. Actually, in the bot lane, Mag ulti kills the... Oh my god, he kills the Cthulhu in a 1v2 lane. That is
we just
absolute
got these,
disaster.
We just got these soul laners just, pulling out the big guns.
Snark and Math, yeah, just carrying their teams. The worst part for Cthulhu is that he died before. So he died, Mag killed the Cthulhu and then Mag died after. So he did not get any experience for that.
Well, to be fair, the Demanded Salmon was there to soak the experience afterwards. So it wasn't
but I think you rather have the... Don't you think they rather have the XP in the core?
Oh, of course, naturally, but it's also that it just wasn't fully for granted,
Right.
But the Magnus...
So still a slight edge here at the start to the HoN side, mainly due to this Kraken having 400 GPM.
Yeah. So he's definitely having a good time.
A little bit of a small engagement going on in the bot lane here. They're putting a lot of pressure onto the bot tower. It is currently down to 300 HP. This could fall in 1 or 2 creep waves. The Cthulhu is looking to cut the creep wave.
They're actually going to rotate here on the top lane and try to gank the Forest here with the Kraken, kill with the Vincent and the Bombardier. They're actually going to be successful in picking off.
Yeah, very good rotation. That is the hero to kill on the Legion side right now. The only one actually with any kind of net worth.
Yeah, he was almost up to 400 GPM now. They just bumped him down to the comfortable 365 GPM. But he is sitting with a 1-3 score after 6-7 minutes. So I think he's not too happy with this how this laning phase is going.
I don't think so either. I do think that this lead help on side play.
We have a jump here in the pushback in middle lane.
Okay.
He connected the joust into the bomb. The bomb was exploded immediately, so I supposed to prevent the Pearl from dispelling it into a Lancelot, but it just wasn't quite enough. They might actually go for another jump here. He actually canceled
Mag is here nearby though. He stuns the Bensington. Are they going to be able to get a return kill? Maybe onto the Bombardier. It does look like Bombardier is going to fall. It's going to be a kill right in the bank for Bushwhack. 4 heroes here from the leading side in the mid lane though. A lot of commitment.
It's very scary.
Actually being ulted by the Kraken, but I think he's going to be just fine because he can run out of that Kraken ulti with the speed from the life tap.
Actually had the Bensington, he basically just... Oh, here we come, have the Cthulhu is coming. Magnus has stun on cooldown because he stunned away after he got jousted by the Bensington. I think he might go down here. The Pearl jumps forward. Bensington stuns forward. He might be in a lot of trouble here. He basically just goes down immediately. We're gonna have the wormhole come out to cancel the TP from the Mended. They get 2 kills out of that. That was a very nice return after the Magnus goes down.
Yeah, quite a good exchange. All seen all together for all the Legion side. So a little bit of a shining light, and the Bushwhack is slowly recovering after that kill he just got. Up to 310 GPM. So much better than before. Actually, the Forest is in trouble. He's going to be ulted by the Bennington. The Joust comes out. He's healing quite a bit though. 20 HP, 1 hit. He's down. Okay, that's a solid
I was
combination.
a bit surprised that Bensington decided to joust forward. I do believe that he probably didn't have the information that we did, that there were 4 heroes near him. So, where I'm talking about the middle lane specifically.
Yeah.
But it basically started with the Bensington kind of blind jousting onto the 8-minute rune, where the Magnus was sitting on top of it, and the Magnus had to stun away, and then like 5 seconds later, the Cthulhu fan kind of closed in on him from the other angle.
So Kraken actually has not been joining these exchanges in the mid lane. He's just quietly been farming his way in the top lane. He's currently sitting on 1400 gold. So I'm guessing he's gonna go Blink Dagger. We have seen some interesting some interesting Alchemist Bones pickups this series. Oh, actually, I think Riftwalker might be in some trouble. Release the Kraken. It's gonna hit the Riftwalker, and there's no chance for her to survive. Dude, this Kraken is on freaking fire. 475 GPM in a suicide lane. This is a little bit tilting as well as a player. From my experience, when you see your mana lane just feeding, doesn't bring great team spirit.
No, I would be fuming if it was me.
Mag just dodged the Q from the Cthulhu fan, but I think he's gonna die here to the bomb.
Do you think the Kraken's gonna go for a portal key here, or do you think he's gonna?
Mag stunning out again. A lot of exchanges back and forth here. Bensington might be in some trouble. Ulti by Self-Forest comes out on Benz.
Big Mag with the multi coming out. He actually just survives. They're gonna get 2 kills here. Are they gonna be able to get the Demented Shaman as well? I think they might be. There's a bomb on the Bushwhack. It stuns him up for a max duration. Are they able to? No, I think he might be okay.
Yeah, I must say that was a hell of a turn by the Legion side. Very well executed. I'm sure they're very happy with that.
I think since the Kraken didn't buy the Elk Bones, I think he's gonna buy a portal key. I'm pretty sure. And I don't hate that decision, because I think an early portal key also definitely has its.
I think that the Hellborn side, they should have maybe communicated a little bit, and the Kraken could have said, guys, I have Blink Dagger in 1 minute. Maybe you shouldn't force a commitment 3v5 in the bot lane. But it's easy for me to say that.
I feel like
TP's coming out here in the top lane. They might want to go on Kraken. Stun coming out from the Mag. Is the Pearl able to follow up? No, unfortunately not. So
so basically the Kraken, he dropped his portal key on the ground to hide the fact that he had a portal key. He doesn't want to give his opponents his intel. I do think though that if the Legion team have a bit of presence of mind, they're probably going to realize that he probably is going to have a portal key soon.
Yeah, for sure. In the mid lane though, Riftwalker falls. So does everyone else. Electrical Forest dropping extremely low. He's just barely able to run away. Here. A lot of hits coming out here. Ulti onto Bensington. Is Bushwhack able to turn here on the Bens? 1 HP, both are falling very low. Stun onto the Kraken. Oh my god, is Kraken actually going to fall as well? He whiffs the ulti, hits no one, and Bushwhack just cleans up with a hat trick. 400 GPM on Bushwhack. This was an absolute disaster for Hellborn.
Yeah,
what happened?
Basically, the Kraken, he wanted to make sure that he also killed the Self-Forest. So first he killed the Self-Forest, and then immediately got stunned by the Magnus. So he actually didn't manage to connect the combo on the Bushwhack. So it was a bit of a, how do I say? He was trying to make sure that he killed both of them, but it kind of ended up costing him at the end of the day. So.
Oh man, that was the game is pretty much dead even after that exchange, and all the kills in the hands of Bushwhack, which is the worst possible scenario for Hellborn.
Yeah.
So
you can argue that when the game is even, it's benefiting the Legion side. So
for sure. So we get a couple of smokes here. Cthulhu fan also picked up a Blink Dagger. I don't think we touched upon that yet. Kraken actually being initiated on the top lane. He does cancel. No, he does not get to cancel the eruption.
Here comes a big Bensington ulti.
I think Magnus.
And he misses the joust. And then Magnus has to stun in 1 second. He might be able to stun out here. And he TPs. Oh, I do feel like Magnus probably could have stunned up in the lava or something, and then TP'd out from there.
Yeah, perhaps, but
I'm not
in
entirely sure
a 2-0 exchange here, they went on the Mag. I mean, they went on the Kraken. It didn't pay off in the end. They died too for that exchange, so not great.
Yeah, the Bushwhack has a bomb on him currently. He's gonna get 2 heroes bomb here, and they're both gonna get stunned by the Cthulhu fan into a big bombardier. bombardment, and a Minotaur that stuns nothing. Got a airstrike on the Bushwhack.
All right, I think the Bushwhack died there with his 800 HP.
Yeah,
That was a great kill. 550 gold in the hands of Bombardier.
I'm kind of curious what the thought process was of the Bushwhack stacking up with the Pearl so she could soak the bomb with him.
Oh, top lane here. Bushwhack Benz gets the kill on the tower, and yeah, they just TP in and do nothing. All right. So that's very good for Bushwhack. I mean, not for Bushwhack, for Bensington. Oh, Kraken with DD. He sees the Sulfuris. I don't think he can kill him. No, he's just gonna go back. All right, so the Hellborn, they're really using these PKs here from the Kraken, from the Cthulhu. I like that. Pretty solid. Whoa, Cthulhu, are you sure this is a good idea? Nope, he goes out there.
Do you think the Bushwhackington is going to go straight for a Mad Threats or Shrunken here?
I think it's a little bit late for Mad Threats at 15 minutes into the game. I think if he wanted that, he would have bought it. I think most likely he's going to go for a Shrunken or... Yeah, okay, Shrunken. I think Nullfire wouldn't have been bad either. So Riftwalker is in a little bit of trouble. Bomb on him, he dies. And looks like the Kraken and the bomb will just run away out of there, even though they forced a lot of TPs from the Legion side. So let's see what we got here. Shamans onto the Sulfuris. He's going that tanky route. Mac has 1600 gold saved up, so he's going to have a Blink Dagger quite soon. And then we got Thunderclaw finished on the Bensington. Around 400 GPM. Kraken still being the top farmer, who is also... It could be either a Shrunken or a Staff. I think it's knowing Snark, don't you think? Oh, you think so? Okay, I was about to say that he was more of a Staff player,
but no, I would definitely say that I think Shrunken is like a lot better here. I think against a Maximus Sulfuris.
Oh, engagement onto the Bushwhack once again. Kraken ulti, and he's just gonna die right before the Pearl ulti. Oh, that's so unfortunate.
I do still think that he probably would have died nonetheless. So I think the Entangle would have stunned him afterwards. So
a little bit of a disaster here. Bushwhack dying back to back in the mid lane, and the mid tower is probably gonna fall as well now.
Yeah, it's a little bit. They're starting to be a bit concerning. I'm not sure I like the Whispering before the Metaverse as well. Not that it matters necessarily here, but
I would have really liked for this Legion team. So instead of the Bushwhack taking the risky farm in the mid lane and the Sulfuris taking the safe farm in the jungle, I would have liked them to switch that around. Now that he has that Shaman's Headdress, I would have liked the Sulfuris to be up front in the mid lane, take those risky farming places, and then kind of let your Bushwhack have the easy farm, the safe farm.
I definitely agree. I think because now Bushwhack is smoking up, he's looking for another gank.
And once again, Sulfuris is taking the double stacks here on the safe places to farm, and the Bushwhack is forced to go.
Bushwhack is kind of going around.
Going on the bomb, but 2 TPs immediately. Is he gonna pay for this with his life?
I think he might. Oh, he would have stun.
A lot of stuns coming out. He's in a lot of trouble, and he just dies. Mag ulti coming out though. Maybe they're gonna be able to turn this around. Probably not though. He's all alone, running for his life. They got the turn onto him. He's gonna slow it. Stun in 8 seconds. He does have a TP. If he TPs out, he's gonna be just fine.
Oh, no. He actually connects the joust in the very last second. That's beautiful.
Well done by Benz. Yeah. So 3 deaths on the Bushwhack back to back. Not ideal. Yeah, I'm not really sure what you do from here, because like the further this Hellborn side increase, like the bigger lead they have, the less farm this Bushwhack is able to get, you know? It's getting further and further away from that Shrunken Head. Kind of a rough scenario to be in.
Yeah.
Bensington currently 2,000 gold saved up. I'm assuming he's going to go for probably his own Shrunken Head. Either that or he's going to maybe finish the Thunderclaw. I wouldn't mind him finishing the Shrunken Head here. A lot of magic damage coming out from the Legion side. Barry Isle finished onto the Lord. I think he's consuming a little bit too much of the safe farm now that he has such a defensive item build.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you that. I think that his role is more
if he had a Radiance, I would have thought differently, right? Because then he's a different kind of role. But
definitely.
with this item build, I don't think that he should be taking this farm from the Bushwhack.
That being said, though, I do think that Bushwhack with his current items, I think he definitely he definitely struggles to farm camps quickly. Like he only has a Ghost Masters and the Whispering Helm. So he farms
actually
really
the Pearl
slow.
dodges the Cthulhu stun, but gets Kraken charged, and I don't think there's any chance of survival for him. Yeah, the Hellbound side, they're at a point where they have full control over the Legion jungle.
Yeah, they're doing a really good job also, like putting a lot of wards in the Legion jungle.
I think Sulfuras might be in a lot of trouble here. Bomb misses on the Kraken. He does ulti the Sulfuras, and Wormhole coming up to follow that. Hits one Bensington. Sulfuras is not dead yet, actually quite tanky, and they killed the Bensington, so not actually a solid exchange, I would say, even though they lost 2. But they killed 2 supports for a core, so not too terrible, I think.
So if you look in the Legion jungle, you can see that Hellborn have kind of gone to great lengths to try to make sure that they have like complete vision over the Legion jungle. They have like red wards, kind of covering the whole jungle. So,
yeah, and we see Kong being attempted here. I don't think they got the mid tower. I don't think they're gonna be able to stop them doing this Kong. Maybe the Kraken is going to be a little bit of trouble. I think it's fine. Yeah, it charges out. So 0 tower kills so far for the Legion side, which is not ideal. Pearl is actually going to die to Kong. She got stunned. I think she caught a rock, I believe.
oh, that's unfortunate.
That is unfortunate.
But is it game deciding at the end of the day? I suppose you can suggest that all small things add up. So.
I will say this though, that they lost both the mid tower and the bottom tier 2 tower for that Kong kill. So the gold lead for the Hellbound side actually got even bigger.
Yeah, it's starting to grow, and the Bensington has also finished his Hyper Crown, so he's also going to be looking to farm pretty quickly at this point. He's actually smoked up trying to look for a potential pick-off here on the top lane. He's supported by the Kraken, who is Shrunken now, also smoked up. And Bombardier, who's going to engage here. He's getting jumped on by 2 heroes. Maybe Kraken's going to look for a double stun here. Will he be able to find the angle? There's a bomb actually on the Magnum, so maybe they can connect the stun. They are kind of circling around looking for the backline here. They might be able to get the jump on the Bushwhack. They actually hit a double! Oh, he connects the stun on the Bushwhack, and Bushwhack is going to go down. Pearl is in the middle of the Whirlpool. He's going to go down to the Kraken. Kraken is currently being ulted by Undying, and the Sulfuras is chasing the Cthulhu. He's almost going down, but he has the barrier, so he's going to be fine. And the Magnus is
It was kind of a messy fight. I thought that initiation from the Hellbound side was not ideal, but they managed to kill the Bushwhack anyways, just with the sheer amount of blink stuns they have on that team.
The Kraken hitting his tsunami charge on the support, and like, I suppose it was in some kind of lucky way that he also managed to catch the edge of the Bushwhack, almost pushing both of them into the tree. But
actually,
just barely.
The Rift Ogre in trouble here. I think with the charge, he might be able to. Okay, he actually goes back instead.
So yeah, on the top lane, the Kraken almost managed to connect the stun on the tree on both the Bushwhack and I think it was the Pearl, but they was just barely out of range of the tree, so they did manage to walk away. But even then, the joust came in from the Bensington, so the Bushwhack still managed to fall. He's really starting to struggle, considering he had such a good early game. It was almost up to 400 GPM at the 10-minute mark. He's sitting at a pretty slow 300 GPM right now. Still working towards a Shrunken for the past 15 minutes or so, or 10 minutes or so.
All those deaths really slowing him down.
Yeah.
Very unfortunate.
But that's just a great job from B-Pro, really applying the pressure, making sure that he's not going to be able to do anything on the map. They know that they have to be the ones making the plays here to shut him down, otherwise he's going to be able to run away with the game. So great pressure from B Pro. That's kind of what they're known for. This mid game, getting their early portal keys and just running up as a group and just picking you off one by one if you're not like in the correct position. So
that is the first tower kill coming out from the Legion side. So a little sign of something. I will say though to comment on what you just said, that a big part of the success that we see from the HoN side right now, I think that stems from the way the top lane went.
Yeah,
like
definitely.
The impact this Kraken has had, it's kind of been crazy. So this would have been a different game, I think, if that was not the case.
Yeah, I definitely agree. It kind of made it so that the Bushwick kind of had no one who could play for him, because they were already struggling, the rest of his team, due to their performance in the top lane.
So we have a light brand from the Forest. Do you think
we have a wrap around it in the back. They might be able to get a stun here on the
he
Pearl.
He catches the Pearl.
He almost got the Bushwick as well there.
Luckily the Bushwick, he literally 0.1 second, and he would have also killed the Bushwick. Well, I didn't even see that, but Snark just got a kill onto the Mag in the mid lane. That's actually a pretty solid kill.
Yeah, he popped the Whirlpool and he had double damage, so I don't think the Mag could do a whole lot after that.
And it was a shrunken head on the Mag, and I mean on the Kraken, sorry, and he actually purchased a Warcleft. So I guess he is maybe going for a demonic breastplate. Would be my guess.
Sorry. Yeah.
On Kraken?
I think you're right. He does like to buy the. Actually, he does a lot of times like to buy casual Warcleft. For some reason, on Snark, I've seen that previously where he didn't opt to go into Demonic. I do think Demonic is particularly good this game, especially on a Kraken. But I wouldn't.
God, he's almost dying here.
Whoa.
Oh my!
Oh,
that was so close.
Yeah, if the heal didn't come out there, he would have died for sure.
Yeah, he would.
So it was good that Novi was quick with the heal there.
Man,
saving
Kong is taking his victims this game. He already got a kill on the Legion side on Pearl, I think, earlier.
Yeah.
All right. So what do you do here if you're Bushwhack? Do you go you go to Geos? Do you go to the Nullfire Blade? Because they already have shrunken heads on the Legion side, so that Nullfire Blade is not as effective anymore, right?
I gotta say, I'm a bit sad that he didn't decide to go for a Madfritz early on. So the hero, he has very low damage because he didn't go Madfritz. So, but obviously it's too late to build that item at this point.
It is way too late. So what do you think his next item will be?
That's a very good question, actually. There's not really anything that stands out. Maybe Jalmer's been to purge the Demented. Buildbreaker potentially just to have some raw damage. I know that sounds a little bit unusual, but I just don't see what else you can really buy here. At first glance, I would say Geometers or Shieldbreaker or something of this nature. Those are the main things that come to mind. Oh,
okay, sure.
Because I don't think the Nullfire does a whole lot here.
Alright, so Bomb finished his stat to Master. That means that his ultimate is now global. Going to be quite dangerous.
Yeah, that's going to be scary in case the Kraken finds anyone. Another thing to keep in mind that's actually almost even more important is that the fact that the staff now goes through Shrunken. So if the Bushwhack gets caught in the Kraken ultimate, he will be restrained, so he will not be able to move out of it. And then the Bombardier ultimate is just going to come through and deal a lot of damage to him. So.
That's a good point. Do you know if so there's only the initial damage from each bomb of the Napalm Strike that is superior magic damage. The actual Napalm effect, the lingering fire on the ground, that is just normal magic damage. Okay, so still quite a bit of damage, right?
Yeah.
That is actually a huge buff to that ultimate.
Yeah, it was very strong.
Oh, they failed to deny here. So third tower coming out from the Legion side. Very good for them. Oh my god, they used that staff to kill the I'm not sure if that was even necessary, but Mag was that for sure. No chance.
Yeah.
I really wanted to see this Legion side bait this Sulfuris a little bit more. The way he just kind of went for these tanky items.
Yeah, I agree with you.
They haven't really done that a single time yet.
I think he's also concerned, honestly, because he's only sitting at 6 armor. So I feel like if the Kraken actually initiates on him, I still think he's going to go down very quickly. If I have to be completely honest with you, because the Kraken's going to use his torrent, I'm just going to remove him 5 armor. So, and he's fully physical now that the Whirlpool has also been changed to physical damage. So you're going to have a 1H armor hero eating a full Kraken ultimate as well as constant splashes inside of it. So I could see him going down very quickly. So.
He could have gone armor boots as well if he wanted to.
Yeah, I'm wondering what his next item's going to be.
Oh. So we're going to have the second Conqueror attempt here. DD on Bushwhack. This is going to go very, very quick. Smoke coming out on Cthulhu, so they are maybe going to engage here. But this is a good fight for Legion with the DD. Conqueror's dropping very low. Cthulhu here.
Oh, will they beat? Oh. What's going on?
So they actually got the con kill on the Hellbound side. Cthulhu dropping very low. He dies. A lot of shit going on here.
Coming out into the Whirlpool, but they are just dying in this Whirlpool. And the Bushwhack
is still alive. He's doing a lot of damage with the DD here.
Oh, he's...
The Napalm Strike is doing a lot of damage to him. Yeah, and that's a dead Bushwhack cleanup from the Hellbound side.
Gonna hit later 2 minutes stun the... Ooh, he's nice. Very nicely done.
Alright, so they got the con kill, and maybe they're gonna kill them. I don't think they're gonna kill the Mac because he has Invis, so I think they got what they came for, the Hellbound side. Yeah, and even with Bushwhack having a DD, that wasn't actually that bad.
It ended up being a 3 for 3
exchange.
3 for 3 exchange at the end of the day. I think it could have gone slightly better if the Bushwhack had managed to jump out of the Bombardier ultimate, but he kind of just jumped in the direction of it.
Yeah, that took like 80% of each HP.
Yeah,
this Kraken has a demonic breastplate, 500 GPM, 10 to 10. Dude, what is going on with Snack?
Have you ever seen a Kraken this farm? Like, have you ever seen a Kraken with this much GPM? I don't think I have. So, hats off to this guy.
I mean,
but
not in a suicide lane.
But another thing, maybe that's a little bit more subtle. Do you see what effect he's affected by?
Double damage.
No, the Kraken. What effect he's affected by?
He's got staff from the Bombardier.
Yeah.
Wow.
So he has both a staff and a demonic. So his how do I say, his splash, the cooldown is lowered to, is it the
4 seconds, I think. That is just 3 seconds. It says actually on the
and it resets inside his ultimate as well.
Holy shit!
So if anyone
like
gets
beast.
If anyone gets caught by the Kraken in their ultimate, that's a certain death sentence to them. So this definitely...
He's a right-click, a menace to deal with. So much damage. Let's see the damage charge. Yeah, 22% of the damage done this game is done by the Kraken.
Bushwhack might go mid here to hit a few creeps. He might actually... No, I think...
So what is Kraken's next item here? He could go many... Like, I think there's a lot of potentially very good items.
I think there's one item that comes to mind for me. It's just the Restoration Stone. I feel like double ultimate, double shrunken. It's just so strong. So
yeah, I would see here. Does he have the mana to use all those spells?
I think he does. It doesn't
maybe
have to be
boots.
It doesn't necessarily have to be something that happens immediately. You know, it can. That's the bottle as well. He's gonna get some additional mana. He did up to go for the damage on his.
I was about to suggest another item that I just thought about and I have never seen picked up on Kraken, and that item was Oblivion Hammer.
Yeah,
that's even like, could that be? Because I'm thinking right now he's honestly kind of a right-click menace. He has quite a good attack speed, and another stun maybe wouldn't be terrible. I do agree with you. I think the Resto is great, but I don't think that the Oblivion Hammer would be bad necessarily.
I used to do Oblivion Hammer myself on Kraken prior to stuff making your ultimate have superior stun. Meaning because previously people could just pop Shrunken and TP out as soon as you ult hit them, but now that the staff actually makes it so that your ultimate stuns for 1 second, people can no longer do that. So from my experience, I feel like Restoration Stone from this spot is just so strong. Being able to throw down 2 whirlpools that are empowered by the staff, meaning that they're gonna the staff basically makes it so your the whirlpool pulls the target into the center quicker, and once the target reaches the center, they get stunned for 1 second because of the staff, and they also take a whopping 25% increased physical damage as long as they're in the center.
20.
So 20%. Okay, so Kraken is basically just going to be killing anyone who's inside his ultimate, and being able to do that twice with twice the duration on the Shrunken is just really, really difficult to play into.
Yeah, I agree with you. So the game has kind of slowed down. The Bushwhack has picked up a Firebrand, 360 GPM, kind of rough still. The Shrunken Head, Dawnbringer almost finished on the Lords of Forest. What do we got? Post haste on Riftwalker. Brutalizer on Benz, together with that Shrunken Head. Looks like the Hellboy team wants to take Kong with the DD on Kraken, so it's probably gonna go. Oh, he picked up a Sustainer, so he's going Resto. That's nice to see. I like that. I think that's very, very good. As you mentioned, great item.
Yeah.
Doesn't look like the Legion side is gonna be anywhere near this Kong. Gonna drop very quick with that DD. What do we... I just feel like this game is a little bit slipping out of the Legion side's hands. It's very difficult for them to transition into the late game with Bush having the farm that he has. I mean, if he was 600 GPM, this game would be a different story, right? But
yeah, I think even if Bushwhack was really farmed here, I still feel like Hellborn would be somewhat equipped to deal with the Bushwhack with the tools they have. But
Kraken charge onto Pearl dies immediately. Nothing she can do.
Suppose her ult was trying to deward the red wards. So.
Yeah, so this could be a siege coming up from the Hellborn side. Let's see.
Yeah, we have the Conqueror spawning at about 2 minutes time on the Legion side. The Conqueror and the Hellborn was just cleared, so they could look to maybe go for the Lena Rex and then maybe afterwards try to set up for a Conqueror kill.
Looks like they want to go tier 3s.
Yep.
The Demonic does help quite a bit with pushing those.
They seem to be a little bit afraid of giving them any way back into the game, so they're just playing a bit cautiously, kind of.
Riftwalker might be in a little bit of trouble here. So the Benz is actually.
Oh, he actually scouts him out with the bump ultimate.
Yeah, the Bensington saw that, so he knows, and he's actually gonna joust and hit him. But wait, what? Okay.
I think he was confused for a second.
Yeah,
maybe.
He didn't A-click. He should always A-click when they're in the fog.
Yeah.
They got the kill though. Kraken missed the charge on the Bushwhack. What?
I think the idea behind that whirlpool was that I think that maybe he thought that it's like a some kind of next level play where he thinks that Bushwhack will jump and he's hoping that. No, I'm not joking, because I've seen him do this a few times where he puts the whirlpool down to something like in a random position and hopes that the person will get confused by it and jump in a random direction and accidentally jump into it. So it does seem a little bit weird, but I can understand.
It does seem very weird. I'm not with you on this one, man.
No, but I saw him do it a few times and.
Yeah. Okay. But, there's such thing as misclicks as well. But,
no, I don't believe it. Snark doesn't misclick. Are you gonna tell me that person who wins on a 1 vs 2 lane on the Kraken misclicks?
All right. It is what it is. Let's give him the benefit of the doubt. I'm okay with that. So, Bushwhack, as you said, what item does he go for here? He buys the casual Firebrand, which is not bad. And then he goes for a Dancing Blade. So that means he's probably going for a Wingbow. I don't think that's his route.
I think it's just a casual Dancing Blade into the.
No.
Okay, maybe I'm a bit. Probably gonna be a Wingbow here. Could also be a Spike Bowler. Maybe he feels like it's necessary to.
Team Smoke coming out here. Hellborn does have a new Hellflower onto Cthulhu. What's going on here? Both teams smoked.
Yeah, but well, they are meant to grab.
Hell falls immediately.
Wait.
So Bensington is in it to win it. He almost kills the mag.
Oh, they're gonna kill the Bensington immediately here.
Wow.
But Bushwhack is. Oh, we have a big ultimate coming out from the. Oh.
I mean, the Hellborn is just too strong, man. There's just no chance. They're just cleaning up here. Everyone from Legion is dead. Nobody from Hellborn died. Yeah, no chance.
Kraken just finished his rest though, so.
That wasn't even a close fight. Like they didn't even drop one hero.
They did actually. They bought back on the and also bought back on the Bombardier. So. So they actually did manage to pick up 2 heroes right off the bat, but then the remaining 3 heroes. The Cthulhu is really farmed as well, and the ultimate with the staff is just really difficult for the Pushback to play into, because once he gets taunted by the Cthulhu, he can no longer use his sidestep to avoid things. So that's kind of where things fall apart.
I just think that just too far ahead. Like they have the Hellflower Axe on Cthulhu, they have the fucking Resto now on Craig. They have so many items. Like.
They have a 30,000 lead.
30,000 net worth lead? That is just ridiculous. Like, what do you do here if you're leading? I just don't see it.
Do you think it's possible to come back from a 30,000 lead? Like, is it technically possible? Have you seen it before?
I mean, maybe in a 70-minute game, but not in a 40-minute game.
Oh, so let's pretend it was a Clanks instead of the Pushback here. Do you think they would have a chance to come back in this game?
No. Alright. So that was the second series of this game, and B-Pro actually equalized, so now it's 1-1. And we'll see who takes the third and final game of today. Do you have any other final words?
Pushback needs a buff.
Okay.
Alright, and I'm looking forward for the third game.
Alright, so we'll be right back up with the third and last game after a short break. right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the third and final series of today. We got Post Haste Gaming taking on B Pro. Currently, it is 1-1, so this final and third game will decide who is going to be the victor and who is going to be going on straight to the grand finals. So we already have the bands coming out here. Do you have anything in particular you want to comment on?
So we have you're joined by Fall, and Fall is saying that you can see that they actually decided to ban the Bushwhack on the side of Post Haste Gaming. Granted that they now have the second pick, so they know that the side of B Pro will get the first pick Bushwhack if they don't ban it. But so far the bans they seem pretty usual.
Yeah, we got the same 5 heroes all 3 games, except for the Bushwhack being unbanked one of the games. Geomancer first pick. I've never seen that before.
Keeper as well. These picks are going.
I mean, if any team were to first pick Geomancer, it would be B Pro. I'll tell you that much. So Post Haste Gaming, they followed it up with the Mag NG, which is the exact same combo they did the first game that they were the victors. So just going back to what works, right? So solid opener. And then Keeper Madman. What do you think about that?
I'm a bit surprised by the Keeper pick here. I don't really know who plays Keeper in their team now that Southport is not with them. I suppose I have seen Yaya Dai play Keeper a few times. He actually plays it somewhat reasonably well. But it's definitely, I think they're trying to throw a curveball to Post Haste Gaming, trying to kind of surprise him with a little bit of a different draft. So I'm kind of curious to see how this plays out. But they also pick a Madman pretty early on. I think Madman is generally a hero that has he's not a hero that is super easy to counter in general, and he has I think most matchups are somewhat decent for him. There's nothing that really screams Madman counters to me, and there's not really that many heroes where I feel like Madman is a huge counter to either. So he's just a solid hero all around.
Yeah, I agree. He's very versatile in the sense that he can be in a 2v1 lane and he'll still get stuff. He can also be in a 1v2 lane. He can be in the mid lane. He can be in the off lane. So you could put him anywhere. I'm wondering if this Keeper is actually going to be a position 3 Keeper, or are they going to run him maybe as a 4? But we'll wait and we'll find out. So currently the second banning stage is going on. Got Gladiator Electrician being banned, of course, because they have the Keeper, Richard Hag and Jeremiah. I believe that is the first time we see Jera and Elec banned. I could be wrong though.
Yeah, I suppose they banned the Electrician with the Keeper in mind to prevent the Purge from displaying the Keeper ultimate. And the Jeremiah ban is probably just related to the fact that I've seen that What You Got It kind of values the Jeremiah in the second phase with his drafts in general. So, as well as the Ophelians, given the fact that Plague Rider was banned by What You Got in the first phase. So,
and then Hellbringer. Hellbringer ban? I don't think we've seen that today either. No,
but they do. Well, Yanko ran it in the previous series. That was, of course, not the same team, but I suppose they maybe are a bit afraid of just getting overrun by teamfight ultimates, since they already have the Keeper, so they could run Keeper together with the Hellbringer ultimate, together with the Geomancer ultimate. It might just be too much for them to handle.
Yeah, maybe. I don't think necessarily Hellbringer is one of those heroes that we see people pick up a whole lot, but yeah, maybe it's just one of those. They're thinking team fights. Gotta get rid of those.
Well, I'm actually a bit confused here about the
MOA Glacius.
Wait. Don't they have too many support heroes?
No, wait, sorry. Is it a Core NG or Core DCM? Core NG, right?
I'm not sure. It might be a Core DCM. I don't know. I'm a little confused.
I haven't seen Core DCM in a tournament. I've seen it in CMM many times, right? But Core NG, I have actually seen that in.
But I'm also trying to take the players into account. I do know that the Matthew he plays a variety of different heroes, and I think I've seen him play Demented Core. I've also seen him playing NG Core. So, but the thing is, they also like to run Magmas on a position 4 role. So,
I think Beans is Well, Math Pro could play the mag as well, of course.
And then it's a little bit confusing with the draft they have currently. But maybe.
Yeah, so once we see the players and roles, we can
Yeah, we got
kind of evaluate the.
That kind of ruins the prediction, though. You know, if you need the hints to make a. So.
All right.
It was definitely a little bit of an unusual draft. I don't know if they accidentally picked one support too many, or if they haven't picked the Glaciers. It was just. I don't know why I think they picked the Glaciers. It was just a shadow pick.
I'm gonna be honest with you. The Glaciers looks very much like the Shadow Glaciers, the Shadow pick. It looks very much like it when you pick it.
Yeah. And I'm just so tired that I just assumed that they had just picked the hero. So, okay. Right,
so Drunken Torturer. We have. This is the first time I see the Drunken Master after the huge nerf he got. Do you think the hero is still viable?
Viable, yes. Good, no. But I guess those things are in some way kind of intertwined. So maybe not viable after all. I'm not entirely sure actually. I've seen some people have some success with them, but I haven't seen the hero a whole lot. So it's hard for me to make a judgment on whether the hero is good or not. It's the same thing as Hammerstorm. I've seen the hero like maybe underperform like twice or something, but I've just seen so few Hammerstorm games after the nerfs that it's really hard to know if the hero is actually weak or if he was just weak in the particular games where people played him. Because I think I only saw him like played against the Predator, where the Hammerstorm doesn't really excel in the first place. They actually decided to go for Zephyr.
Okay, I like that actually.
Yeah, I like it too. It's a frontline hero that soaks up a lot of farm. And they don't really have that many.
They need something that can clear stacks, and Zephyr does exactly that.
Yeah. So if they're gonna run, where do you think they're gonna lane the Zephyr? In the middle lane here, or do you think they're gonna run on the bottom lane?
Let's see here. So Hellbone, they have a position 4 keeper. I feel like the MOA is probably better off going mid here, right? And then Zephyr bottom.
Yeah, I think that's what they're doing as well. I think they recognize.
Yeah, I don't think the Zephyr against the Drunken on lane. I think that's not the.
But at the same time, if they run
alternative is a tri lane.
Yeah, I was about to say if they're gonna go up against a tri lane, the Zephyr, that's also a little bit scary. Which it might be actually.
Keep a tri lane, is that a thing though? I guess it is.
I mean, it could be, because he's just yeah. I mean, it looks like it might be a keep a tri lane. And I think they might be like reading their lanes properly. They probably recognize that it's going to be a more mid lane. So by the looks of things, it is actually a tri lane. I'm surprised that he still doesn't pick up the Logger's Hatchet on the Torture here. He just kind of religiously refuses to buy the Logger's Hatchet on Snark. Suppose it's like he's used to playing Dota where he doesn't need it, but
he doesn't buy Hatchet?
He never buys Hatchet on any hero.
What the hell?
He doesn't. Yeah.
It's
just weird. It's like when people, how do I say, you know, when people play Dota and they come back and they want to try to kind of implement some things that they were taught in Dota. I think Snark plays a lot of Dota as far as I know, and people don't. I think so. He just doesn't buy Hatchet for whatever reason, even though Hatchet is such a valuable item in my opinion. But
yeah,
anyway,
crazy.
He seems to make it work a lot of times. So.
All right, but it does look like it's going to be a 2-1-2 coming up from the lead side. Solo MOA mid against the Drunken. I think he'll do just fine. Top lane, Mag, Engie against the Madman. That's a very, very difficult lane, I think, for the Madman. But I think he shouldn't feed, though. Bottom, Zephyr, Demented against a Torturer Keeper. Geo tri-lane.
And Zephyr still hasn't skilled his Cyclones yet. So he doesn't have any Cyclones going into the lane. I know, of course, he's going to be able to hold a Gust point so he can push them back, but I still feel like you need to have the Cyclones going into that lane. So, because Zephyr without Cyclones doesn't really do a whole lot.
Yeah, that's true. They don't know that this is a tri-lane yet. They haven't seen the Keeper.
No, you're right.
So maybe one of them might overcommit here.
Well, if he oversteps here, he's gonna get killed here. I think they are aware that there might be a Keeper lurking.
Yeah. Maybe they. Yeah, I guess they know they don't do it jungle, right? I mean, Mag is scouting the jungle actually right now. Maybe he's gonna try and go for a kill here in the mid lane. Drunken is sitting on 300 HP, so they could potentially do something. He just used his stagger as well.
It's gonna be hard though with the Moa not having any points in the stun though. I do think they need to wait some level.
Engie Madman, so...
They actually jump here on the Zephyr here with the 3 heroes, and he's gonna not be able to get another... There are no trees nearby, so he didn't get the second root off on the Keeper. So the Zephyr actually gets away. You think the Zephyr is just like, fuck this lane, I'm just gonna go jungle.
Oh, mid lane actually Drunken in a lot of trouble. He doesn't have an apple door, so I think he's gonna be just fine.
Yeah.
Engie in the top lane doing a lot of harass on Madman, but Madman does have an apple in 10 seconds. I mean, not an apple, a lunar tier. So
definitely some action going on different lanes here.
Yeah. Engie is a quite strong laner, I think. Mag is actually running between top and mid. Kind of thinking if he can kill this Drunken now, but he is fully healed up, so I don't think that's possible.
I'm a bit concerned that this Keeper is not going to have a lot of impact, but maybe he'll surprise me at the end of the day.
Alright, so Geo is currently ready in the mid lane. No Q on Drunken, so I don't necessarily think they can kill this MOA. Let's see here, how are they doing in the lanes? So even though Mag was only top for the first minute, still a slight lead for the Engie, as I think it should be. Let's see here, Root coming out on Zephyr. Actually, they may be able to turn on the Keeper. They do have a reveal. Word of Revelation. Mag is just chilling here. Maybe he's gonna go when it's done. I'll try. Engie does not have a lot of mana to follow up though. So really relaxing. Still no blood loss to be had. Geo's gonna run into 2 heroes here in the bot lane. Not a whole lot going on. Keeper might look to punch the Zephyr here. Defensive dig coming out. Just kind of back and forth. Let's see here in the mid lane we got the Drunken Master 360 GP. 360 on Drunken? Wow. He is having a hell of a good time compared to a 290. Not too shabby. 290 GPM MOA. Are you still here?
Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm just I was just getting a bit distracted. I'm okay, sorry.
Okay. Alright, so maybe a slight edge to the Legion side here with this laning.
Yeah, do you think it's benefiting the Legion or the Hellborn side in the way that the lanes are progressing right now? Like,
well, the Engie is 380 and kind of a big factor to their slight lead, I think. Actually, mid lane, Drunken is trying to dive the MOA, but that is not gonna work, even though he has a DD. Hotspur in the bot lane, he is very low HP. I think he just barely survives with 10 HP here, with a Keeper Q on him.
We're actually going to start diving them on the tower. He might actually be able to connect the second Gust here in 4 seconds on the Torture. I think he's going to be able to get it if he just ties it a little bit, hits the Gust, gets the kill. In the meantime, the Demented Shaman died to the Keeper under the tower and gave him a first blood. So maybe that wasn't so great after all. But they actually do have vision on the Keeper. He's going to actually, his trees are going to not give him the invis anymore. And he's going to get chased down by the... Oh, he lands a beautiful Gust here, getting a double kill. So that's really, really good to kind of accelerate the farm on the Zephyr here, putting up to a whopping 350 GPM. So
exactly what they needed. That's perfect. And kind of a disastrous start here for the... well, it was initially a trial lane here for the Hellborn side. Oh, actually, Engineer is just barely tipping out. Well played by him in the top lane. That would have been a juicy kill for Hellborn side to kill that Engineer, getting on 360. Yeah, I don't think this Engie can really continue to be top alone without the mag behind him. Currently running mid here. Maybe he's going to try and set up something on the Drunken Master. Kind of a slippery target, but with the MOA point-click stun, if he gets the connection, they can get the kill perhaps. A little bit of an exchange here in the top rune. Mag is going to stun in, steal the rune. Oh, he doesn't manage to get it, unfortunately. Oh, actually, Drunken Master dies here in the bot lane. I barely missed that. 3 heroes connecting onto him. No chance for him to survive.
So the keeper's chasing
Demented
down
is in a
Diminished
lot
now.
of trouble here. It's
Fully
actually
blocked
blocked.
for the keeper.
But the Kexton coming in and the turnaround on Keeper, I think Keeper's in a lot of trouble here. He's probably going to fall. No chance for him. Demented is just fine. He's just going to run away from the 3 dogs.
Yeah, it feels
Pretty
like
solid start coming up from the Legion side, man. They're just doing very well.
things are falling a bit apart. Wait, actually, the Torture has to be really careful because Zephyr has his Typhoon up. So if he manages to get enough charges on his power supply, he'll be able to land a Gust into a Typhoon for a free kill on the Torture. So
He actually does have enough right now with the 4 charges. That is 60 mana. So he will be above 220. 220, which is exactly how much he needs to do ulti and Gust. So he could potentially kill him.
I'm sorry, 140 plus 60. That's only 200, if not mistaken.
Are you sure about that? I'm just kidding. You're right. Well, now the math checks out. It's a little late here in Denmark, so that's okay.
Actually, I was unsure for a second. I was like, am I math?
Yeah, it is what it is. All right, so it looks like some action is going to happen here in the mid lane. They might want to look to dive the MOA. He does have ulti up. One TP coming out. Madman is just
the Zephyr actually initiated on the Torture, or it was like
Sword is falling in the Typhoon. Maybe
Keeper is going to be.
Here. Oh, he misses the Gust. Oh, that's unfortunate.
Oh, but actually,
Madman TP down. Actually, maybe Zephyr's going to die. Zephyr's going to fall. Wow.
That's a really good rotation coming out.
500 gold for the Madman. Now Dishem the next to fall.
Nice. They managed to pick up both kills.
Pretty solid exchange here from the help on side. Good TPs.
Yep.
See, meanwhile, MOA got the region rune bottom. Kind of what they needed.
So the MOA is sitting at around 350 GM right now. Whereas the Drunken kind of fell down from 360 down to 280, so he lost a little bit from the early engagement where I think he died.
Yeah, I think he's still doing quite fine on the Drunken. If you think about the fact that, actually, they got the kill. The Engineer killed and together with the Magmas killed the Taunt. Yeah, Snark not having a very great time here. Drunken actually bonks them away in the mid lane, but not much happening.
Zephyr nearly kills the Madman with a long-range Gust, but he just barely gets away with about 15 HP.
That was very greedy by the Madman staying down there with this low HP. So how he just tanked the creep waves behind the tower. But he's just finding the end.
1500 gold saved up right now with a lot of small build-up items and nothing really like combined at this stage. So I don't know if he's going to look to like build a protective charm or he's going to sell off Denial Curse and buy a pair of Steam Boots, or we'll see what his plan is here. I hope he's going to buy something.
You think it's going to be a straight mug? I'm just kidding.
Seems so. Yep.
Wait, you actually think it's going to be a straight mug? I've never seen that before.
I don't know.
I mean, at least, I don't know.
I mean, last time he bought the red boots and went straight mug. This time he might just say, I don't need the boots, I'll just go straight mug without.
I mean, I guess Madman is a hero where you don't necessarily need the boots, right? Like you have you have level 4 Stalk, it's like 6 seconds cooldown, it's almost no downtime. Alright, so Zephyr, do you have any other items than this? Does he have I think he must have like something on the car here. Okay, so he went the Shield of the 5. So he's probably going to go Plated Greaves.
Yeah.
I think that is a good choice here. There's a fair amount of physical damage coming out from.
Yeah, I think that makes sense. We actually had a big engagement on the top lane with the Keeper ultimate 2 heroes into the Geomancer's Breath's Grasp. Have a double Typhoon into Gust hitting 2 heroes. It's kind of trading 2-2 here. Kind of going almost in
an absolute disaster for the Hellborn side, right? The way that turned out, they lost. Oh, actually,
it was actually no, it was a 2-for-2. They killed both the Magnus and the Engineer, and then they just lost 2.
Is Drunken in trouble here? Stun coming out from the MOA, Gust coming out to finish him off. Hat-trick for the Zephyr, up to 472 GPM. Not great for the Hellborn side.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure why Doja decided to stay around for so long, seeing as he kind of saw them rotating from the top lane towards the middle, but Maybe he thought he could get away before they would show up, but he was a little bit too slow.
And this is exactly when Zephyr starts to become very dangerous, when he gets this kind of start. Level 10. Very solid farm. So TP coming onto the mid lane here. They might look to just kill this TP. Oh, they missed the max stun, unfortunately. I don't think they're going to be able to kill him now. They're just going to run back.
So,
yeah,
did he
Keeper using his Q here to heal up the mid tower. I like to see that.
Was it the Magnus who missed the stun, or the Drunken who dodged the stun?
Well, I'll let you I'll let you decide that.
Maybe both statements are true.
Alright, so NG is working his way towards a Sand Scepter. Oh, top lane might be an exchange here. Mag stuns the Madman. Mag is in a lot of trouble now. Energy Fuel coming out. Actually, Madman might fall here. 1 HP. Engineer drops him. Maybe they get a return kill on the Engineer. Taunt is running. Stun, big stun. Yeah, he's dead. Hold on, more is going on here. Keeper's getting initiated on by the MOA. Dragon goes in onto Demented. He's gonna running now.
And the
Zephyr comes in smoked up. He wants to kill some people, but everyone is running. Maybe he's gonna find a torture here in the jungle.
I think the Geomancer might be able to see the. Wait, actually,
he knows Tort is there.
Well,
he's gonna run right into Tort right now, and that's a free kill. Yeah, no chance. Wait, what? He misses the type.
I think he's dead.
Okay, no mind. Tort dies. That's good.
I was surprised that he decided to blow the Typhoon there, but I thought he just wanted to make sure that he actually killed him. So no harm done. He's gonna go straight first to stop the Master and the Zephyr. I don't mind it. It seems pretty good. So.
Okay. Straight staff, yeah. I mean, he's in a position right now where they can just steamroll, I think. Ride on the momentum.
If he manages to get an early staff and just drops an ultimate.
Keeper's gonna try and deny this mid tower. Well played by Keeper. Very well done.
Yeah, that was a very nice timing of that.
Yeah, but the lead here from the Legion is starting to grow.
Yeah,
slowly and slow and steady, right? So
yeah, I think once the Zephyr
they don't necessarily have the tools to deal with him right now.
Yeah, the Madman is gonna go for Cleaver by the looks of things. He did buy the Sustainer, so I think he's buying a Cleaver as his next item.
Oh yeah, so the classic 1500 gold into Sustainer.
Yeah, I think so.
Cost man, how didn't you know?
I still would have liked to see a pair of Steam Boots in this game. I feel like with the way that P-Pro are playing, I feel like it's a bit greedy not to buy a Steam Boots. So.
Alright, Engineer being initiated onto here by the... Never mind, he decided to go back. And I think that was a wise decision because Zephyr is actually close by. Maybe Engineer wants to engage onto Drunken with his newly bought Sand Scepter.
To bear in mind that the Zephyr is pretty low HP right now.
Yeah, that's true. Let's see here. Mag is still very, very far away from his Blink Dagger.
And I think Zephyr is about 800 gold off of his staff, so I feel like he probably wants to chill a little bit until he has that. And then probably turn up the speed a little bit after he manages to get it.
Yeah. Let's see here. Other than that, not a whole lot of item. I mean, he does have the Cleaver soon on Madman. I guess that's the only real positive thing here to say for the help on side. Maybe Snark has recovered slightly as well with that Gnomes. I don't know. He's just still so squishy, man, on this Tort. Alright, so I guess the Legion side, they want to just chill a bit until the Staff of the Master is finished onto the Zephyr. I think that's the right call. He's going to be very, very difficult to deal with. Like that Typhoon radius, it just becomes ridiculous to deal with once you have that staff. Very hard to fight against, I think. And of course, it's also worth to mention that even once Madman gets that shrunken head, it doesn't really matter because he's still going to be affected by the Typhoon once he has that Staff of the Master. Yeah. A little bit of a push coming out of the top lane. We got the staff finished. He's going to go Regen, and then I think they're going to group up as 5, and I think that is also the right play if they decide to do so. I do think they are much, much stronger now on Legion side. This game, by the way, the MOA decided to go for a little bit more build-up. he actually went for both an Energizer and this time he actually bought his own Glowstone. So very different build as opposed to the Mad Threats into Thunderclaw that we saw last time he played. This time he's going to buy his own Staff of the Master, so that means Zephyr is not. Oh, engagement of the Torturer, Maxstun, and Zephyr Gust. Is he actually going to be able to TP out here? No.
Nope.
Looks like he is going to be able to.
They actually spent a pretty long time killing him, and they lost a lot of
Meanwhile, in the bot lane, Engineer falls to Geomancer and Drunken.
They're kind of trading heroes across the board right now, which I feel like that to some degree sort of favors Hellborn, since they want to slow the game down. I feel like trading heroes is generally a good way to do that, but
yeah, for sure. So still a push going on here in the top lane. Keeper might find himself in a little bit of trouble because they do have a Ward of Revelation on him. Don't they see this Keeper?
It seems that he's just barely out of vision, and he's going to get back up here from both the Drunken, the Madman, and the TP coming in as well. Keeper
Root coming out, but the Typhoon, I'm not sure they're going to be able to drop the Zephyr here. Maybe they are.
Get a Master's Call here from the Moa. Moa is coming in from the south, running in to help with a stun here. Zephyr almost has his Gust ready. He's going to heal up with his Geomancer. Just barely misses his stun.
Unfortunately misses. Oh no.
Then it goes down.
And they're gonna turn on the Madman and turn on the Geo as well. This is a disaster.
Yeah. This is a 3-for-1 exchange, it seems like.
Oh, they didn't have the Torturer there. I think if Torturer was there for Hellborn, I think they might have been able to turn it around, kill the Zephyr.
Yeah,
it was very close.
He was unfortunately dead from the previous engagement, so...
Yeah, and then maybe, I guess his TP was in cooldown, or?
I think maybe, yeah, I'm not entirely sure, actually. Yeah, because he tried to TP back to base when he died, so...
Ah, that makes sense. It's so unfortunate for them. And they lost the tower as well. Yeah, looking very good for Legion. Zephyr already has another 2k gold saved up. So I'm wondering
I definitely agree that fight could have gone differently if he had managed to TP and assist his team there.
Oh.
Yeah, so what do you think is going to be Zephyr's next item?
I think...
I actually like either Shrunken or like a Mad Mage here or something. Because the Mad Mage to remove the Keeper ultimate.
Yeah, that's a good point.
And the armor against the Drunken and the...
I think he's gonna buy Shrunken.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, Shrunken is really good against Torture and Geomancer as well. I think Shrunken is a pretty valid choice here. I don't hate the Mad Mage. I've done it a few times with that hero. It feels pretty good in general. Also, the minus armor works really well with your Cyclone, so and your ultimate, so it just amplifies all your damage while still giving you the tanky.
Yeah.
Properties.
We'll see. He has 2k. NG picked up a Blink Dagger. He's been kind of quietly just pushing out the lanes, doing his own thing.
He's actually
they might want to engage here onto the Keeper, just barely out of range with the Stand Scepter, so not able to get that engagement going.
The Zephyr is currently smoked out. He just healed up with the healing token. He's gonna go into the enemy jungle to try to see if he can find someone. Runs through a jungle camp that has already been cleared.
Oh, you know what? He might go Blink Dagger on Zephyr. We'll see.
I gotta say, I'm not a big fan of that in this particular game.
I think he might have bought the Mighty Blade already if he wanted to go Shrunken. That's what I'm thinking.
Yeah, I personally hope he doesn't go for a Blink Dagger. I think it might, like, if things go south, that item quickly becomes kind of weird in that hero.
Yeah, but it's also not he has one item slot. Like, he could just buy something right now, like from the BKB, you know.
He might just go straight Mark.
I think. Oh, Mark.
And I know it's greedy, but I wouldn't be surprised if he went for that. Like, because you still get the evasion and there's a lot of damage as well. So
I mean, Mark is not bad. It's certainly a great item. Yeah. They're actually attempting Conquer here on the Hellborn side, and I think they might be successful, seeing as the Hellborn's position right now is not ideal for doing something in response to this.
Yeah, it's actually they actually kind of.
I think the Torturer needs to watch out a bit here. He's far down.
Kill the Conquer here. It's a nice.
Alright, 2,700 gold. I'm more and more thinking that this is gonna be a mock on Zephyr.
I do feel like I would have liked to see him buy something that could cleanse the Keeper roots, but Maybe Mug is not so bad after all. It is an absurd amount of damage in conjunction with staff as well. So
yeah, I think it's very good, especially like he's realizing that it's gonna be quite a while until the Hellborn side gets Shrunken Heads, right?
Torture's already working towards it, but yeah, you're right.
The amount of damage that he's gonna be dealing with how much is it? 13 Cyclones.
But you have to keep in mind that
and his Mock, that's gonna be crazy.
he currently has no shamans and no helm or anything, so he's still he did decide to go for the sword high. I don't hate it. I think it's pretty good.
Madman is actually gonna be in a lot of trouble. He's falling. He does have a haste rune build up, but it didn't matter. He was chain stunned into a Magnus eruption. No chance of survival. Engineer is in a little bit of trouble here. I think one more stagger from the Drunken is gonna actually do it. And he does fall, so a little bit back and forth exchange. I do think that the Madman death is... oh no. Drunken. Where are you going, buddy? Nowhere.
Oh, he just barely makes it out. But
Max does not... he does have Chalice, and then he's out of mana for the Lava Surge, so he also dies. A little bit of unfortunate death there by the Drunken, because he could actually have gone back after the kill.
And I think the Drunken is probably going to work towards his own Shrunken, since he's sitting at 3,300 gold, so it's really close to finishing his Shrunken. Torture is about 1k off of his Shrunken as well.
Yeah, I think they should force the issue here on the Legion side before those Shrunken Heads, ideally. They don't really... I don't think they have to prolong it. They have a like 11k lead. The next power spike for Hellborn is once they get those Shrunken Heads, right? Keeper is spotting out people. He actually gets seen by the Ward of Revelation. I'm not sure they're able to catch him though. They don't have dust. Or they do have dust, or how do they see him? They must have had dust on someone. I just thought I'd check their inventories. So he falls. That's a position 4 keeper though, so not the end of the world. The calls on the Hellborn side continue to farm towards their Shrunken Heads.
The lead is
very nice for Madman to also get one, I think.
Smoked up on the Cypher again. The lead is growing pretty significantly.
Oh no, if he gets caught here in the mid lane, that's a disaster.
He was trying to connect the Sand Scepter on the Madman there. He just barely managed to get up.
So I think the right play here is split pushing for the Hellborn side until they get their Shrunken Heads. Oh, he bought a Mock on Drunken actually.
Okay, that one I didn't expect. It seems like they're really playing for the long con then.
So they just do the Q on the tower from Keeper, and then they split push, getting that top tower. I think that is the right play here. Then they can always try and cut the wave and defend the tier 3s, which is much easier. They got 2 towers for 1. Very well played here, actually good exchange. Now the torches cannot be caught. They need to get back and defend.
He's 30 gold over Shrunken on the Torture, so... the Drunken almost has his Muck as well, actually. He's sitting with the 900 gold and the sword the high, so...
they gotta get back here. The tower's taking too much damage. This is not good. They cannot lose this tower.
Drunken is moving up from behind, trying to find a good angle.
Oh, he doesn't have E. He doesn't have Agonizing Bonds on Torch. What?
He skipped it altogether. Oh, but look at the Zephyr. He's just dropping. He's dropping so quickly. He just barely manages to get away. Hits a 4-man typhoon into an engineer electrical.
We got 2 buybacks here, Madman and Keeper.
Initiative.
But yeah, Zephyr just barely surviving with 100 HP, I think, and he got to pop all 13 Cyclones, and then he healed up to...
And he was just kiting them the whole time, so...
But yeah, you saw that the amount of damage. Actually, engagement actually... Oh no, this is a disaster for Hellborn. They're actually both gonna fall again. Keeper not able to walk in there and do anything.
Looking very grim from here.
Yeah, this is the mid-racks, and I think they can even... Oh my goodness. Yeah, that was...
I think if the Zephyr decides to go for like a hard here or something, I just don't see how they kill him.
Yeah, I mean, he could most certainly go for a hard next. I think that would be a very solid pickup. He has the damage, honestly. He has all the damage he needs right now.
Yeah. I'm not sure I understand this torture build though. That's the first time I've ever seen someone skip agonizing buns completely. How do you farm in this hero without agonizing? I suppose you just ulti every time.
This was a big issue, I think, that contributed to them not being able to defend the tier 3s. If he had agonizing bonds, and he used that for the first 2 waves, I don't think the Legion side would be able to take that tower down. It would take them much longer. Remember, Keeper also regens the tower over time, right? So between each wave, the tower is getting like 100 or 150 HP, right?
So they bought a barrier on Zephyr. I think that's okay as well.
I think he should be more selfish in this position when he's sitting at 640 GPM. That's why I don't necessarily think the barrier was a very good pickup here. It's hard to hate on it. It's good item against the Hellborn team. I'm saying I just think when you're sitting at that GPM,
I agree.
You should be selfish. You can literally, if you buy hard, nothing can touch you. You shouldn't be thinking about I need to barrier my teammates. You are literally you can 1v5 them if you just buy a hard.
Yeah. Well, actually, the Madman might be overstepping here. They didn't see him walking, or they might. Actually, no.
They don't see him. He's gonna be doing the right thing here. Yokodai, he's cutting the waves. This is exactly what they need to do. They need to split push and cut waves, and then the taunt. He still does not have agonizing bonds, so I guess they can't really kill the wave once.
I don't think he has any intention of skilling agonizing bonds in the near future.
But he has like how many points of stats? He has 5 points in stats. Like what the fuck is this? Sorry. I've never seen this before. This is so bad.
Is that like a Dota build or something where you skip agonizing bonds?
No. I've never seen. This is actually so fucking bad.
Yeah, I agree.
Anyways, they're knocking on the door here on the leading side, tier 3s. They gotta do something. Well, they are cutting wave with the Madman. So this tower, once they kill the creeps, it is gonna be backdrop protected eventually, right?
No, because it doesn't work that way.
Well, those
because they cleared mid rack, so they have full entry to the enemy base.
That is correct. The mid racks are dead. I'm just testing you.
Alright, even when I'm tired, you know. I still understand basic backdoor protection.
Right. So the melee rack is dropping though, so that's not great for the Hellborn side here. They gotta do something, but what do they do? Who do they go on? 300 HP on the melee rack. They actually engage in Taunt. Taunt is not getting strong and head off. He dies immediately. No chance. Typhoon coming out. Everyone is just dying. Zephyr is just killing everyone. Madman is alone alive here, but everyone is hitting him and he's gonna survive with... No, not gonna survive. He's actually dead. So that means that the series goes to Post-Haste Gaming. They take the victory 2-1. What a game. So Snark, even though he carried his team in the second game with the Kraken, he was not able to come out on top doing this interesting torture build. Do you have any final comments on the series?
I feel like it was a bit of a letdown from the side of Deep for this series. I kind of expected a bit more in the last game from them. I feel like they definitely had some interesting idea. That the Keeper, not entirely sure what the thought process behind the Keeper was. It seems kind of unusual because I've never seen Kaukai play that type of Keeper before, so maybe it was a big experimental, but I don't feel like they were at such a disadvantage that where they had to pick something as drastic as like a Keeper position 4 when they haven't really played with it previously. So yeah, I'm a bit surprised that they decided to kind of go out of their comfort zone in terms of their drafts and draft something. But maybe they just felt the pressure from the side of Post-Haste Gaming. So just hats off to what you got team, I suppose. They really stepped up today and delivered some pretty solid games all around.
Yeah, and some solid drafts. I think I gotta say I really think their drafts were on point today.
Yeah.
I like their drafts more, all 3 games. I'm not gonna lie.
I agree.
So,
and even in the game that they lost, it was a good draft. It was just maybe a bit of a poor execution. So
exactly. I think they got the edge in the draft all 3 games. So well executed, and well, they got the grand finals secured for them. B-Pro, on the other hand, we're gonna have to see them fight their way up through the losers bracket if they want to get back and see if they can redeem themselves in the grand finals. We'll see if that happens tomorrow. So for now, I got no other words to say. Do you have any closing remarks for?
No, just happy to stream for you guys, and I hope you enjoyed our shoutcasting and good night.
Yeah, sleep well, everyone. Thank you guys for watching. We'll see you tomorrow.
All right, that was Busk and Fa. Thank you, gentlemen, for the incredible cast, and thank you for what you got as well for the cast and Doze today. You gentlemen did incredible. Thank you all for the help, and thank you all our viewers for watching. I hope you enjoyed today's show. Tune in next time, aka tomorrow, for the loser bracket semifinals, loser bracket finals, and grand final, where we're gonna start off on 3 p.m. GMT. Again, it's gonna be October 20th, 3 p.m. GMT. That's where we're gonna have the loser bracket semifinals, and then the loser bracket finals, and the grand final, where the winner of the LB finals is gonna face with Post Haze Gaming, and we're gonna see the winner of the Pro 5 tournament. Thank you all for watching. I hope you enjoyed the show, and we will see you tomorrow, everybody. Good night.